Listen, the sky, the heavens above your head, the heavens above are moving in cycles. And that movement causes cycles of the sky, and the input of the sky causes the seasons on this medium that we're in. Everybody knows that.
Okay, thanks for unmuting. So
there's no debate
Earth
about
is
it.
Flat. Okay, no. If there's no any debate about it, what is the voice channel for? Just proving that Earth is flat. We're happy.
No, there's no debate about what you said.
No, there's no debate. There's people that believe they live in a cartoon.
No, I'm saying. No,
and
I'm
there's
not,
people,
there
there's
is
people
there is
that
debate about it.
acknowledge. Listen. The problem is that the realist level is there. Doesn't matter my opinion or your opinion, right? Reality, it's what it is. Doesn't matter what you think or what I think. And then there's people that believe.
It's all about what you think.
It's not all about what I think, right? There's people that believe they live in a cartoon.
Science. I'm talking
You're
about
missing
science.
the point.
But
you don't know what science is, sir. What science?
I don't know. I don't know because I'm a kid. No, science. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. I believe in internet. Yeah, I'm a kid. I'm sorry. So listen to me. So you saying?
What will we listen to you? You're a child, man. What will we listen to a child trying to teach grown-ups, adults, how reality works, bro? He jumped out. Hey, what will we listen to a child about how reality works, man? We're adults here.
So the reason that you told us about making season, I just ask you a simple question. What is the reason behind having season and
nobody knows the reason.
We know
just
the
happens
story.
in reality. It happens in reality.
So that's a new word. Nobody knows the reason, right?
No.
We know it happens. We know it happens. We post that it's gonna happen because it happens last year. It happens every year for generations. It always happens. So we know that it's gonna happen again.
It's all clear reason. How the hell nobody know it?
No, that's not what we're saying.
It always
happens.
It doesn't matter your opinion, my opinion. It always happens.
No, it's not just a random happening, buddy. There is
a calculated.
There is a calculated.
It happens.
No, it's not. It's all about the distance. It's all about the distance and spinning in the orbits of Sun and Earth.
You mean like
why does that happen?
You mean like we're closer?
You can't study it.
Hey, you include the spinning of Earth to that, and that's nonsense. Because remember, your vestibular system tells you that the ground that you're standing on is motionless.
You know what is nonsense? Imagining that Earth is flat.
Nonsense is claiming the opposite of what your senses are pointing out to you and your own experience and what you can demonstrate. So claiming that the ground under your feet is spinning is by definition nonsense.
We know the stories. Okay, you don't need to. You don't need to tell us the stories.
Look, I'm simply saying. How the hell season come up, dude? You just know a little bit of geology. You figured out.
Hey, shut up. Shut up for a second.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you think no one?
Go ahead.
Are you done?
Good.
You're not going for it? Go ahead.
Do you think that there's no one, no matter how ludicrous, no matter how fanciful, no one can make a model that explains seasons, no matter if you believe it or not? Do you think that's possible? So how is it proof? Like, what are you doing?
You're really asking me, dude? I just told you right now, buddy.
No.
I'm saying how the hell?
You're missing the point.
Earth is flat. Okay.
You're missing the point.
Yeah, your reasoning is you can't explain seasons, therefore the ground is a ball. Correct? You can't explain something, therefore the ground has to be a ball.
That gonna cut my voice. No, look, I don't care if some people are going to cut my voice. Seriously, I'm just saying it's all about geology.
Geology, huh?
No way. Yes, exactly, geology. There's no.
Yo, Maggie, you here?
Yeah, what up, dude?
You got the day off or something?
Hell yeah.
Oh, good for you, man.
Dude, I've been waiting for this. It's been a while. Working my ass off, bro.
Gotta make that green.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Bills ain't gonna pay themselves.
No. You gotta find a rich old lady, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
Make sure she has one foot in the grave and the other foot on the banana peel.
Yeah. Because I placed it there. What are you up to?
Nothing. I can't believe there's this many people in here, man. I was just shocked.
Yeah, it's a change of pace.
See, Danny ran away.
Fucking guy, man. Pisses me off. I told him like he doesn't jump on the voice anymore.
He's like the poor man's version of Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah, basically, dude. He doesn't he has less of an ambition to say anything because he knows what's gonna happen.
Oh, he's busy probably writing a book, man. He's a snake.
Yeah, how wonderful the Earth is a globe and all that. In collaboration with his little buddies from Answers in Genesis. I remember he was talking about the book, I guess time frame when he was going to release it. That was last year, I think. Either last year or the year before. Shit's been a while. Yeah,
I don't know. I thought he said he was writing a book on flat Earth, and I just assumed he was coming here to get content so he could put a bunch of straw mans in his book.
I don't know if that was the case more than it was just a book about like God and the globe or something to that effect. Yeah, he is definitely.
We still rocking over at politics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn it,
Just
man.
make sure we didn't get deleted.
Over there? Oh yeah. Nah. This
Yeah, I see. It's still there. Cool.
Bunch of guys wander in and out of that room. There's
Dude,
the usual.
Crit's always in there, man.
Who,
Every
Crit?
time I look in there, Crit, yeah, dude, he's like permanently, he probably can't even leave. Like they must have broke the leave button for him, man. He's been in there, I don't know, every time I've looked for months, he's in there.
Yeah, he's posted up.
Hold on.
Oh, shit, we got all these people in here. I don't know who ACI Tech. We got some people. Let's see. Joshus. Don't know who that is. Spunky Monkey. Oh well. I'll be right back.
All right.
Looks like Joshus. This is new. I just talked to you in VC check-in. You there, Josh?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? Welcome to the VC.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were mentioning that you were pretty confident about the globe.
Yeah.
What would you say is your best evidence that you're like, yeah, definitely a globe?
I mean, I just don't think that, a super powerful organization like NASA has a reason to lie about that and like invest so many billions of dollars, even trillions, in a lie. So, I mean, I just feel like that would be kind of really strange if they were trying to push some kind of agenda.
Interesting. So you're saying like they put so much money into it, it must be real? Is that
Yeah.
kind of what I'm getting? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of silly though, right? I mean, to kind of be like, wow, that's really expensive. It must be working. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think we all think that you get what you pay for. If I pay more, it's maybe a better product, things like that. But have you ever scrutinized or took a closer look at, say, some of the information that comes from NASA or really any space agency?
SpaceX, I'm kind of wary of because it's so new and because it's kind of like private, but
Sure.
um,
Well,
not really
did you know
from
they get a
NASA.
lot of funding from NASA? Because I mean, they're not completely private, right? In
Yeah.
that sense. So are you more like on the lines of like, I see videos and pictures, therefore that's why I think it's real, or is it
I'm
just a
like,
money thing?
like it's a money thing. It's a watching launches thing. It's a just kind of, you know, trust in the educational system thing. And
It's a trust
yeah, I
thing,
just don't
maybe.
see a
Okay.
reason to change it.
Interesting. So you're kind of like, you don't even see why they would lie, kind of in that sense. Is that kind of maybe a big question in your head? Like, why would they even lie about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was
I
gonna
mean,
say we need like the moderators to like be present to allow this to
Nathan, man, you're
happen.
hot mic over here, Elijah.
My bad.
Okay, we're good. All right, because I know damn well I was talking. Never mind. I'll have a conversation with you guys later.
Being told to shut up, Eli.
What they say about us now, Elijah?
No, I was like, yo, I was like,
What up, guys?
Anyway,
we had a fresh globe
so
in here, but yeah.
yeah, so Josh, so basically, you think the Earth's a globe because you don't think there's a group of people that would lie about it. Not really the physical evidence. It's just like what you think human beings would or wouldn't do.
yeah. I guess I've never like thought to really question whether it's flat or a globe because I really don't even think the answer might make that big of a difference.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. It isn't gonna like you still have to brush your teeth, right? It isn't gonna change that. There's a lot of things that'll never change. I guess the only difference would be um, the implications existentially, like for your life, why you're here, why you exist, all those things, because it automatically falsifies Big Bang, evolution, all that nonsense. So that's one aspect. The other aspect would be like, I guess it would be more of a commentary on like how like you were saying like how human beings are. So like if you think of any so any scientific idea, what the globe is claimed to be scientific, it isn't really, but any scientific idea, there's no scientific ideas that have lasted as long as the globe claim, right? All the scientific ideas from like the 1500s, the thousands, like you pick whatever century you want, all those ideas have been overturned. The globe is the only one that's survived. So I'll give you an example. People used to think that fire was caused by something called phlogiston, and that everything that could burn had this element in it. And it took, until like the 1800s until that idea was overturned. The point being is that, after all this time of saying here's the globe, would they admit that they were wrong? Because you got to think of the implications of that, right? The whole university system, the school system, the government, the state, all the powers that be. You're like, well, we're not gonna trust you guys anymore because you were wrong.
Mm. Well, I mean, like, I just don't think that, if they were trying to.
Well, to me,
mislead
NASA's like
you
a
to
make
like a.
work program, right? So, like, I'll give you an example of make work. So the United States is sending money to Ukraine. Ukraine is taking that money and buying weapons from the U.S. And then you even had politicians say, "Hey, this is
Straight away.
keeping people employed and feeding the defense industry, right?" So even though, like, basically you're taking things, a bunch of money, building things with the money, and then just blowing that thing up to give people a job. Think of how silly that is. And that NASA to me is the exact same thing. It's just a big government make work program. It's to give people jobs. It's to create economic activity and churn. And you got the other side of, like, it's bread and circus. It's like Santa for adults. Oh, we're all going to space and all that crap that people fantasize about that shit.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I just feel like I just don't know how powerful the
Well, how many people do
agenda
you
of a
think would
globe
take?
Earth would be, if that was an agenda. I don't think it is, because I just feel
Well,
like.
the first thing you have to realize is that most people, nearly everybody, right? They just believe it. They've never been to, like, so-called outer space. They've never been there, right? No scientists, right? There ain't no scientists in space. They send astronauts to space, right? So none of these scientists have any firsthand knowledge here at the globe, and everybody just believes it. It's not some vast conspiracy. It's everybody just believes the same thing because they think everybody else believes it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but I mean, I guess I just feel like, if the government wanted to enforce some kind of like indoctrination, they could do it differently than a globe Earth. Like, I feel like that doesn't really hold too much weight. And even then, even with pushing a globe Earth, even if you still believe it's a globe, people still have a lot of distrust and questions toward the government anyway. And I just feel like whether it's a flat or a globe Earth really doesn't make a difference in trusting the government.
It does.
Um,
It does in a way, man. You're kind of like, okay, so you got to think of, you have to, like, go back in history. Right? You got Copernicus and Galileo, right? And then the Western fairy tale of how that worked out was everybody was a bunch of religious nuts. They all thought the Earth was flat. And Copernicus and Galileo came along and proved that the Earth revolved around the sun, that the Earth was round. And then the Age of Enlightenment came, and we all rejected religion and yada yada yada. And now you got the 21st century. So that's the narrative of how Western civilization panned out. So what's the main thing in that is that before the highest authority was God, but without God, who is now your highest authority? Who's the highest authority on earth if God does not exist? Is it government? Maybe?
I would probably say intelligence agencies.
Well, yeah, but they're part of the government, right?
Somewhat. I mean, there's extrajudicial stuff that happens, but I mean, yeah.
Well, but I mean, like the highest authority. So when people are brought up, they're brought up to think that the government, the state, is the ultimate authority. The state writes shit down on pieces of paper, and everybody has to obey it, right? Or men with guns are going to come and beat you up. That's the way it works right now. But how do you get so nobody question? You know, if you want men to be the highest authority, then you just get rid of God. Then the highest authority has to be a man, right? Because you've gotten rid of any supernatural possibility. And the globe Earth does that because we have that has a completely naturalistic, materialistic view of reality, right? There's a big bang, bunch of random shit happened. You know, there was some goo. Now there's people walking around with Nikes, right? And there's no God because that's just random crap. But how do we organize these people walking around with Nikes? Well, we need people that are supposedly competent to tell them what to do because they can't decide for themselves what to do, right? So now your highest authority is just some person that says, "I'm in charge, and if you don't believe me, we're going to shoot you." Whereas the flip side, like I said, man, is where the highest authority is God. It doesn't matter if whatever some man says goes against the morals of religion, then they'll just be rejected, right? You don't have that possibility if there is no God.
Well, sure, but did you get God from man or from yourself?
Personally, neither. I got God from God.
Sure, but I mean, your introduction to God, was that just self-reflection or was that from reading a man-made book?
I think everybody that's born, when you're a young child, you realize God exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely self-reflection for me on that one. But I was wondering, Josh, just because you were saying like kind of why, but would you want to know if you were being lied to?
Um, yeah, but I just don't think I am.
Yeah, and that's fine because I mean it's the equivalent of being like, "Hey, man, your best friend comes up to tell you like, hey, I don't think your girlfriend's being too honest. Saw her with another guy,' and you're like, 'No, no, no, she loves me. I mean, she has no reason to lie to me, right?' But then say that friend comes up and he's like, here's the evidence, right? A couple times actually, I mean, what are you going to do? Do you accept maybe that? Because we can show you where they did lie. And that's really what's important here. Not how much money they had to do this lie or, kind of all the tangents here. But we can show you evidence that there isn't this claimed curve radius, right? For the globe 3959. We could show you that it's not spinning in reality. And we can basically tell you about gas pressure, right? And how this can't be a ball out in the middle of the vacuum of this claimed outer space, right? We can show you this evidence, if you're definitely willing to take a look.
I mean, sure, I'm not against any differing views. I just feel like how you reach those conclusions might.
I just want to caveat what I said. Hold on a second. What I said is speculation, right? Why would they lie and all that stuff? That's speculation. What I gave you is my personal opinion and interpretation of why they would lie and all that stuff. But I don't represent anybody in the server. I only represent myself, right? The determination of this, of the Earth being flat or not, has nothing to do with religion, whether fucking NASA lies, whether the government lies, whether anyone lies. It's about observation and testing of the Earth itself, and it's demonstrably flat.
Sorry to interrupt, Indy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know I'm not home. This isn't my home, but please may I ask, don't swear. Is that good, buddy?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's just for YouTube friendliness, that's all.
Yeah. I swear like a trucker as it is.
That's okay. If I don't say something at some point, no one will adhere to it, but I'm obviously producing a show, so I'd just ideally not have anyone swear. Lloyd Wright, there. Your approach is going to get critique from me. Just want to prepare you for that in advance before you've even done it. Well, you've approached this guy from the position of whether or not with examples of his girlfriend lying, but in your example you said, well, here's the evidence, presumably a photograph of them snogging, your example. But then you went to how they've lied about the globe and how you can show those globe lies. We personally, that's me and my team, if you want to call it that, go for a different approach. It's new, so it's only in 2024 that we've been doing this. Go for the approach of just prove to him how it's measured flat off the bat. No ambiguity about what's been lied about the globe. If the globe comes up in conversation, and as it already has, utilise that globe claim in terms of how that claim comes from a flat Earth measurement also. As Copernicus gets mentioned, Copernicus is dealing with measurements of angles to stars documented in the ephemeris and measured off the equatorial plane. The system of latitude gives you a flat circle system on a flat Earth, or the angles to Polaris. That system then incorporates the radial value by way of the equatorial minimum of Polaris. That's a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. Say that that's the outside edge of a sphere in a mathematical convention to describe better how the stars measured over a flat plane may come to pass in future. That is to say, better predictive capabilities of the cycles have been measured off a flat plane. So all of the values used in those globe reifications came from flat Earth measurements in the first instance, specifically the radial value, or equatorial minimum. It's measurement of Polaris on a flat baseline, because that's the only way you can get an angle. It's GP.
Sure.
So the gentleman who you're appealing to, well, I don't know if it's a globe or not, and I would consider whether or not I've been lied to. It is flat. That's how Earth's measured and dealt with in all respects. That's why all the maps are flat, and all of the systems used on those maps, that would be latitude and longitude, have been measured in the first instance, with the lights in the sky and the angles to them off a flat plane. That's how the Earth is dealt with, has been mapped, and all the territories that we deal with are in fruition. They have only come to pass because we've measured Earth flat and the angles to the stars with respect to that flat plane that we actually walk around on. So once you can show anybody that Earth's just measured flat, including but not limited to the use of a globe belief that has come from a model of a flat plane measurement with an R value putting us sun-centric in the case of Copernicus. But a sun-centric idea taken from flat Earth measurements will always start with flat Earth measurements, regardless of how the maths then tries to attempt to dovetail in a reification of us standing on a globe, which could never be the case, because all of the measurements to make that inference that we're standing on a globe came from flat Earth measurements also, specifically flat plane measurements of the stars and the angles to them off the equatorial plane. So Earth's measured flat, that's how it's dealt with. Religious belief of a globe, you're entitled to. Believe whatever you like. But If you can show the person who believes he's on a sphere that his sphere belief came from flat Earth measurements, you're pushed to then say, well, Earth's a globe. Well, no, it's measured flat to suggest that it's a globe.
Right. No, thank you for that critique. Yeah, I was beating around the bush just because I checked him in and I noticed he was quite new to the topic. But yeah, right to the point. It's measured flat.
Yep.
I'm honored.
How does
honestly.
it sound
Thank
to you guys?
Neil wants to put his toupee. He got me server muted earlier, so I think he now wants to put his interjections in.
Whoa. How did I get you server muted?
Because you didn't shut up when there was an obvious conversation going on, despite the panel and me asking you to. And then they eventually had to do something about it. I don't blame them.
I didn't hear you ask me to. I just asked, what's his scientific, whatever. I forgot what I asked. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay, I didn't want to critique Indigo, but now you've put it in there, people wonder what you're talking about. Indy talked about science, and it was a category error. It doesn't matter. It wasn't the point he was making. He's trying to point out that who's in control if you've relinquished God? Well, the people in control are in control. It's really obvious, right, Indy? That was your point. Whereas in there, you were like, well, the science of the globe, and you were the one who mentioned Copernicus. It's like, nah, they haven't actually created a globe. They've taken flat Earth measurements and tried to better explain the patterns for the church. You know, that's how ellipses came to pass. You know, because the church went, well, when's Easter? Keep getting it wrong. You know, oh, well, we'll have to figure out a better way of tracking them, mapping these stars and where they're going to be in relation to the moon. And how are we going to do that? Well, if we put the motion that we've got mathematically from the angles we measured off a flat Earth in this idea that we have of a sun-centric system, we can better predict when Easter will be. If we put those motions that we've got mathematically in ellipses. Right? Well, you're still starting with the same basic premise to get to that stage, which is a flat Earth measurement of the angles to the stars. Tracking them over a flat plane gives us our mapping and grid system. And that's how it still works. That's why all the maps are flat, because Earth's flat. That's how it's dealt with. There are no elevation changes.
Yeah, the quarter decimal controversy lasted entirely too long.
Say again?
You were talking about the church trying to figure out when Easter was. Yeah, the quarter decimal controversy lasted entirely too long.
Yeah, I've got Dr. John Dee to thank for that. He sent me a book on it called The Sun in the Church, which basically takes you through the story of how that came to fruition.
What's the title of that book?
Sun in the Church. It just turned up one day.
Play our words.
No, that's what it's about. Specifically what it's about. It's about heliocentrism, which is a sun-centric system that the church essentially commissioned from the off, so that they can better predict when certain celestial events take place that aren't based on our calendars, but based on positions of the luminaries. Well, if you don't know when a certain luminary is going to line up with a certain moon that's just passed, there's a good chance that you'll tell the public, well, this is when Easter's going to be, and then you get it wrong. From those sorts of problems, you end up expanding out through some of the best mathematicians at the behest of the church, how they can better serve these understandings. Well, everything to do with orbits and heliocentrism has come as a consequence of wanting to better predict those motions of those stars at the behest of the church. Heliocentrism is a church-based religion. It doesn't matter which way you dice it up. That's where it's come from, using flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, like Jedi mentioned, the Romanist Christian institution specifically is what Nathan is referring to, rather than the Church of the Lord.
I'm glad you corrected me. It's normally my panel that does it. It's the Roman Catholic Church, specifically. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, whatever, Neil. I don't always remember. I'm, bored. Sorry. All you Christians listening, if you take offence to that, I'm sorry also. Fact the facts is still the church. What do you want? I could just get pedantic the other way and go, no, still just the church.
Yeah, Adam does say that. He says I'm wrong by saying that.
Yeah, well, there you go. I
So-
could too. I just don't, out of respect for Christians. And I identified the specific church, and someone else did it for me, which is embarrassing. But thank you, whoever that was. I don't know who it was that said that, but thank you.
I'm Gregory.
Well, Catholicism means universal, right?
Well,
Well, Catholic,
it is a specific time period.
Go ahead, Gregory, as you should get a bit more glory than Neil.
Was that Eli? I thought I heard Eli's voice.
Yeah, but I'm in here instead of there. Hey, bro.
Oh my God. Nathan has two voices.
I'm running a show from my. You
right.
Connected to my show via me in Discord, but yeah, it'll seem a bit weird. You'll get used to it.
Maybe we should interrogate Joshua some more. See where his head's at.
Shit, yeah, I should have really said something because he was the one getting grilled in the example where I'm laying it out for you guys. Because no offense to the Globy, you're inconsequential to me. I'm really sorry. I'll forget your name by the time this show finishes. But the guys who are essentially on my side, for want of better phraseology, they're the ones I'm actually concerned with knowing this, because they can make a difference. Whether or not you care at the end of this is not really that important to me. I'm really sorry. But yes, Joshua, of course. How do you feel now that you found out Earth's measured flat?
Still feel the same. Because I just feel like if you want to prove a flat Earth, you kind of have to create a new form of science.
It's a category.
That's not necessarily implied.
That's measurements. Sorry, what are you telling me about science, Joshua? Joshua, please don't expose yourself as a buffoon. There's no need for that. You were doing so well.
I just feel like you're using
science deals with cause and effect. The nature and size and shape and measurements of Earth, that's maths. Science deals with cause and effect. You need to tell me we need to invent a new science when it's just measured flat. That's how it's measured.
Well, sure, but like you say measured, but it's like, how are you getting that if you didn't create your new form of math or physics?
There's no need.
You don't need to recreate the entirety of math.
And physics.
He doesn't understand the systems. That's fine. I'll explain it to him. You know what latitude is?
Yeah.
That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement along a flat baseline between any position from the equator to 90-degree position below Polaris. That means that there is a flat line from the equator all the way to GP position, that's ground position, 90 degrees below Polaris. That can only exist, that grid system that is used for every bit of navigation ever, if Earth is capable of being measured and is measured flat. That's a ground-based, flat system of concentric circles based on angle measurements off a flat Earth to Polaris. There's no new invention of science, category error, it's maths. When we're talking about angle measurements to Polaris, they've been doing it that way for thousands of years, measuring angles to Polaris off a flat plane. Just so we're clear, you can't get angles off a curvy surface that's reified from those measurements of a flat plane, because the radial value of a sphere Earth in your reification and estimation and belief comes from the same measurements. It's a minimum flat Earth angle to Polaris, flat from your position where you measure its minimum at the horizon. That's only capable of being in existence if Earth is measured flat. The entire system is a flat-based system. Same with longitude, elevation angle measurements to the sun, or a time-based system that also exists on all the flat maps. That's why they're flat. It's a flat system of angle measurements to the sun and Polaris for our flat maps. Nothing's being reinvented, and your globe comes from those flat Earth measurements, specifically radius. And nothing's being reinvented. Whoever's off mute. Greg, can you go on mute?
Well, I guess like what I'm saying is like
some new science.
You're like proving flat Earth using educational systems that you were taught previously with a globe Earth.
With a globe Earth? No, the latitude system's not a globe Earth system. Just explain that to you. What part of that didn't you understand?
I'm saying that you're using a system and you're using scientific methods.
No,
that
category
are
error. You didn't
associated
listen.
with globe Earth.
Stop saying science. Stop. Right, you're embarrassing yourself.
I'm
Now
really
slow
not,
down.
though.
I said it twice and it's irritating me. Science deals with cause and effect. The natural phenomena in a measurement of an angle to polarities off a flat plane that can only be measured on a flat plane. It's an angle. That's not a cause and effect relationship. This has nothing to do with science. You don't know what science is. Can you stop using a word that you don't understand? Because it's irritating.
What are you saying right now?
You don't know what science is, and you keep using the word in spite of me telling you 3 times now that you're in a category error when you tell me we need new science for measuring angles. That's maths. Measuring science is... You're on mute. Well, I educate you. Is that possible? Joshua? You told me you don't understand yet. You're making a load of air noises. You breathe down your mic while you talk about science, something you don't understand. You don't understand what science is. It's a cause and effect. Propositional reasoning for phenomena observed in nature. That's science. This is maths, measuring angles, stars on flat planes. Give us the grids that you say we've got to invent a new science for. No, we haven't. That's a category error. We haven't got to invent new maths either. The whole system that even the globe uses is based on flat Earth measurements. You seem to be struggling to comprehend.
Just saying it.
It's a fact. That's what latitude is. The angle-based measurement system of Polaris. Polaris-centric circular system that measures out angles that recede as you back away from Polaris. Your zenith, you've then got a Polaris-centric system. North Pole-centric. The North Pole, that's part of our mapping system. Yeah, Polaris is crucial to that, and the angles to it give us latitude. Angles off a flat plane. You don't get angles from curves. As you back away along a flat baseline, the angle on a flat baseline, that's a flat Earth, recedes as you back away from it. So the angle gets smaller. That's the latitude grid. Can only describe it, map it, and use it if Earth's flat. That's why the maps are flat. You keep telling me we somehow need a new science to do this flat. It's only capable of being done flat. They're angles.
So are you,
like I said at the beginning.
Are you kind of adhering to the AE map, basically, with what you're saying, the polar projection?
No. And did I mention the azimuthal equidistant projection?
No, but your equidistant is the elevation angle to Polaris, right? And these concentric circles you just described.
No.
I'm just kind of that's exactly what you just said.
No. No, a Polaris-centric azimuthal... Yeah, maybe I won't correct you. You obviously know better. You tell me.
Sorry.
No, a Polaris-centric
essentially what I'm saying is that
Joshua, nobody's talking to you. Joshua, as I said earlier, I didn't even appeal to you. I only talked to you out of politeness.
It's
what you now concern yourself with now you found out Earth's measured flat, it doesn't concern me.
It's definitely a group discussion, though.
Shh. Nobody cares. Globe believer, nobody cares. Yeah, this might be a real revelation to you. Nobody cares. Go and digest this massive revelation that Earth's measured flat. And to get a globe belief out of it, you need to measure it flat first. You can deal with that revelation elsewhere. I'm talking to someone else now. Of course, Dragon.
Nathan, I asked you, dude. Just me and you.
Yeah, I was. I'm just getting back on that. I'm getting back on that track, Turquoise. Don't you worry.
Yeah, sure.
I've done this before. This isn't my first rodeo. No worries. Yeah.
Seems like you got
azimuthal equidistant projections. Yeah, azimuthal equidistant projections. No, they're only North Pole centric if you specify they are North Pole centric azimuthal equidistant projections. The most common azimuthal equidistant projection happens to be North Pole centric. An azimuthal equidistant projection can be centered anywhere. Look on Air Force One when JFK was on it. He had an entire hexacentric azimuthal equidistant projection on the back of his wall in the control room for him and his desk when they're flying on Air Force One. Is that North Pole centric? Does that have north? No, it doesn't. You can project them from anywhere. That answers your question, Turquoise Striker.
No, it's kind of on these longitude and latitude lines how you derive them from the angles to Polaris, and how that, like even in the south, they'd be angling and diminishing in the opposite way to what they would in the north. Like the equator's like the equal line where everything reverses. I'm trying to understand that on a map, because I like maps quite a bit, man. I'm trying to picture this on a flat Earth. Because in the south,
picture it on a flat Earth. Which map have you looked at it that is not flat? Which map have you looked at it that it's not flat on? Because they're all flat. All maps are flat.
No, all the maps are projections onto a flat. Yeah, I get that, right? But there's the problems in the south that adhere to all maps, it seems. And these angles to these southern stars are exactly the same to the northern hemisphere.
You dropped something in there. All maps are projections. Did you say what, off a sphere?
Yeah, all of a celestial sphere where we derive the longitude.
And how did we get that? And how did we get the sphere to project? I'm talking. How do we get the projection of the sphere to then project onto a tube to roll out flat in the case of things like the transverse Mercator projection?
Right.
I'm still talking.
All right.
It's rhetorical. Right. Where do we get it from? Well, we get it from measuring angles off a flat plane to Polaris, have the latitude grid that's stretched over a sphere. So then we can apply the Haversine formula. The Haversine formula comes after measuring a Polaris-centric system for latitude. That's measured first on a flat plane, and then put onto a sphere, and then put onto a tube, and then rolled back out flat, so that you can still use it with angle measurements off a flat baseline. So you seem to infer somehow that the buck stops at the sphere bit. No, the sphere bit came from a flat bit, which was measured off a flat plane. There's no globe measuring at any stage. It's just a, I don't know, inconsequential step to get to a transverse Mercator projection. It's an in-between step. Starting point, though, would be angle measurements to Polaris for the latitude grid that gets stretched around a sphere. Because that step, not that it's needed in any way, it distorts everything, nevertheless, is one of the steps to get to these, in this instance, transverse Mercator or North Pole centric azimuthal equitism projection, if you're going to lay the latitude lines on it. In either event, you start with angle measurements to get those lines that we call latitude lines. Before they're stretched round a sphere, they're measured on a flat Earth. If you having trouble picturing how it would work on a flat Earth, well, it definitely doesn't work on a globe. When it's functionally operating with a globe even close to it, you're using the equatorial plane inside a globe, with the celestial sphere wrapped around that. That's still taking place inside a sphere on a flat plane, and obviously nobody's measuring angles inside a globe Earth. We definitely measure the angles off a flat plane. That's the only way it can work. That's why the map has to end up flat, and it starts with flat measurements to the angles of the stars. I don't know why you think this projection of a globe bit is somehow relevant, because it only helps to distort things. I would say that it mucks things up quite considerably, considering that we do just take angles to stars. We can just use a circle system rather than a square one, but we do use a square one, and we do project onto a globe and out onto a tube, but it doesn't really help things beyond the distortions that it creates. There we go.
Okay, so back to the point about the south, and the fact that the elevation or the angles, say, would seem to, just like you posed the idea in the north, right? The further away you get from the Polaris, the angle diminishes, right? That happens in the south as well, right? Do you agree?
You can't see Polaris in the south. We've had to extrapolate out these systems and extend out the latitudes.
Southern stars have the same effect below the equator, as in the further away you get from a south pole, or closer to the equator you get from not the equator in the south. They did the same thing. They diminish. Did they get closer to the horizon? That's a celestial sphere, man, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
It is on a flat Earth. It is on a flat Earth. What are you talking about? The celestial sphere is wrapped around the equatorial plane.
And that was kind of non sequitur because elevation angles to Polaris and elevation angles to just stars in general, for example, like the South, completely different. One is just navigation versus one being how you use the system to build for navigation.
I've got it on screen for my audience anyway. So here's a picture of the latitude and longitude grid. You've got the star being measured with an angle on the plane of the ecliptic, by the looks of things, as opposed to the equatorial plane, but in either event, measured off a plane with the observer standing inside a globe at its centre, at the core. And no one's measuring angles from the centre of a sphere Earth, but we definitely measure angles off the plane when we measure angles to stars for latitude as depicted in this diagram. There's no measuring of an angle off the top of a globe. You can't do that. Hence they're all depicted this way. The globe becomes nothing more than a glorified protractor because you're not standing inside a globe in hell measuring angles. You're standing on the ground measuring angles to stars, and that's the flat plane depicted in this diagram because that's how it works. Globe requires a flat plane for you to believe you're standing on it. That's not how this works. It works off flat plane measurements to angles of stars in the sky off a flat plane on a flat Earth.
I've got another 1 second, Nathan. I've got basically it might make you get the idea what I'm posing here. That it would, do you believe in a celestial sphere? Is it a dome sphere? Like what is this? What is a star form? Because it measures as a sphere, right?
No, measuring what you can then depict as a perspective view represented as a dome, which is what's on my screen for my audience now. Latitude and longitude grid represents angles that just recede towards the horizon. You can then describe what is being effectively looked at, therefore perspective view, as being the dome of your vision, as something getting further and further away from you, over land that's further and further away from you. Looks like it's going down, but it isn't. That's how you can diagrammatically represent it. What you actually have to have in effect for that to work, I'm still talking. You have to have an effect for that to work. It's a parallel plane. That is to say that sky runs parallel with the ground for this to functionally operate. The fact that it's depicted in a perspective view that recedes towards your horizon in a North Pole centric system doesn't mean it's so, and in fact it isn't. Ground must be flat and the sky must be flat for the positions moving across it to be 90 degrees to your position at all times and at all elevations. Parallel sky and ground is what you require, not a dome.
Yeah, you did exactly what I thought. So you deny the celestial sphere, so you've got to admit it's a planar sky, because zeniths are all different locations relative to the surface, right? Geometrically, that's how it works.
What do you mean zeniths are all different positions? What do you mean zeniths?
Verticals. This is the paradigm of flat Earth, right? The verticals are all parallel to each other.
That's your question. What do you mean zeniths? What do you mean when you say zeniths?
Vertical, yeah, the point above your head, right?
There's only one point above my head. You used a plural. Zeniths, you said.
Yeah, multiple
There's
locations.
only one point above my head. Oh, we're already into an objection. I can't seem to manage to get my objection out without you talking through it.
That's
plural.
That's the problem, right?
Well, you're not listening to what my objection is. That is to say, you've given it zeniths, like there's more than one of them. What's a zenith, you say? The point above your head. That's 1 point, not two. So we're already into a bit of a problem with me understanding what you're talking about, because you've described like there's more than one of them. Zeniths? Oh.
Okay, we'll stick with one then. Let's stick with one, keep it basic. So there's one horizontal plane and one zenith relative to the observer. Okay, we'll agree upon that, right?
You measure from a flat surface zenith when you're doing celestial navigation. What are you babbling about? There's not one zenith. Zenith is a description. You just don't seem to understand the terminology you're using while you're trying to make an example for me to argue out or work on a flat Earth. Yeah, there's one zenith. That's a nonsensical statement if ever I've heard one.
All right, let me roll back then. I'm ignoring the surface of the Earth right now. I'm just talking about an observer on the surface of whatever we're standing on and the sky and its correlation between each other. Okay, so whatever the surface you're standing on, for how many observers you want to use in this experiment, each observer has a different zenith and a different star field above them, right? You agree? Because all verticals would be parallel on a flat Earth, or they'd be divergent on a globe, right? They're all different.
This is okay. Let me just answer you.
That's how we celestial. That's how we celestial navigate.
Oh, am I allowed to answer? So, no, what you're describing is a principle that's employed to save lives at sea. It's called celestial navigation. Facts of this system are that all zeniths are parallel with one another. It's a fact that has to hold true for you to measure GPs of stars and match them up in the almanac. So you seem to be positioning this like it's a circumstance that is dependent on something when it's an employed system called celestial navigation. Celestial navigation runs on the basis that the sky runs parallel with the ground and that the ground is flat and capable of giving you a baseline with 90-degree GP positions below all navigational stars. Therefore, this isn't something up for debate. This is a fact of celestial navigation.
Your response, Turquoise?
There you are, Eli.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So Nathan, he basically server muted himself because I muted him while you were responding. Server deafened.
Eli, would you mind explaining this issue about the maps, cartography again?
As far as what?
The process, how they attain facts in order to make an accurate map, or why the given map is erroneous, especially concerning, for instance, this AE map that some people, strongly revulse at or leap toward.
Well, funny enough, we were actually going over a debate that Witsit was having. And I think it was pointed out that the AE map is used by like the military,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, so what is the contention?
I mean, does not stand to reason that if a map is
a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Oh, okay. The show started.
What's
at least for
happening?
Nathan.
Oh, welcome. We're in a different Discord server today, so we are live from Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. Hopefully one of my moderators will share the link to this particular server, so you can actually join that server if you did want to have a chat with us live. In the meantime, any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No, it has to be flat. How would you do that if it's curved, Nathan?
You can't. You've got to have 90 degrees to the position out in the distance. That means you've got to have a flat Earth between you and that position. That's how it works. Baseline's got to be flat.
And we are taking measurements from the surface, are we not?
Yeah, I mean, we've developed grid systems on the surface from those angles also. For example, latitude.
Earth is flat.
Earth is measured flat and developed flat, and the globe faith has come from those flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, so like the thing about it that confuses people is the word horizon, because in the context of celestial navigation, horizon isn't your limited view of the ground. The horizon extends all the way in a straight path from you as the observer taking the horizontal well, taking a vertical measurement, horizontally it goes out all the way to the point at which the star is 90 degrees to the ground underneath. So there's an
that's
angle
got to be
between
flat.
you. Mm-hmm. So horizon just means from you all the way to the GP and beyond.
Not exactly. You can use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane, but it can have the position that you're actually measuring. That's the GP ground position. That's the position at the zenith of the star. If you were at it, you would be lying on your back looking directly up at that star at that time. Well, that's the position that you actually want. That could be way beyond the horizon, Eli.
Yeah, we can I mean, we can use what we call the horizon, but ultimately what they're talking about when they're talking about a horizontal baseline, they call that the horizon as well.
I got a letter from someone by Messenger. I did actually put this in Master B. I don't know if any of you saw this, but it's somebody asking me to help, and I'm not going to read out the guy's name, but I am going to read out the part that I think is relevant from the message he was sending to the person that's asking me to solve this problem. Right? I'll just sort of tail into it. Right? I rekindled an interest in astronomy in 2015 with a specific aim to determine what was out there. Much of what I've seen on the website, particularly JTOL Media 1, strongly suggests that our Earth is flat. Also, I can't see how a planet can maintain an atmosphere surrounded by what is described as a vacuum. Gravity is often given as the reason, but this cannot be correct. My one big problem, this is the bit I want you to pay attention to. My one big problem with a flat Earth situation, open brackets, despite yours and other evidence, close brackets, is how we can reconcile with astronomy with an equatorial mount. We seem to have to set the equatorial mount axis to our latitude. Despite hours and days of pondering this, I cannot come up with a solution that satisfies a flat surface with a North Pole in the centre. I must be missing something. Best wishes. Anonymous. Right, my response. EQ mount sits on the equatorial plane. A flat Earth! The equatorial mount only works on a flat Earth. Latitude is a flat Earth angle measurement of Polaris. His objections require a flat Earth. No idea why he has an issue with the system, latitude. Is a flat Earth prerequisite and a mount that has to be level with a flat plane. The equatorial plane. I don't understand this man's objections. That was my message to him. And then I sent him this diagram. Let's just bring that up from Skype. I'm done now, just about in Discord, in case you're wondering I'm waffling on. Here we go. Here's the equatorial plane in a North Pole centric system. This is you. This is a flat plane. Here's angles measured off it. It couldn't be much more simple. Now you can, if I go back to the diagram that's in my G Plus Hangout, let's just do that now. You can wrap a ball around that, right? So the globe becomes a glorified protractor in the same diagram. So here's the diagram with a globe in it, and here's the diagram without a globe in it. The globe's just a protractor because you're never standing inside a globe. But for this to work, that's how it's diagrammatically represented, so that you can at least have some token gesture to the globe. But it has to be working on a flat plane. I'm done.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chocolate, and good morning,
What's
Adam.
up, Chocolate?
Can you guys hear me okay? Mic check.
Oh, great.
Yeah, man.
All right.
What's up, Choco?
Cool. Yo, what up, fam?
We're in 24/7 today. Haven't been here a couple of days, but we're in the land of misfit toys, otherwise known as Earth Awakenings, the last couple of days, and today we're in 24/7. We'll see how it goes today. Hopefully well.
All right. Oh, every time I come in, I feel like every time I come in, we're in a different place now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. 24/7 is a great server, by the way.
A different place mentally, as the guy from the Globe just found out, when I'm like, I don't care if you get this or it's some big revelation that you need to fight against. I'm really here for the people who are the regulars in this server. Like Indigo, he would be my main target audience for the things I'm saying. Right? Because that's the person I want to appeal to, and I'm like, yeah, old school techniques say, disprove the globe, show how the globe is a lie. Moving forward, just show it's a Earth, and that's how the globe came to pass. If you have to talk about the globe or to the globe, or someone's pretending that they've got a globe beneath their feet, show them how that globe came from flat Earth measurements. But better still, don't even mention the globe. Earth is just measured flat, and you can show how that is the case. It's a lot stronger position to move forward on than they lied about the globe. Who cares about the globe?
It served its purpose. Debunking the globe served its purpose. Now it's time to move on, because we have proof. Silver bullet proof.
So Gregory had a question while you guys were doing the intro for the show. Gregory, would you like to ask the question again?
Yeah, about cartography. I was asking concerning this controversy, right? Especially with the so-called AE map, because some people strongly are revolted against it, and then others, towards it. So, in the effort to make a map, how does one do that? But make it accurately, of course, that it's usable.
We've already got maps that are used. I don't really understand your question. We do already use maps, and we have expanded out the known territories of what we call the world using a star-based system that has been butchered beyond the equator. But that is the system we do use. It's a flat angle-based system with stars that are above certain positions on the ground at certain times. And we know from documenting it over thousands of years where those positions will be at what time. That's how the mapping system does work. So, how would you go about making a map? What, like the thousands that we've already got? Most of them have been distorted to all hell, so that, like in the pre-show, that guy can say, well, they're just globe projections. What globe projections that came from angle measurements to Polaris to give you the latitude grid, to stretch that round a globe, to project it out on a tube, to cut it out and roll it out flat to give you a transverse Mercator projection with a square grid rather than a circular one. That means you can say there's a globe somewhere involved, but the system is operationally and functionally flat in all instances. Has to be, otherwise it wouldn't work with the angles to the stars that it's all based on.
Sure, I understand that. My question is, I would like the process step by step explained to me. How does one make an accurate and usable map?
Don't know. I'm not a cartographer. That's a different question. That I looked at. The first thing I got here was looking at maps with Martin, a guy called Martin Leitker, Happy Martin at the time, now Flat Earth British, or Martin Leitker. And that's all we did. Look at the progress through history of cartography, which is, like I say, the earliest videography on my channel in flat Earth terms is about maps. But I'm no cartographer in terms of the complex process of actually getting the territory laid down on maps. I wouldn't know where to begin. Does anybody here know the basics of cartography? Adam, Chocolate? I'll answer you don't know. Sorry.
Very well, we're all learning.
Indio might know if he's available.
Got map making skills, Indy?
Yeah, I guess it was just like the whole process of taking the elevation angles to then project it onto a sphere, and then flattened out again after the fact, or put onto, like you said, a cylinder, and then opened up like a scroll to be flat to give us the Mercator projection.
What I do know is it's a lot of work. So in terms of map makers, one thing that they'll do, like with books, is insert intentional mistakes. Like they'll name a road that isn't really there. as an easy reference to find if someone's copied their work, because that's basically all it involves. Work, accurately mapping out where stuff is a job. And someone who's gone out and looked at the coastline and surveyed every little nook and cranny and then put it onto a map is something that's then saleable. They don't want it stolen, so they'll, like I say, in the maps, incorporate intentional mistakes that they can easily spot if someone's robbed their work and then republishing it as their own. It's a job. But all that's relevant to us as flat earthers is how the systems that are mapped onto these pieces of paper with undulations and topography and roads, how does that function? And how do the grids that are on those maps come to pass in the first instance? By measuring the angles of these stars to give us these grids, and these stars are being measured off a flat Earth. That's the only bit that's really relevant to us. What I see is also relevant in terms of dissuading flat earthers from making themselves look stupid is to try and dissuade them from looking at things like Antarctica when having this conversation, and say, if you're going to speculate about Antarctica, you're going to end up looking like an idiot. Whereas if you describe how the new worlds, some of which will be living on our cells right this very moment, and perhaps even still refer to them as new worlds, well, those new worlds were discovered using these mapping processes and stars that represented their positions over the ground at given times. We mapped and charted and produced almanacs with, so that we could navigate our way home when expanding out the territory to the new worlds. Now, when you then show the cartography on the new worlds that weren't on old maps at all, you can get somebody to appreciate how the world has expanded in a flat manner, with flat maps and flat systems to do so. Then you don't have to speculate about ice rings and ice walls and domes and stupid nonsense that you can't verify. Every bit of a land that's now colonized will be mapped, and you can show that easily. But you can also show a 100-year-old previous map that doesn't even have it on the map. So that's a much better progress to show someone how the world is flat and has been mapped and charted flat and expanded out onto the new worlds flat. And that's how our world has progressed without any questionability in what you state. The second you go to, there's a ring of ice around us and Antarctica's a wall rather than an island and blah, 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 you just look like an idiot. Prove what you know to be true, and the expansion of the known worlds flat is a fact. Everyone keeps jumping in and out of the G Plus hangout. It's some party I'm not knowing about, or what?
Nah, I
wouldn't even touch that.
Again, Sydney? Is it Sydney?
Oh, I just said I wouldn't even touch that question, but yeah.
Have you got a party going on that we don't know about, Sydney? Now I'm asking a different question.
No, I like to take those people from that gang. So you're good. I don't want to bring that into it.
Fair enough. Say no more. We'll speak after.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Just so you know, Joshua, you are now unmuted. If you'd like to rejoin the conversation, you can. Just try not to, be too disruptive.
All right.
Some slack. His whole world's just been turned upside down.
I don't care. So what?
Not particularly. I mean,
What part of wait a second. What part of what Nathan laid out do you not understand?
Because, what I'm saying is, if you believe in flat Earth, then everything associated with globe Earth is also false.
It's the other way around.
So you have
it's
to...
not belief. No, let me just correct that. No, it's the other way around. It's not a belief that Earth is flat. That's how Earth is measured. Now, those measurements are also used by you for your globe belief. Radius of a sphere Earth, that's 3959 miles. Where do you think that comes from? You don't know. I'll just tell you. It comes from the angle to Polaris at its minimum. That's a flat Earth measurement of Polaris for your sphere radius. Church used it to create an idea of Earth moving around the sun, so we had a better idea of how those lights above us measured on a flat plane work. Church came up with that idea of the sphere. It's not actually something we're standing on, but when you take angle measurements to Polaris and extract out a radial value, you can infer in a mathematical model that Earth is sphere-shaped and moving around a sun in a sun-centric system that the church invented. That invented system still measures a flat Earth to get radial values for your globe belief. Did you understand and follow what I just told you about the globe belief coming from measurements of flat Earth for radius? You understand that?
Yeah, but was it created for globe or for flat?
Measured and can only be measured flat. Angled to Polaris. Still on screen for my audience. You take an angle that's along a flat baseline, and the position you're measuring of Polaris meets that flat, straight, flat Earth line at 90 degrees below the star. So below the star, you've got a plumb line drop from Polaris to the ground, yeah, straight down. Where it meets the ground, you measure from your position at the equator, some distance away, teeny tiny little angle with 90 degrees between you and it. That means there's a flat Earth between you and Polaris for the radial value of a sphere Earth. Can only be gained, acquired, measured if Earth is flat. You don't get a sphere Earth belief unless you can measure a flat Earth to get it. It's a lot to take in.
I mean, I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
Like, what I'm saying is everything associated with the globe Earth is pretty much existence as we know it. So if you're going to assert flat Earth, then everything has to be recreated that you know of.
No,
language, science, math, all that has to be recreated.
This is the same crappy back last time 3 times. It seemed to be like a stuck record. You only have one line of cognition. Everything needs to be readjusted if Earth's not a sphere. No.
Yeah.
The
Otherwise,
5th time.
You're taking concepts for
sphere
and
faith
making them new
comes
for
from
flat Earth.
measurements of. Hang on, someone jabbering through me. Hang on.
Yeah, him.
Sphere Earth comes from those flat Earth measurements, mate. Church used flat Earth measurements to invent the sphere. You following me?
Did you say we would have to redo language?
Yeah.
And science.
If you found out that Earth was not a sphere?
Yeah.
What if that was already done in order to convince you that Earth was a sphere in the first place? Like what they give you words like atmosphere? What the hell is that? What's an atmosphere?
Sphere-shaped air, oxymoron.
Right. Not something that's something that's not possible. They've convinced you that it is by taking a word and creating a word that's full of nonsense. Right? So it's already been done. The brainwash has already been set. Now you're talking about resetting it. Well, yeah, maybe some of that does have to happen, but we don't have to go reinvent the wheel. You know what I mean? Like everything, like Nathan was saying, everything is already based on a flat Earth. The only thing that's sprinkled on top of it is a little story about a globe. That's it. Anything practical, any vehicle that's in the air, flying around with hundreds of people on it, do you think they're using a globe to navigate? Come on.
Yeah, they're using latitude and longitude, which is a flat Earth system. People believe because they see that stretched around a globe, they think it's a globe system. Nah, it's an angle measurement to Polaris in terms of latitude. It's only capable of being measured ever if Earth's flat.
Yeah, in reality, you're taking a level flight. Well, once you reach altitude, you're taking a level flight. The ground beneath you isn't moving. So, so for all intents and purposes, air travel, land travel, all travel um, assumes a flattened, stationary, non-rotating Earth with the majesty of the heavens moving about us above.
That's correct.
How about we poignantly, because everything that was said, of course, was true. How about we poignantly concentrate the refutation to refute his non sequitur argument? His argument is falsely insinuating that the globe cosmological premise is the necessary precondition for all knowledge. That's why I keep saying it when I was back in 24/7 voice channel in politics. There's this habit where, because they're so devout to the globe paradigm, that in order to save it from any critique, they then try to make what effectively becomes a transcendental argument for the globe, that without the globe, you couldn't know anything. So the globe becomes basically God, right? The God is a transcendental necessary precondition for all knowledge, not the globe. But of course, for some reason, they've developed this habit all of a sudden. So no, it is not the case that the Earth must be a ball flying in a cosmic vacuum in order for us to know anything, including math and language. It's foolish. It's patently non sequitur.
Yeah, you just have to show them how you get an angle measurement to get things like latitude. Well, you need a flat Earth for those things, and they don't work on a sphere because you can't get angles from spheres. So, they're nonsensical, preordaining the globe as somehow being God. Because, no, everything must work with the globe, as he's told me and chanted 4 times at me. Yeah, we know. But that's why I don't tend to concern myself too much with the end user anymore. I'm more concerned with the people in the servers that are actually talking to these end users for hours and hours and hours on end. Give the super chat sensual go. It says 4 more hours, please.
Yeah, they just rinse and repeat.
Be a globe, gotta be a globe, gotta be a globe. No, it hasn't. It's flat Earth measurements, and that's why all your maps are flat. That's why there are no globe maps, and if it was a globe, that's all we'd have. But we haven't. We've just got flat maps, because we need them to work with angles for flat plane.
Nathan, unless they could show me a way where they're getting angles from a curved surface, that's an impossibility.
So he opened up the live show, asking if you can get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. You can't.
See, but that's what they're having a hard time understanding. You have to realize that all these measurements are taking place on the surface of Earth. Flat.
Yes, but as I say, when you say they, you're talking about the guy on the globe side. I don't actually see that as... That's an end result of us telling the people in the servers that's why we're out and about. To go on the front foot and tell people Earth's measured flat. And when you get accustomed to doing it, when someone does bring up the globe, you'll tell them how their globe uses flat Earth measurements also. When, like in the... If it was in pre-show or after show or a live show, but when the guy's telling me about his ideas of where the globe works, I parrot back to him how, no, your globe projection was latitude measured off a flat plane and stretched around a globe to then roll it back flat out again after projecting it onto a tube. So you've got a square grid rather than a circular grid. That's flat Earth measurement through to flat Earth map at the end. But what, there's a globe somewhere in between that distorts it all to all hell? Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's a globe, because you can't get angles for the latitude grid on a globe. That's why the map's repositioned as a flat transverse Mercator. So it can work with angles still. Because Earth's flat and has to work with angles to stars.
May I ask a question?
Monkey, was that? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wondering, how do you guys rebuttal the Glovers who say, oh, the plane uses autopilot and they don't have to angle the nose down when they fly and all that stuff? I'm sure you're very familiar with that argument.
The flat Earth proof.
Yeah, so from the glober's POV, when they say, "Oh yeah, well, planes use autopilot so that the pilot doesn't have to adjust for the curvature and have the nose angle down at 2 degrees or whatever it may be," you know, what would your rebuttal be to someone who says that to you?
Well, what you're asking me is, how do I rebuttal someone who apologizes for how flat planes fly? If you're not following the curve of Earth, is that?
Sorry, that was me. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chocolate. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you tell them thanks.
Yeah.
Basically, what they was just saying, like, tell
they're
them thanks.
saying,
"Oh, so you're giving me reasons why your curvature is not negotiated at all in these aircraft that are supposed to be negotiated curvature? Thanks.
Yeah,
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back."
They're asking you to rebuttal their apologetics for how flat the plane is flying. It's what, flying nose up, not negotiating any curve according to your opponent in this scenario. Welcome to Flat Earth. That would be my response.
Thanks, that's good.
Anything else? Is that it?
All you really have to do is just listen to them. Right? Eventually, they speak long enough. What they're going to be doing is, like Nathan said, mitigating reasons why the claims that they make cannot be claims that they make. That's all they do. That's what they do. That's literally how the globe survives. That's how they, they have no choice, right? So anybody who you ask, how's this plane flying over curvature? Well, yeah, of course they're going to tell you, oh, it's so big, you don't have to, you know? Like currently, right now, we're being told it's inappropriate to measure the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
We measure it flat. Why? Because it's so big. Oh, that's a hell of a belief you got.
For 10 years, we've been dealing with their apologetics. Why do we survey it flat and build on it flat? Well, because in a small scale, Earth's so big, we treat it as flat. Right, and that leads to a rebuttal. So we treat it and measure it and build on it flat. But that's only because it's so big. Yeah, screw your apologetics. We're dealing with it, building on it, treating it, surveying it flat. Right? Yeah, but only because it's so big. No. What we're actually doing is building on it flat then. So why is it that we've spent 10 years dealing with the apologetic for how flat it isn't when it's being dealt with by them and us as flat? Well, they deal with it flat because it is flat. We deal with it flat because it is flat. It's mapped, charted and measured flat. It's built on flat. It's negotiated flat. It's flat. What's that? How do I deal with their apologetic for how big it is? I don't need to. It's dealt with flat in all instances by everyone, always.
And they were telling us that from the beginning. We just weren't hearing it.
Yeah, I mean, the number of papers that I've seen.
Go on, Spunky.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say, the number of papers I've seen where they say, assuming not a stationary flat Earth, like, right there in the heading. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's NASA.
Oh, that happens to come from the same people that give you beautiful cartoons of a ball and tell you that's where you live. Isn't that appropriate?
You know, with that mention of the citations, right?
They were always telling us it was flat, no?
We need to start understanding as flat earthers that Earth is actually flat. And that is how it's actually dealt with. Because a lot of the people I tell this to recently go, what? Nah, you're wrong. Like, no, I'm not wrong. The globes come from flat Earth measurements, and all inferences of a sphericity have come from flat Earth measurements also. We actually deal with Earth is flat, and they know it, and they tell us it. But then they apologise for how we wouldn't need to deal with it spherically because of blah, 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 therefore we deal with it flat. But yeah, we deal with it flat. We need to start appreciating this as flat earthers and moving forward going, yeah, that's how we deal with Earth because that's how it is. And you do too, Mr. Globe Believer. Let's find out where your example leads us to a flat Earth prerequisite. That's a measurement of a flat Earth for you to make your globe fundy belief true. No. It's a paradox the moment you point out how the Earth's been measured flat for their sphere belief.
Concerning Monkey's mention of the citations.
Flat Earth more than we do.
NASA citations. Is anybody from my panel in 24/7 Discord that can give Spunky Monkey a NASA citation that says Earth's dealt with flat?
I wanted to say this comment concerning a Monkey's comment. So yeah, when that fact is mentioned, that when you mention the citations from these professional institutions that teach their students to operate various machinery, especially traveled vehicles, right, through the air, on the water, on the earth, especially through the air, that they are being taught to navigate and operate these machines on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. And then the apologetic response, which is just an ad hoc rescue fallacy. Well, it's just to make the math simpler. Well, that's a digression from the point. Furthermore, you're insinuating that that premise is false within the curriculum that these students are receiving. And so that necessarily reduces that reply to absurdity. You're telling me these professional institutions are teaching their students to operate this machinery with their lives and the lives of others in their hands in a cosmological paradigm that isn't real?
You said it all when you said it's easier that way. No, if Earth was spherical, it would be easier to deal with it spherically. It's easier to deal with it flat, is their apologetics, because it is being dealt with flat. Shout out to Ian Leahy for the super chat. I don't know if he wants me dropping in a minute, but the comment I half read earlier and left out the commenter's name, that came from Ian Leahy. My responses and this diagram, if I stick it back up on screen, was boshed together for Ian. When I'm like, yeah, the equatorial mount's working on the equatorial plane. That's a flat plane. And you're dealing with leveling the tool to that plane. Leveling the tool. Yeah, it's all dealt with flat. Anyway, thanks for the super chat, Ian. Really appreciate the support. People can't believe it and they have to make apologetics after the fact. But somehow flat earthers in the last 10 years have got caught up in defending the apologetics rather than welcoming people to flat earth when they tell them how flat it is. Yeah, you're a globe believer and you're telling me so big it's flat. It's flat. Functional bit, the measurement bit, that's flat, isn't it? Yeah, that's because it's flat.
The funniest part is they're trying to convince you that this paradigm that you believe in, we take that paradigm, even though it's complete opposite of what we believe, we're going to take that and use it because it makes the math simpler. Since when does it make life simpler when you take something for the exact opposite of what it actually is? Please tell me where people do that.
They don't.
Yeah, I'm trying to walk. Yeah, I'm trying to walk across the corner to the corner store. So I'm going to walk in the opposite direction while doing, high-level algebra so I can get there.
Exactly.
So we deal with it how it's dealt with. That's flat. Regardless of their apologetics, regardless of their transpositions inside hell, star angle measurements. Doesn't matter. We're dealing with it flat, regardless of how they dice it up. All the globe is a glorified protractor. A measurement of a flat plane that gives us angles to stars and the mapping systems that we actually use to negotiate Earth flat.
That's exactly what it is. A glorified protractor.
I think I'm going to try to go see if Humble H is available, because he is in the live stream over on your server. So he had a question yesterday about what you were saying about the elevation of angle of stars don't change.
I think we dealt with that, Eli. I think we dealt with it in the pre-show.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. Yeah, we've now got a live audience, Neil. Thanks for deciding that the live audience doesn't get that.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know y'all talked about it, though.
Okay, that one of the principles that's being utilised in celestial navigation is that the sky and ground run parallel with one another. Further to that, the altitude that you measure a star with to navigate the ground flat does not change with elevation. That is to say, if you are in a boat and you are measuring an angle that requires a flat Earth, first and foremost, you've got to understand that Earth must be flat for this to work. measure your angle. So you've got the star that's 1,000 miles away with an angle to it, and you've got a 90 degree from your dinghy to the GP position of the star you're measuring. Okay, everyone's clear. You've got a triangle with a flat base on the ground. Good. Now you've got a helicopter that theoretically can hover at 50,000 feet. As absurd as this sounds, it's just an example. The helicopter is directly over the dinghy that you're measuring the angle. Now, just for simple numbers, we're going to say that the angle's 20 degrees. You in your boat have got a 20-degree angle to the star that you're using for navigation. Guy in the helicopter 50,000 feet above you has also got a sextant. And he also gets 20 degrees to the star exactly the same as you do. That is to say that the sky, running parallel with the ground, will, by way of the majesty of the heavens, provide the same angle at all elevations. Therefore, as a navigation system with latitude and longitude, you can deal with the world with zero elevation changes when traversing the territory. When you navigate across the flat plane that we dwell atop, you can ignore all elevation changes, because all horizontals run parallel with the ground and sky. Eye level will run parallel with the ground and sky. Surface level will run parallel with any horizontal you establish at any point at any altitude. How fantastic and majestic the heavens are in order for us to have actually expanded the known territory of our worlds thanks to this principle that we must understand and must utilize Earth as a prerequisite flat plane to navigate it. I'm done. Hello, John.
So are you saying that the stars do not obey our geometry?
Geometry is a description of shape. If you're going to ascribe the triangle that I did to the angle below the star and your angle to it with a flat baseline, and by pure inference of standard geometry, you would, if you're describing that triangle and raising in altitude, assume if the position of that star that you're measuring has a geographic position as opposed to the ground position that we use. That is to say, it has a fixed location in the sky with a three-dimensional coordinate you can ascribe to it. And as you raise in altitude, the expectation would be that the angle to that decreases as you raise in altitude. Akin to you standing next to a lighthouse and cricking your neck to look at it because it's 100 foot high and you're on the ground. Then you raise up 95 feet and you don't have to crick your neck anymore. The angle reduces. Well, that doesn't happen with the stars. They do not obey that sort of principle that we would expect based on how everything else with a fixed altitude does behave. The stars don't. And because they don't, we can utilise an almanac that puts the position of the star above a piece of land at a given time, and it makes no difference how high you are when you measure the angle to that star. It's still above the same ground position in all instances. So you can have a universal almanac that doesn't have to ascribe height beyond your correction if using the horizon to establish the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference.
That's amazing.
It
the
is.
Earth is flat.
We can only thank God that we've got stars that behave the way they do. We would have never found our way around if they didn't. Lucky
That's
old
a slam
us.
dunk.
Yeah, it's a slam dunk. Earth's dealt with flat to this day, regardless of your religious belief in spheres that have come from the church's derivations of these flat plane measurements. Give better predictive capabilities to the church so they know when Easter's going to come around next year.
That would be this next Sunday.
Good job. Thank heliocentrism for that. We're in 24/7 Discord today, John. So you know. Our intention was to stay in Earth Awakenings for several days. I was cast down and we were told to come elsewhere. Hence we're with you guys today.
I dig it, man. I dig it.
If there's a blazing row, the unpacking of said row will be tomorrow. I'll come back like I did with Earth Awakenings yesterday, rather than leaving it open-ended after we disappear a short period later.
It was a blazing row this morning.
Oh. There was on 24/7, no, not 24/7, Earth Awakenings on Monday. Whitsit and I had to thrash out the ideas that Whitsit was challenging when saying, oh, well, it might just be that our instruments aren't accurate enough to show that there's a difference in angle as you raise an elevation. Or, with an appeal to the future fallacy, his ideas that maybe down the line we'll find out if we can go higher than we have already, that the angle does change as we raise an elevation. So that had to be thrashed out because the basic principles of celestial navigation and the majesty of the heavens I've just described must be understood for you to in any way move forward with that principle of navigation and an understanding of how the globe came to be. Because that's how it was derived.
It wasn't thrashed out because he never conceded.
No,
You
he
were
flip-flopped.
kicked out because he was wrong?
He flip-flopped. Oh, I don't disagree with any of that, would be the sentiment that he'd put across after disagreeing with it for quite a significant period. Hey, Brian.
Nathan, how things, everyone?
Good.
You were asked to leave because he was wrong.
Irish.
It's not wrong. It's just ignorant. He didn't understand how the stars worked. That was blatantly obvious, and I did state that verbally during the discussion.
No, John is asking if we were asked to leave because of that.
No, we weren't asked to leave at all. If that would be the case in 24/7, we haven't annoyed anybody yet, as far as I know. I mean, maybe the Globe believer, but my lack of empathy hasn't been, in any way shot down as being unreasonable. So there we go.
So you weren't asked to leave Earth Awakenings?
No. What gave you that impression?
You did.
Hey, I didn't give that impression. I gave the impression that you guys didn't want to return for a third day. We'd had the discussion and then digested it the following day, and now we're in 24/7 Discord.
Oh,
this
you were
beautiful bunch
cast
of people.
down by us. Okay, I get it. Though.
Yeah, you specifically.
I knew
Eli.
that's what he meant.
Yeah, definitely. Now where are you
I don't
guys?
think 3 days in a row. I don't think 3 days in a row they could have handled that. It's a wise choice to come here.
I thought Brendo was...
I was just going to say, I imagine the question, what difference in questions that you must get between the two, but yeah, yep, okay, I'm glad for it.
Other than being server muted, which was perfectly justified by the mod team, because Neil couldn't shut up. That's, good.
Here we go again.
No, you want to know that's going to happen. If I join a server and someone's having a really good discussion and they've got to their point, in this case, Indy, he's got to his point where he's like, you need to appreciate that you've succumbed to the control of the government and relinquished all acknowledgement of a creator. That's a pretty powerful point he's trying to get through. We come in and go, we're flat at debate, we're here, we're ruining your point. No. Got to server mute that crap, and I'm glad they did.
That's not what we said. I asked, what's the scientific idea?
Copernicus isn't science. Sometimes you let stuff slide, though. Indy didn't need that point ruining his actual point, did he, Neil, at that moment?
No, he didn't.
Right. He didn't read between the lines, so we got server muted because of you. Eli had to go in and sort it all out for us and mop up the mess that he semi-caused.
But I thought Eli said we're server muted automatically until he goes in there and lets the mods know.
Not me. I'm special.
Yeah, well, I had a conversation yesterday about, bringing you guys in. I was like, because I said, tomorrow or something. I don't know if I said tomorrow or just in general. I'm going to have Nathan come in here, and there were some objections like, oh, but don't they do their own thing? Yeah, I don't know if that will work over here. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's just like going to be like anybody else who comes in here, but with people on the panel, like.
Yeah, we're like the guy that comes around the school, that you book and the whole assembly hall gets called and he sits at the front of the assembly. We're a bit like that. We're a group that comes and sits and says, don't do globe drugs. Just tell them it's measured flat. And at the end of the workshop, we'll say, right, everyone, say it with me. Earth is measured flat. Earth is measured flat. No, we're not going to do that. But that's the hope. The hope is that gets drummed in. Probably what we said when we came here last week or the week before, right? Same thing that we've been saying since the 1st of January.
You got a big fan. It's following you wherever you go on your server.
Rebuttal, whatever. That made me laugh, dude. That was really funny.
Who's that? Who's the fan?
Big fan is Professor Danny Faulkner, Danny57. Everywhere you go, he's there on Moot.
He was here before I got here. I saw him in the server before I got here, so that can't be true.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just before I joined, I glanced over who was in the room, and he was in there.
But he was in our server first, Nathan. He just followed you here.
Oh, I see.
Sorry about that.
No, my bad. I saw him in our server before I joined it. My bad. Take it back.
Yep. Following you wherever you go. He might be writing another book.
Every breath
Chewy
you
world,
take.
That's a creepy old song.
Don't ruin a good song. Don't ruin a good song, man. That's a good one. Come on.
What, hun? You searching for my phone?
Stacy, what up?
I'm Sydney. It's not Stacy. It's okay. I get that a lot. But I'll never say sweetie. I love Stacy, but I never say sweetie.
If it was Stacy, she'd be yelling at Nathan by now.
It's not Stacy.
It's not? Damn, my bad.
It's not Stacy, Elijah.
That's why I said she'd be yelling at Nathan by now.
Hey, thanks, Chewy. Missed you too, man.
If it was Stacy, she'd be saying, "It's not your year, Nathan."
Oh, there's another Stacy. Also, Neil.
So, what was that then? I'm not looking at any names. I'm working, so I can't see anything.
That's not a stick save, Chocolate.
To Stacey's sentiment in that regard, right? Saying it's not your year. What does your year mean? Well, it means I've taken it upon myself to go out to places like 24/7, or in that case, Earth Awakenings. Say, I can help you move the flat Earth argument forward because we've now got a silver bullet. Earth is measured flat. This is the most powerful argument you will ever use in your flat Earth career, and therefore it's worth me putting my neck out there and going and telling you about it. That's what I'm saying. Now, I can dress that up because I've been a salesman for many years with positive spin. Go, this is my year! Like I'm some bleeding politician. It's just hype. Just building a bit of a hype train. For some reason, there's naysayers, in this case Stacey, that are like, it's not your year. What, my year to tell people Earth's measured flat? I'm pretty sure that people are quite receptive to that, and upon disbelief being gotten over, which is all I'm being confronted with, nah, that can't be right. What, just Earth's measured flat? Yeah, it is, yeah. Nah. Apart from the globe believers, believe it or not. They're the only ones that are like, yeah, Earth is measured flat, but that's because it's so really, really big. Or yeah, it is measured flat, but that's because it's easier that way. Globe believers have given me more affirmation than the flat earthers have because they're in disbelief at the moment, but it's early doors. I'll keep doing it till people say it back to me, which hasn't happened so far. I tested the water jokingly by way of comparison. Earth is measured flat. Yeah, that's my key to say for people to snigger. Go, yeah, but it is. People aren't picking up what I'm putting down yet. Well, you'll keep seeing me, and eventually you'll get annoyed with me saying it, that you'll go, we'll only get rid of this idiot if we start telling him the fact that it is measured flat back to him. So he recognises that we've heard it. That's all I mean by, it's my year. What, my year to go out and do a shed ton of work? Yeah, basically. I can spin that positively. Worthy work. We all need to be doing this in the most sincere tone I can take. It is thousands of more times effective when you tell someone Earth's measured flat than say you've been lied to about how the globe you think you're still on is still going to be cognitively processed as I go through how it don't work. All that person's doing is going globe, 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 globe. You just never even mention it and go, yeah, we measure Earth flat. How all the maps work. And then talk about elevation angle measurements to Polaris. If that's the only thing I leave like a dirty, horrible smell around these servers after the end of this year, measurements to Polaris are the basis for all the maps. They can only be done off a flat plane. If everyone understands how that progresses our mapping system, including the globe, if everyone understands that, they'll all be moving forward telling their friends and family, if they choose to do so, about flat Earth, rather than speculation about the Illuminati, speculation about domes, speculation about ice walls. Nah. Just tell them about how the maps and how they were developed and how the systems actually work. If you understand latitude, you can prove Earth's measured flat all day long. As it is.
I wonder what Danny Faulkner thinks about that Earth measured flat.
He accepts it. He just thinks that it's measured from hell.
That's correct. He thinks the angles are coming from hell. Hell's angles.
Okay, so if you want to know, just a sec, as an audience, if you want to know what we're talking about, on screen now, it's in Skype if you want to check it out, guys. It's the response I gave to Ian Lee. He just turns out to be quite useful. It's the equatorial plane. It's a North Pole centric system with you measuring angles. Well, that can have a globe wrapped around it. Around your position in the centre of the globe, which means that all the globe becomes is a glorified protractor to measure angles through, because you're not standing on the surface of the protractor with the nice pretty pictures of land masses painted on it. What you are standing on to measure angles to these stars in all instances for all maps ever is the equatorial plane. That's how it works. That's how angles are measured. Here's you standing on the equatorial plane with these rings around you, which you can then take an inference of sphericity from. They're just representing a two flat level plane horizontal system with the sky and ground, and how from your perspective objects in the far distance that are over lands far away, that would be a star over a piece of land far away, would appear to be close to the horizon, therefore a perspective view. That isn't how the world actually represents itself. What the world actually represents itself is as two flat planes, one the sky, one the ground. That's all you're dealing with. Brian? Oh, Brian, go. I don't.
I think he was going to yell at me.
I never gave you that impression.
I brought up Danny Faulkner.
What's wrong with bringing up Danny Faulkner? He's right there in the discussion. He's just not opening his mic or responding to anything we say in a voice chat. What is he going to say? Yeah, I appreciate that we make angle measurements. Again, John?
That Danny Faulkner guy needs to be ashamed of himself. He stood in front of a congregation of God's people and told them that they measure angles from hell. Sir, you are a piece of garbage.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. It's not that they're not going to accept it in the church. They will not relinquish heliocentrism.
No, you'll find out exactly what's going on with Danny when his new book is published. The Psychology of Flat Earth. That's his next book, I bet you. Some heap of nonsense hit piece. He's got no evidence for a globe. What's he going to come up with?
Earth angle measurements to Polaris, base of the globe on.
No, I see what
That's what he's
Brian's
gonna have,
saying.
yeah.
I see what Brian's saying. He's going to come up with some nonsense psychological book on why we think and believe what we believe. We don't have a belief, we have a knowledge.
Yeah, some hippies documentary or book, you know what I mean? Another book or hippies documentary. And he's going to be very, very cordial throughout the whole documentary or book. He's going to try and speak as if he's speaking with respect, when really he's pissing down your back and claiming it's raining.
With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned. There will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to today's 24/7 Discord server for having us, and a massive thank you to my G+ panel for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
It's my own. Sorry, Kiwi's going to say something?
I think he's eating breakfast.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
If he was going to be the angry teacher at their students. What did we do wrong now, teacher?
I believe it's over already. I guess time flies when you're having fun.
Who's having fun now?
You guys get mind tricked. You get Jedi mind tricked. Stick on the topic.
It is Kiwi.
He's not biting, Neil. That was very good.
And after that, you get, well, was it me? Did I do it? Did I say something? Nathan will go, surely I wasn't there. Oh, you were all there. I'm going to listen back.
Yeah, I'll be taking notes or something, you say.
I'm going to listen back and I'm going to be taking notes. I'm going to hand you your ass. Yes, Sarge.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
You guys remember when Spurs Chemo was claiming there was no gas pressure at all? That was a fairy tale in itself?
Yeah,
good
he made his channel name a namesake to that. He called himself Under No Pressure.
Oh, that's right, he did. Pretty clever.
Yeah,
where's he been lately anyway? Sorry, John.
I was going to say, wasn't his one claim to fame that trick where they put a tiny mesh grating over a cup and trick you into thinking the water is staying where it's at, and then getting you to say that the water will fall out if you turn it upside down. That was his proof. There wasn't any pressure.
That's what a guy brought up yesterday, too. Was it the same thing when he was talking to you, Brian? The guy that was, I won't say he was simping for Dell, but you know he was one of Dell's guys.
I don't think he was one of Dell's. I don't think he was one of Dell's. I think he was just interested. Nah, I don't think so. He wasn't, because he didn't argue back with me. If he was one of Dell's guys, he would have been arguing like mad. He wasn't arguing, he was just asking questions. I mean, if you're following a narrative and someone goes against it, you argue back with them. He wasn't arguing back. No, he was just asking things.
Yeah, but once you find out the cause is the man, shouldn't it end right there?
Well, he had an explanation that didn't make sense, and he accepted it didn't make sense, but he wanted our explanation for the demonstration with the explanation that didn't make sense.
He had watched my video on the subject, and he felt he wasn't sure what I was saying in the video, which I can understand, because the way I did the video, I can understand it. You know, but basically, if there's no down, then there's no, you can't put pressure on the scales. Simple as.
Yeah, that's correct.
You have in the medium of air, for instance, Neil, you have no downward force to press on the scales. So the scales is only going up. There's no resistance to it. There's not a resistance to it within that paradigm. Technically, technically what it means is that everybody and everything is just floating, with the exception of the Earth. The Earth is going up. Everything else is just floating, you know. How does a helium balloon go up? And do you know what I mean? And an airfield balloon go down. The airfield, yeah, it's nonsense. The whole Wayne scales solve that problem. Weight doesn't exist, so Wayne scales have to read zero for everybody and everything. Nothing can be anything more than zero.
Yeah, but you toss a bottle out the window, and certain things happen that can't be explained with your static Earth.
Should it be the end of the conversation? Some people know they want the man-made phenomena that's been conjured in the parlour tricks to still be explained in the same way people are like, well, why does the torsion bar twist?
Yeah. Some people just want the man-made phenomena, and they want to go with whatever. They're just not going to. They're just not interested in what is. They only want what they want it to be.
It feels like it's been a while since we've had to ask somebody, do we find torsion bars in nature?
Yeah, I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah.
That's when Cavendish was like the go-to. Remember that for like 5 minutes?
Yep.
Fucking Glovers.
The Cavendish experiment.
The way you're saying that, Neil, just sounds so sarcastic.
That's quick. Say something.
Yeah, quick. Say something. Yeah, because that nails it, chocolate. Because that's what they've done. That's what they did for years. Just quick. Say something.
If mass, then mass attracts mass. That's quick. Say something.
An old school baller on, telling us that we'd have to change the whole of science if it wasn't a globe. That was brilliant.
When was that, Nathan?
Today. Not only science, language.
You serious?
Get us.
What rock was he on for the past 9 years?
Globe.
Yeah, he was under the globe.
He still is. Nathan laid it out brilliantly where The Earth is measured flat. I mean, you can't refute it. But he turned around and said, well, then science would have to be changed, language. And he went into a whole bunch of other things. He thinks all the math that's used when you're getting the elevation angle and all the measurements you're doing, that all comes from heliocentrism. That's his mindset.
I can sort of kind of agree with that in a way, right? So we can go back to meaning what you say and saying what you mean. We don't say ridiculous things like atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
I like to get to a point where I don't have to say that anymore because that's just silly.
Well, let's not be uncharitable. Atmosphere is not only said in the sense of a geometric concept.
There's a few more then.
What did he say? I'm sorry, I missed what he said.
I don't know. It was very fast.
I think he was saying it's not the only one.
Yeah, so that's not the only sense of the word atmosphere. It's not only saying a spherical air or a ball of air.
Yeah, but that's... I know what you mean, but that's where it comes
in the room
from.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I get that, but like, would we be using that? That's what I'm saying. Would we be using that if it was already used to describe the air we're breathing? You know what I mean?
That's true, because they do say the atmosphere of the room was very, very energetic. But that's not implying a sphere, right?
What I've noticed, and I said this in the past, Neil, you've said it as well, and I'm not sure if any of the rest of you said it, but I've noticed in past 4 years, maybe a little bit more, they've really ramped up the use of the word globe and global. Every single show, whether it be television or mainstream or pretty big YouTubers, whatever, every time they're mentioning the world, it's always the globe. Right? It's a global phenomenon. All across the globe, the whole globe, they just never shut up about it. And I listened to a little bit of older television, a reel of some kind of older television. It was American TV, I think, or British television, only a while back. And they talked about it, and they said, well, all across the world, what they're saying is blah, blah, blah. And then I heard some other thing, again, a shorter clip, from older television, and they were mentioning, when they referenced the world, they were saying the whole world, not the whole globe or all around the globe or across the globe, the whole world. Now, and again in the past you would have heard the word globe and global and this and that and everything. It's really ramped up to ridiculous degrees these days. It's like, why do you need to do that? It's really sad. Why do you need to do that?
Yeah, they used to say worldwide, across the world, or worldwide in British TV, didn't they? Yeah.
All the time.
It's because the heat we're putting on. Nathan thinks I'm crazy, but it's right here. The Flat Earth Debate 24/7. Everything we do is putting heat on them. So now they got to keep reifying the global. It's a global phenomenon.
Yeah, that's part of their in-house rules that they've got now. They've been given to mention the globe as much as possible because the flat Earth is coming. It has arrived. They are not stopping. We need to shut this down. So you keep that word glowing, global warming, global this, everything, the globe. Yeah, you're right. They can't get enough rockets up there either. Have you noticed every other day there's a rocket going up now?
Yeah, they can't stop at them rockets. Exactly, yeah.
Are they claiming there's people in them rockets?
It's just that they're claiming their rockets are going to space. Whether there's people in them or not, the rockets are going to space. That's, you know what I mean? One rocket after the other.
Yeah,
so all these different satellites and different reasons.
Yeah, they can't get the rockets up quick enough. They just cannot. Every other Peru's knocking on the door now. Peru wants to get in on the space program now. They want to start theirs. Peru, you know. Oh, honestly.
Will that be a cocaine smuggling operation?
Yeah. Special shipment to the moon.
Well,
they're
I
going to be
mean,
building
they got some
bases on the moon, aren't they?
competition.
Yeah.
They
Well,
got
they
some
put out a claim.
competition now, right? Because
Right.
the Indian space moon landing. I mean, that's
right.
Talk about some special effects, baby.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Lego. Lego. Painted Lego.
Seriously, if anybody is listening has not seen that or laughed at it, taken a good hearty laugh, please go look up the ridiculous Indian, and this is in quotes, Indian moon landing.
Yes, I mean, please go and check it.
Yeah.
This is a country.
Have fun with that.
This is a country since
it's only a marathon.
This is a country since 1977 to the present day has had over 2,500 bridges collapse in India, and they're still using pre-World War II roadway system, and yet they've got 2 satellites supposedly on elliptical orbit around the moon. Then the 3rd one landed, and they're currently on their way to the sun. Currently. Come on. India, please.
What's the incentive for joining these rocket launches? Like, it doesn't make sense why third world countries would want to start launching rockets. It's a huge human resource, human capital drain. It's a huge financial drain on these countries. I mean, like you said, Jin, they're still rocking World War II railway tracks, and they got collapsing bridges everywhere, but they want to shoot stuff into space. It doesn't make any sense why they would even want to do that.
It's only a matter of time before the Sinaloa cartel are being. It's been claimed that they are smuggling drugs through space. Isn't it? It's only a matter of time, isn't
it?
Yeah, they got that real space cake, dog.
Tom, the shipment's coming in.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, I've started my own space program because I'm going to do the same thing they do, measure inclination off a flat plane and elevation off a flat plane. And yeah, it'll work out.
Oh, dear. Flat strikes again.
I just hope they never actually tell us that, oh, we found oil on the moon. Uh-oh. Sounds like the moon's going to need some freedom.
Uh-oh. So when India landed there, did they remove the American flag, or did they land on dark side of the moon?
They didn't land there.
Well, they landed on the south side. They landed at the south side, but on the dark side, as you said, the far side, yeah. They didn't land anywhere near.
In the hood?
Hold on, Brian. Brian, how can you tell me they did not land on the moon? I saw the video.
Food on chocolate.
Amazing.
The barrio of the moon.
Next, Puerto Rico's good. Next, you're going to tell me Puerto Rico sending one up?
Causing feedback, Jin.
Came in UPS, I'll consider it.
Jin, causing feedback.
Yeah, sorry about that. The next one will be the Aborigines are sending one up. What are you talking about?
Wait a second. I got to say
that the UPS are going to be using the space for bringing packages.
Is Italy getting in on the game? Have the Italians sent anything up?
Guys, space begins at surface level, so you know. So we're all in space right now.
Yeah, by definition. I tell you, won't be doing one. Ireland. I can guarantee you that. You check out the Irish military. I'm telling you, they're using planes that do like 250 miles per hour. The World War II planes were faster. I'm telling you, if you hear that, you know there's no way around it then.
Let me tell you something. In 1969, that was a big event. I remember. I was only 4 years old, but I remember everything. There was people over the house. Everybody was watching the TV. I mean, that was the big thing. That was the nail in the coffin. That was the first real picture of the blue marble. That was an event. So don't dare tell me that didn't happen. America.
Yes, I remember watching it on TV and then going out into the playground of my estate where I used to live in London, right? And I looked up and I said, "Look, there's people on the moon right now." To my brothers, look at that. There's people running around on that moon right now. Look, as we're looking at it. Wow! I remember saying, you know.
I also
Joe Namath re-signed with the Jets. Listen, Joe Namath re-signed with the Jets, and the back page was "Forget the moon, Broadway Joe's back." I actually still had all the original newspapers up until 5 years ago. I had all the original newspapers. My father had saved them. Now they're gone.
Someone from Discord is trying to get in there.
Hey, Jim, what are you talking about that TV series back in the day, Space 1999, where man had a lunar station and so on, walking on the moon? Is that what you're talking about?
I remember that very well, Space 1999, yeah, and they had the lunar bases there, yeah. It came after UFO. There's a program called UFO, and then after that, that series came on. So yes, I remember it very well.
Yeah, science fiction.
Yes.
Some pretty famous space movie where the year they were doing all this space stuff was 1997. I can't remember which one it was, but remember, in the year 1997. Like, it was made back in the late 70s or something. It's just like 1997.
Prince said we're going to party like it's 1999.
Land on the moon like it's 1999.
Even on a James Bond movie with Sean Connery, they invade a scenery where they're pretending to be on the moon with gravity and the rovers and everything. And there is a scene that they're shooting through it, you know? Unbelievable, ridiculous. Nevertheless, it's brainwashing.
Well,
of course, James Bond had to steal the lunar lander. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I forget the name, but I know the scene.
Remember Moonraker? That was with Roger Moore. And that was as good a space, what word to use, knock-up as NASA was giving anyone at the time.
Yeah, but that was supposedly on a satellite.
Moonraker, that was James Bond, right?
Yeah.
No. Who knows who I am, real quick? Go ahead. First guy gets a cookie.
Hey, Harp. No cookie for me, though.
Cookie. All right.
Voice sounds familiar.
Yeah. I used to talk to you guys back in the day, like 4 years ago. I got thrown out of your, then I got banned from everything by Arwen.
Oh. What's the name again? Because I'm remembering the voice.
Wow.
Harp.
Amazing.
Oh, Harp. I knew the voice.
George, we know you know. You already said it.
Why'd you get banned by Owen? What did he do? What'd you do? Here you got banned?
Yeah, I called him a clown, and he banned me from the YouTube channel. righteous
or
banned me
Nathan?
from
Which one you talking about?
Nathan. FED. FED YouTube.
Interesting.
Arwen banned me from that. And
That's discrimination, man. Don't be a
RF
clown in
banned
these
me
days.
from the RF banned me from the Discord.
So I get
server.
reprimanded from timing people out. I never banned anybody. But other people can ban people. Okay.
Well, Arwen did.
Oh, brother.
What's wrong with being a clown?
Still in,
a job
we
like
still
any
in
other.
24/7.
Yes. So how you doing, Hop?
No, I just came back to actually talk to you guys. I haven't been here in a long time, bro. Like almost 4 years ago. Both of the servers. This one. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. What's up, Jen? Welcome back from the wilderness.
Did you request Nathan if you could get back on the show? Or you just stay banned? Because I remember, you used to be in Discord all the time.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, why don't you just get back? Everybody left, man, because we weren't getting along with RF. And you know, Don's gone, right? Don, remember Don? Yeah, I remember Don. Yeah, he's gone. He's
we
dead.
heard.
He killed himself.
What?
Who's Don?
Don, me and Don.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Steve and Shines and all them people that used to be over there. Don, he created the first asylum when Apocryphon. When we separated from you guys because we were getting a lot of shit from RF. Right. So you say Don has ended his life? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, he's been going since August 2023, August 20th or something. I forget now. Right, because I did hear of him last year. I heard about him. You know, he was talking and that. He was all right last year. He was online. Yeah. That's a bit of a shock. Yeah, we used to talk all the time, and then he would do that. He would say, "I'm going to kill him." I'm just like, "Don, stop it," you know. And I'd DM him, and then he'd keep doing it, and I'd say, "You know what, Don? Just go fucking kill yourself already and shut the fuck up." You know, and then in a DM, I'd say, "Don, you know,
Please
don't really
swear.
do that." Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just telling you how it went. I'm just kind of like
No, it's tragic. No, I get it. It's tragic.
Kind of sucked. Young man, a lot to live for. He didn't think he did. I don't know. Make any sense? Anyway, where are the Globers?
So we're trying to figure out how to tell us we measure Earth flat while maintaining that it's actually a ball, but we measure it flat because it's so big of a ball. That's what they're doing.
They're still doing that? They don't understand their own radius? Their own math? Still? Well, Bacon got destroyed. I call him Sausage. Sausage Bacon got destroyed the other day, though. He got completely squashed. Completely. Well done, guys. Bacon. Well done.
Yeah, but they're not ballers, are they? They say
Bacon
that to claim a radius of 3959 miles is a red herring. So they're not ballers.
Red herring. Wow.
Yeah,
as soon as they
their
saw the Black
math.
Swan, the refraction started. That's all I know. And it's not stopped. You know, they still say the same thing. Extreme refraction. Yeah,
their math.
You want to show me that, please? But you know they don't.
Hop, we're telling them today, Hop. We're going with our front foot forward, saying Earth is measured flat. Bottom line, end of story. How you feel about that?
Oh, when you look at all the military documents, bro, it's pretty much, what are you going to do? How are you going to argue with that?
Their mathematics as well is
Navigation.
based on Earth being flat.
What was that, John?
Yeah, their mathematics for a sphere is based on Earth being flat, with ground level being a horizontal plane.
Yeah, we're not debunking the globe anymore. We're proving flat Earth. Debunking of the globe is dead.
Maybe for you. Brian, why don't you leave 24/7 a little gem with your does perspective exist? And the Earth curve.
Oh, you want me to go through that now, QE?
Yeah, I'd like you to leave 24/7 because I think that it's quite profound, and it'll leave them something to use, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll do that right now. No worries. You have to thank me for that. An observer with their eye line at the water, which is 0 degrees, right, which will be a tangent on a globe, right? A boat that's 6 foot high off the water that sails away from them will disappear at 3 miles away on a globe of 3,959 miles because it will have sailed over Earth curve. Right? On a flat plane, an observer with their eye line at the water line, same scenario, but now not globe, flat plane. A boat that's 6 foot high will disappear at 3 miles away for an observer with their eye line at the water line, which is 0 degrees, because the boat will reach an angular size of 0.02 degrees. Now, that means under the Earth curve scenario, the 6 foot boat will disappear for the observer, and under the perspective scenario, the 6 foot boat will disappear for the observer. So, it comes down to this. Either it's Earth curve, it's perspective, or it's both. So, if it's both, then what will happen is when the boat is 1.8 miles away, the bottom 3 foot of that boat will be blocked by Earth curve, and the top 3 foot of the boat will have an angular size of 0.02 degrees. So that means the boat would disappear if Earth curve and perspective both existed simultaneously. The boat would disappear at less than 2 miles, about 1.8 miles away. Now, in reality, we know that that boat will disappear at 3 miles away, not 1.8 miles, not 2 miles, 3 miles. So consequently, that means that when the boat is disappearing at 3 miles, it can only be either Earth curve or perspective. We know perspective exists. That means we've just disqualified Earth curve. That's it.
Nice.
Hear that, Danny?
I'm sure he's heard it.
Huey said for 24/7, and then he goes, "You hear that, Danny?" I like that.
Everyone get that in 24/7. Very powerful argument. It doesn't sound like it has teeth. Yeah, it's got some sharp incisors.
Yeah, you just got to think about it.
Whether you're disqualifying, you have 3 options, and you're disqualifying 2 of them, which leaves you with only 1. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? It's either Earth curve and perspective, or only perspective.
Well, isn't it funny though? Because it's usually, according to their supposed claim, it's only one option. Everything, it has to be curvature.
Yep.
Until it's not that, and then all of a sudden, well, oh wait, we have other reasons and other ways to explain why we're seeing what we're seeing. But until then, it's only. It's hilarious.
Yeah, they came with a whole list for us, but they only have one. Got to be Earth curve.
Well, the thing about it is
Then
that
he's not present, though.
Like, and he's not present. Oh, well, don't worry about it.
We don't care. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Brian.
he's left it.
The thing about it is that with that argument, you're starting at the start, which is an observer with 0 observer height and a 6-foot object sailing away from that person, right? So you're starting at the start. You're not looking at mountains 100 miles away or trying to figure this thing out or that thing out at 50 miles away. It's purely very simple. Just 3 miles is it our curve or perspective. If it's not our curve at 3 miles, it's not our curve at 60 miles, is it? Because it's either our curve or it's not. It's that simple. And it's not our curve.
That's why I love it. It's so simple. It's devastating.
Yeah, see, it's one of those things. Ballers will agree that angular size change with distance exists, but then they'll have to deny it, claim our curve. See, these people are willing to live in contradiction. So we can only make the argument to them, and it's the listener who hears it that argument will be so powerful for. You're not going to convince someone like the other day with your man Jesse Path of Light. He didn't care what I said to him. He still was looking for a debate, even after he was just being disproven. You know, it didn't matter to him what I had to say. Which is why I think everyone should charge. If all the flat earthers started charging the ballers for debates, if you just charge them if they want a debate, charge them. You get paid for your time. I mean, at least you know when you're in that debate and you're giving them proofs or you're disproving them and they're hand waving away what you're doing and just rehashing the nonsense you've just taken apart. At least you know that you're not going to be going home empty-handed. You'll have some cash in your pocket. So charge for debates. If all the flat earthers start charging for debates, it would be so much better. The whole arena would be so much better. What are the borders going to do? We're going to have to pay up. Because they're the ones who need the debates. We don't need the debates. Many years ago, maybe.
Yeah, they're not going to pay you, bro. It's not going to happen. So the best thing to do is stop going on their platforms and making them tons of money. Right. Stop going on their platforms and making them money is what you need to do.
That's the point. That's the point. See, if they want you to debate, oftentimes it's on a platform that belongs to one of them. That's the point. If all the flat earthers just start charging, they don't want to pay flat earthers. That leaves flat earthers time to do their own things. So you can focus on flat earth stuff, on stuff to do with reality, learning about things. You don't have to give your time to someone who's going to spend 2 hours wasting it. So when they don't pay you, you just don't debate, and that's it. No, I'm not talking about a situation where I'm not talking about. Just 1 second, Harp. I'm not talking about a situation where you're being invited on into a university debate somebody or on national TV or something. That's something, depending on the situation, yeah, it's worth doing. But if it's just your average, as Kiwi says, rank and file baller, the people we have in this arena, then they have to pay, or they should have to pay for your time. It's not about your debate skills; it's your time.
I'm sorry, it's not rank and file ballers. It's skank and file balltards.
Yeah, Brian's right. The other day it happened to him. After he destroyed the guy, he said, "Oh, you want to debate me?" The debate was over. You destroyed him.
Yeah, we had a very short debate, and he had lost immediately. And he had lost in the past because, that was the third time I was after knowing the guy to be wrong. But it doesn't matter because he knew that I already charged for debates. So he knew by asking me that I was going to say, look, if I said, yeah, I'll debate you, and they didn't put a charge on it, then then I can be accused of avoiding other debates by the ballers, which is what they want to do. Or if I put a charge on it, they can all say, oh, you won't debate him. Completely, which takes the focus away completely from the debate we just had, where he was proven wrong. If he'd even called it a debate, he was proven wrong. That's it. So instead of addressing any of that, he wants to spend 2 hours of my time on Jaron's channel, someone I don't like, debating me. right? Hand waving away everything I show. And I'm going to do that for nothing? No way. You're going to pay me my 5,000 euros. If you want me there, it's 5,000 euros for 2 hours or 3,000 euros for 1 hour. I want it paid at least 4 days, at least 4 working days prior to the debate. Don't worry, I'll be there. No doubt. If that debate didn't take place, you get your money back, no doubt about it. But I'm going to get paid if I'm going to spend my time ever again with people who can hand wave away anything you say and ignore anything you say, and there's zero consequences. Person on the podium in front of the faculty and students of a university can't do that so easy. The person on television can't do that so easy, because they are going to be held to task. People are going to say, how come you didn't address this, they didn't address that? Same way as I would be. So
if they actually want you, they'll pay you.
Exactly.
I got paid.
Yeah, but you sell yourself cheap, in fairness.
But the point stands. Someone asked me to do a debate, and I'm like, I want to get paid for it. They paid me, and then I did the debate.
Yes, that's true. That did happen. But what you're saying is true. I'm slagging you by saying you're selling yourself cheap. But what I'm saying is true. What you said is true. If they want you, they'll pay you. The ballers aren't short of cash. If they really wanted me to debate Wolfie that time, they would have got the money together and paid me.
Exactly. So, Nathan, if they invited you to a university to break down how Earth is measured flat, you would charge them, right?
That's different.
You're supposed to get paid for what you do.
You don't tend to go to university to do a debate, and if it is specifically to do a debate, then yeah, perhaps I would. But if it's in a formal setting to your advantage, and obviously sometimes financial reward isn't what you're seeking. Depends entirely on the circumstances, doesn't it? It depends on the circumstances, but potentially, yeah. You're there, so you can be.
If this is what you do for a living, you need to get paid.
I'm just saying, if it's a set of circumstances where they're trying to position the debate so that you can be shut down and ridiculed by a load of students on a stage, why wouldn't you want to be paid for that? Just because it's a university doesn't mean they're not going to employ the exact same tactics that we see here. Why would they? Why wouldn't they?
Even worse, maybe. Just based on that being a university, which is where this heliocentric nonsense is being taught to the masses. So,
yeah, but the thing about it is that, sorry, 1 second, John. The thing about it is, though, Nathan, is this. They'd at least have to pay you for your transport and food and whatever it gets. That's the least the university would have to pay for. And technically, they should pay you your fee as well. Even if that does happen to you at a university, it won't be like it happening on Jaron's channel, where a very small group of people will see it. McToon's channel, where a very small group of people will see it. At least it will be seen.
The debate I got paid to do wasn't on a massive channel that had some worldwide acclaim or anything. It was a modest channel. The same applies to. I agree with you in terms of expenses. So it always depends on the circumstances. But when it came to Vice, yeah, they covered my expenses, paid for my travel, they paid for anything out of pocket, but they didn't pay me for the interview. Yeah, I made nothing out of it. I got my money back for the train fare and things like that. That's fine. I see that as acceptable. I'm not going to do something down in London that's going to cost me 80 quid just to get there. No. If you're willing to pay the 80 quid to get me there and you'll refund my train ticket because I'm poor, then I'll come down to London and you can do your interview Ali Pally. They didn't actually give me a dime for doing the interview itself. I didn't make any money out of it. Just had my expenses covered. I didn't lose any money to do it.
Yeah, but
hold on a sec.
Come on, John, I'll go after you.
Yeah, measurement's not up for debate. All you're going to end up doing is pointing out fallacious logic. That's not a debate.
Yes, but if you're doing that in a situation where there's a university involved, or you're doing an interview for something like Voice, right? At least then, whatever controversy is built up, at least there will be some focus on that will maybe even possibly go somewhat viral. But that won't happen if you spend 2 hours of your time unpaid debating someone from this arena or whoever in this arena in a situation where it could be on someone's channel or Discord or whatever, where where the person can just hand wave away at you say and spend 2 hours of your life wasting your time for 2 hours. You should be getting paid. So if I'm going to go to a university, the least they're going to do is pay my fees. That's the least they're going to do.
Brian, do you know how much money Oxford University has, or even where I am, Auburn University? They got a ton of money.
Billions.
Pay me.
Yeah, pay me, because listen, I tell you, if they were bringing in Jordan Peterson, they're paying him.
That's right.
And I can guarantee you, I have more profound stuff to say than Jordan Peterson.
For instance, what was that argument again? You know, the one, the 6 foot one. What was that? I didn't quite get that.
Or the one where perspective was proven to exist and our curve was proven to be disqualified from existing.
Yeah, that one. What was that again?
What was that one?
It was a person with their oil line at the waterline, which is 0 degrees, on a globe of radius 3,959 miles. That would mean the oil line will be at the tangent point. We'll have a boat sailing away from that person that is 6 foot high off the water will disappear at 3 miles due to going over Earth core. Now, over a horizontal plane, a person with their oil line at the water, which is 0 degrees, a boat at 6 foot high will disappear for that person, disappear from view for that person at 3 miles away also, because the boat will reach an angular size of 0.02 degrees. So that means on a globe Earth, on a flat plane, a globe Earth without perspective and a flat plane with perspective, a 6 foot boat will disappear for an observer with the oil line at the waterline at 3 miles away. So that means it's either our curve or perspective is the cause of this, or it's both. So if it's both, then the bottom 3 feet of that boat will disappear at about 1.8 miles away. Then the top 3 foot of that boat will have an angular size of 0.02 degrees, which means you won't be able to see it. So if our curve and perspective both exist, then at 1.8 miles away, that 6 foot high boat will disappear for an observer at 1.8 with the oil line at the water at 1.8 miles away. But we know that doesn't happen. We know it happens at 3 miles away. That means that our curve and perspective cannot coexist together. And the reason for the 6 foot high boat disappearing can only be either our curve or perspective, or curve over a globe, or perspective over a horizontal plane. We know perspective exists. We know angular size change with distance exists. We don't know if our curve exists. Disqualifying our curve completely, proving that perspective is the reason that boat will disappear for that observer.
Yeah, that's the one. Away. That's the one. Can you go through that one? Can you explain that one to us? That's the one, I think.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. You want it again?
Yeah, if you can go through that one, that would be great.
You want me to go through that again?
That one. No.
No.
Wait 10 minutes.
Yeah. They're saying that's what they'll do to you.
Did you get a chance to listen to Witsit and I discussing stars, by the way, Kiwi?
I didn't listen to... Where is that?
What? I gave you a command yesterday.
2065, I think it is.
2065.
Or 2064. One or the other. Monday show. Is
that on the regular show?
Again this morning.
Is that on the regular show, or is that the after show?
Mostly on the main live show. You'll get the majority of what is useful to you on the live show.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes right in. Comes right in as soon as Nathan breaks down the stars, not adhering to our geometry. Comes right in. So once he says that, it's on from there.
And he makes the argument that the stars have an actual height. The same thing the ballers always straw man flat earthers with. He argued for that.
Very far away.
Far away.
Very far away.
We don't know. They don't have an actual position.
You appeal to the future fallacy right off the top.
Know if the stars could even have a height, you'd have to know what they are. Don't even know what they are to know if they could have a height, if you understand what I mean.
I don't know if you'd have to know what they are.
Just have to know what they're in. We all know what they're in,
they're
don't
in the
we?
ether.
You got it. Gotta be in something. You can't have no thing. Let's be honest.
Where do you hear the amount of white knights that come in too, Kiwi? You're gonna love that.
Well, according to Dicelo, there's a difference between nothing and no thing.
That's right. That was Dicelo. Didn't like how I greeted Dicelo yesterday, Nathan. You thought that was a little abrasive?
Very.
Just out of curiosity, can we prove they're actually tangible?
That's the point I'm making.
Which was incorrect.
By tangible, you mean capable of being touched?
Yeah. So that's a silly question.
Like a rainbow. Like a rainbow.
Ryan's territory.
Oh, that's terrible.
What?
Brian's territory.
There's a fucking gold over the window.
That's because I said it was a cheapskate.
Brian is just taking care of the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. He doesn't have the whole rainbow. Come on, guys.
That had many layers on it. It's possible.
Was he calling me a gay leprechaun?
Yes, exactly.
No, it's only got one layer. Think of it more like a potato.
A gay potato. They're not gay, they're not a potato.
Potatoes are the gold at the end of the rainbow, let's be honest. For one.
So at 0 degrees, where the rainbow touches the ground, we'll find a bunch of potatoes.
Gold potatoes. Not russet. Gold. Yukon gold.
Have you ever seen
Say again, Brian?
To be sure, is that what you said, Chocolate?
What do you say?
To be sure.
Sure. I'm getting it.
The joke about the Irish. Why do the Irish wear 2 condoms? Be sure to be sure.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
It never really did it for me either, but with the way Chocolate said it now, that was funny.
Accent didn't kick in. That's all.
Wait a second. Are you saying that angular size change with distance and the Raleigh criterion, is that what you're saying? That not 2 degrees things start to disappear? What you're saying?
Well, they haven't actually disappeared. They just have gotten to an angular size that the average human eye can't decipher them.
All right. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Are you saying that not 2 degrees is when that object becomes unresolvable?
Yes.
It's interesting.
For all optics, not just for all optics. When it reaches that size for all optics, that'll be the resolution limit.
Your eye has to be on the eye line, on the deck.
Yeah, because the original claim is that if your eye is at waterline and a boat sails away from you 3 miles, a 6-foot high boat, that it will disappear over Earth core.
No, it's six.
That's the
for
original
6.
mathematical.
No. That's for a 6-foot observer.
No. A 6-foot object won't disappear 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer.
Why wouldn't you all just say water level and eye level? What's wrong with y'all?
Because we keeping it funky.
They use it too. Is it? You don't have to be embarrassed by it. They use the same words.
So their claim is the Baltards claim that they probably don't even know they have a claim. On the deck at 0 degrees, your eyes right on the deck. A 6 foot tall boat. It doesn't have to be a boat. A 6 foot tall object will disappear behind Earth curve. Correct?
Be bounce
Yeah,
castle.
it doesn't. Yeah, just something 6 foot high will, if it moves away from you 3 miles, if it goes 3 miles away from you, it will blocked by Earth curve.
I see. And there's a problem then, because then we have the Raleigh criterion and angular size change with distance. It happens the same way.
Exactly
like if we were on a
same.
flat plane, correct?
Yes, exactly the same.
That's quite interesting.
If only there was a word like hijacked. Yeah, yeah.
No, but if they were both acting at the same time, they're additive. So if we had both Earth curve, and we know we got perspective, anybody that can fog a mirror knows that shit gets smaller with distance. So those of two effects would be additive. So at 1.8 miles, if it was Earth curve and perspective, then that 6 foot object would disappear. But that doesn't happen in reality, correct?
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, that's great. Can you go through that example with us?
Yeah. So somebody with their eye line at the water line, which is 0 degrees, on a globe of radius 3,959 miles, will have their eye at what would be the tangent point. And a 6 foot object that sails away from them for 3 miles away will disappear over Earth curve, be blocked by Earth curve. So that 6 foot was blocked by Earth curve, right? 72 inches. If we take the same example, put it on a horizontal plane, and a person with their eye line at the water line, a 6 foot object sails away from them 3 miles. That 6 foot object will disappear, will apparently disappear from view because its angular size will reach 0.02 degrees, which is the average resolution limit of the human eye. So that means that 6 foot object will either disappear over Earth curve on a globe or over a horizontal plane under the exact same conditions. With the only difference being obviously one is curved and one is horizontal. Now, if we had both Earth curve and perspective, and what would happen is that at 1.8 miles away, the bottom 3 foot of that object would be blocked by Earth curve, and the top 3 foot of the object would have an angular size of 0.02 degrees, which would mean that the 6 foot object would disappear at 1.8 miles away if Earth curve and perspective both coexisted simultaneously. We know that doesn't happen. We know that that 6 foot object won't disappear for that observer with their eye line at 0 degrees until it's 3 miles away. That means it can only be either Earth curve or perspective. But we know angular size change with distances is a thing. Nobody denies that. We don't know the Earth curve is a thing. So that means Earth curve is disqualified from being the cause. The cause is angular size change over a horizontal plane.
With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to Flat Earth's 24/7 Discord server for having us on this after show. And of course, a massive thank you to my G Plus panel for also making this live show possible. Thank you to you for watching, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
Is there anyone in here who wants to prove that they know the Earth is
way. There's no way. I can send you the link of article.
Can you teach me?
You don't believe it. I'm sorry, but I can send it for you. No, you don't believe it. I forgot it. So
is he cutting out or is it me?
Yeah, he's cutting out bad, man.
Hey, Dev Parsa, bro, just relax a little bit, bro. Just relax a little bit. Your internet connection,
sorry if
your satellite connection is cutting out, bro.
Sorry
Like
if I
the
have bad
spin of the
connection.
earth, the spin of the earth is affecting your connection, bro.
Yes. Yeah. The spin of the earth is affecting. Yes, I'm sorry. I have that problem.
Parsa, can you reconnect or something? Because your connection is bad.
No, buddy. It's not about reconnecting. My country is prohibited for social media, so I need to use VPN. So it's just a solved problem.
Oh, that's fine, bro. So it might be your VPN. So try to speak less and listen more, because you're speaking too much and we can't comprehend what you're saying.
No, actually, I'm just done of listening to nonsense. I'm sorry.
You haven't listened at all.
I'm trying my best here.
You haven't listened at all. You've been speaking the whole time, bro. You've been speaking
No,
the whole
actually, I
time.
listened to everything. Do you want me?
Then what did you hear?
Do you want me to recap all your votes? I listened to everything.
You came in here with a question, right? Did you get your answer?
Yeah, for sure. I got my answer.
What was it?
For sure. Internet is not the proof, and I'm stupid. I'm kid. And no, wait.
No, you
Internet
said
is not
that.
the proof.
You said
no,
that
look,
stuff.
No, you're not stupid.
You said that.
No one says that. No, we don't.
You said
no
that
one
stuff.
says that. We do not have troller in the chat. No one says that. I'm a
Hey, Parsa,
listen,
you are emotionally affected by this conversation. I think you might be disqualifying. You might be disqualifying yourself to have this conversation. You're acting like a child.
Look, buddy. Yes, I'm not qualified. I'm sorry. So, what is your name? Heaven.
Because you're acting emotional, bro.
But just listen to me.
You're way too emotionally invested. Conversation.
Okay. Look, I was.
Your emotions are
gonna.
gonna
study. I just wanted to come there. I just wanted to come.
Okay,
whatever. Let me say something.
I asked you what.
I was middle of
like he has bro. It sounds Parsa, you have like diarrhea of the mouth. You can't stop speaking.
My God, you guys crazy. Okay, listen to me. I have a love singer.
Hey,
okay?
you're when you say you guys are crazy, you might be projecting.
Dude.
Remember when I asked you? What?
Nah, look, you.
Nah, look.
Bro, he has diarrhea of the mouth and you can't stop.
It's insufferable.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. It's rewind time.
Proof of how they measured it, or
the proof on internet and the proof that they told us and everything, pictures, videos.
What did he say?
Proof on internet and
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro. Got him. Got him.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
All right. What's up, you guys? John the Morgile here, checking in for a new Flat Earth video for you. I hope you do enjoy it. So in this one, we're going to do a video response to this video here by the channel called Johnny Harris, with over 4 million subscribers to his channel and a whopping 11 million views on this video entitled Why People Think the World is Flat. And I will quickly just mention that it is pretty amazing that this Flat Earth video, where he's taking the position that Flat Earth is stupid and anyone who believes the Earth is flat is fucking nuts or whatever. And so the YouTube algorithm is obviously going to promote his video excessively, whereas someone like me taking the position that the Earth is clearly and obviously and measurably flat and stationary, we get just the opposite, right? So the YouTube algorithm is going to basically shadow ban our content and make sure that even people who are verbatim searching for this content aren't going to find my content. They're going to find the absolute nonsense that is this sort of video here. Now, again, this guy is a very successful and popular YouTuber, obviously, with over 4 million subscribers, but I will just say quickly that his videos, plain and simple, just don't get 11 million views on them. He's got one other video, which is calling out McDonald's, which is, you know, definitely going out on a limb there, right? Calling out McDonald's for being unhealthy or whatever. Oh, the reason why their ice cream machines are always broken, which I actually did see that one too a while ago. It was a rather interesting video, but I guess the point that I'm making here is this is just proof in the pudding where the YouTube algorithm, admitted by YouTube, is going to fluff up and promote content that takes the opposing position to Flat Earth, which, you know, proofs in the pudding right here. 11 million views on this, where the majority of his videos get, you know, 4 or 5 million views. Certainly not 10 or 11 million views, which is a fluke, right? His video is from 3 years ago. And just out of curiosity, his channel has been up for just 4 years. So it is interesting that his channel blows up with anti-flat Earth content right in the beginning of his channel. So that's neither here nor there. I mean, you can't blame somebody for the YouTube algorithms unfairly skewing flat Earth information, but he certainly did ride that wave in. So let's just get right on into it. We're going to go ahead and call fair use on this. Oh, and yeah, FBI warning. So hopefully if I get inundated with bogus copyright claims, maybe the FBI will swoop in and save me from bogus copyright claims. No. The reason that I put those disclaimers at the beginning of the videos is to hopefully avoid bogus copyright claims, but doesn't always work. We'll see how it goes. All right, here we go. Why people think the Earth is flat, and I will respond accordingly as we go.
If you were able to look through the perspective of a person who thinks the world is flat, you would see this. The North Pole is right here in the center. The continents splayed out over this plain. And here on the edges, you'd run into a 150-foot wall of ice, guarded by NASA employees with guns.
I think that's a red herring mischaracterization of the whole thing. Granted, there are a lot of flat earthers who claim that the Antarctic is a contiguous ice wall around the periphery. I won't go so far as to claim that. I mean, you know, perhaps that's what's going on, but frankly, I've never been to Antarctica, and I've certainly never circumnavigated the South Polar area, so I'm not going to claim that. And in fact, many of the mariners who were making those sorts of far southern voyages throughout history and documenting their voyages on their own reckoning, on their own navigation, on their own accord, definitely found problems with the doctrine of rotundity, where, you know, the far southern latitudes should be little tiny rings around the globe and not very vast rings as they definitely appear to be. But the claim that NASA employees are guarding the periphery with guns is just absurd. I mean, come on, what a red herring.
And how far that ice goes outwards. And when people try to go down there, they get turned away at gunpoint and put in prison.
Yeah, there goes Eric DeBay. And, you know, I mean, I guess you can give examples like, what was the guy's name? Jarl Anderhoy, I want to say, which he really was stopped at the 60-degree south area and turned away at gunpoint. And I think he was given some kind of criminal charges. I may be misspeaking. But the thing is there definitely is the Antarctic Treaty in place, which criminalizes anyone bringing or storing fuel beyond the 60-degree south latitude. It's very difficult to get to the Antarctic, especially when there are laws preventing you from going there. But I don't think they necessarily have NASA employees patrolling the Antarctic with guns. I think what's more likely is if an errant ship gets too far south, maybe they do send people out there to check it out. But frankly, I believe it's impossible for any group or any army of people to patrol the entirety of the far south. It's just too vast. And for anyone to characterize the far south as necessarily an ice wall, I think is premature. We just don't have enough data. Sure, it does appear that from far southern areas like Argentina, or from like the southern tip of Australia, or the southern tip of South Africa, when you go south from there, you definitely appear to wind up in the Antarctic area, which is icy, but I just don't think we have enough data to suggest that the entirety of it is an ice wall. I think that is, it's not supported by any data that I've seen. And in fact, the azimuthal equidistant projection basically takes a globe Earth layout and splays it around an AE layout, which it's got the same inherent problems as the globe, just mapped out in a sort of flat Earth map. But whatever, we're getting ahead of ourselves, I'm sure.
The heavens are a dome that arcs over the flat Earth.
That's not what I would say. I would say that the heavens are in a planar sort of alignment. So I don't believe in the flat Earth dome, even though it does say firmament in the English translation of the Bible. In the original intent of the Bible, it was rakia, which simply means expanse of the heavens. Nothing firm or domal about it. But anyway.
The sun, the moon, the stars, they're all just little balls of light in the sky that move around just above the Earth's surface.
Okay, sure.
There are loads of people who actually believe this. YouTube channels and Facebook pages, you'll see hundreds of thousands of followers. Google searches for the term flat Earth proof over time look like this. It's become incredibly popular. And recently...
Okay, so you notice how the chart goes up and up and up and up right to this point, I guess around April of 2018, and then a sharp decline, which is, I would suggest, because of Google and YouTube taking an active disinformation stance against flat Earth content, which they don't even try to hide. I mean, they were bragging about it in a press conference where they were like, yeah, we're going to shadow ban flat Earth content, basically. That was coming from like their chief information officer or one of their executive officers there at Google, YouTube, or whatever. So it isn't that interesting how it just sort of fizzles out right there at the peak in right around April of 2018, which was, by the way, right around the same time as the Great Purge, if I'm not mistaken. And right at the first of that year, or right within that same year, if you were making flat Earth content and earning any sort of money via ad revenue on YouTube, right around that same time, it crashed as well. So, I mean, YouTube and these big tech companies are definitely actively trying to squash flat Earth in the public perception.
incredibly popular. And recently a poll showed that only 84% of Americans agree with the statement, "I have always believed the world is round." 84%. And if you're 18 to 24, that's more like 66%, which is like dangerously close to half. What is
going on? Because it's the truth, man. Because the Earth happens to be flat and stationary. As sad as that, as crazy and as sad as that sounds, it happens to be true, man.
Going on here?
Now the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is the center of a high plateau, which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude.
This is frustrating, and what's even more frustrating is every time I try to look into this and understand it, all I see is coverage of like flat earther conventions and like interviews with these people.
We absolutely know for a fact this ain't it.
These interviews are interesting, but I want to understand like how someone with a thinking brain can actually get behind this. What is this?
Okay, so a little bit to unpack there. So he says when he's looking for flat earth information, all he can find is interviews with these people and flat earth conventions and such. And how can anyone with a thinking brain get behind this, right? That's what he just said. Well, I would suggest that you get your information from nature by, using your God-given senses, by using your God-given discernment, and maybe an experiment here and there. And yeah, I agree. I don't think you're going to glean much scientific data from interviewing people or from flat earth conventions, but it's up to you. It's up to the individual to take the time to skeptically revisit your steadfast belief in spinning ball earth, which is frankly quite absurd. The whole concept of spinning ball earth is totally wrecked by real obvious self-evident data that is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. But the reason why thinking people with brains can get behind this is because it's true. It's actually the truth, as crazy as that sounds.
Actual belief. Where does it come from, and how do potentially millions of people believe that the earth is flat?
The water is...
And again, it's not about belief. Belief is a silly word, in my opinion. So like, for example, there are certain things in reality that are not prone to beliefs, right? So like pool balls, billiards balls are spherical. Billiards tables are planar surfaces. There's no belief involved. Billiards balls are measurably spherical. Billiards tables are measurably flat planar surfaces. You don't need to have any theories to get behind either one of these things. It's just objective, demonstrable, self-evident reality. And so belief has nothing to do with flat Earth. Sure, belief has a lot to do with spinning ball Earth, because much like the concept of Santa Claus, you have to believe in shit that's just asinine. But when it comes to the measurably stationary Earth that's not spinning around, not flying around in 5 directions at once along multiple curved linear paths, measurably not curved, not convex as a sphere necessarily would be, belief has nothing to do with this, buddy. It's demonstrable fact. It's measurable fact. Earth is flat and stationary, quite simply.
Completely flat, as far as we can see and as far as we've measured. And the horizon is completely flat.
I'm in Mexico now. I've been sitting on the beach reading everything there is to read about the history of people who believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, have you done any experiments? Did you read Zetetic Astronomy? Because I know that he does take some jabs at Zetetic Astronomy, the book, here in this video, but he purposefully misrepresents concepts in there and clearly didn't read the book. But he's reading things about people. Maybe you should study the Earth. Maybe you should practice geometry, which literally etymologically means measure the Earth. Maybe you should practice some physics, which means study bodies in motion. because if you apply just an inkling of physics and geometry to reality, to nature, you will surely find, without studying any people, you'll surely find that the Earth is demonstrably, self-evidently flat and stationary.
And there's one thing that I just had to try for myself.
This is a simple experiment that anybody can conduct to determine definitely that the Earth is flat. Grab a spirit level and take it on the plane with you.
117. Found this hardware store, bought myself a level. Gracias, amigo.
One of the stranger things you've ever done.
And I'm bringing it with me on the airplane.
In my opinion, that's a silly proof because, okay, according to the ball Earth, you know, the level wouldn't read anything different along that plane ride. It's a bad proof, in my opinion, and so this is a red herring. There are lots of proofs to be had in terms of aeronautics and things like that, but this ain't one of them. So what a red herring, in my opinion.
I'm gonna do some of this empirical science myself.
If you are to fly on a non-rotating Earth, please explain what kind of experience will a pilot really have?
The logic goes that if the Earth is round and I'm flying thousands of miles, which I'm about to do, then the airplane will have to be tipped a little bit the whole time in order to make it around the curvature of the Earth.
And while that part is technically true, if the Earth was a sphere with the rules of gravity as they believe, the level wouldn't show anything. Like, it's a moot point, and in my opinion, it's a stupid proof. And I'm not trying to start arguments with flat earthers who champion this proof, but in my opinion, it's a nothing burger, and it's a waste of time, and it's a perfect sort of red herring for globetards to latch onto and point to as nothing burgers, because in my opinion, that's what that whole spirit level on a plane thing is, truthfully.
Earth. The plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature.
Show me some planes doing this.
I would be able to see the tilt of the airplane if I put my newly purchased level on the tray table in front of me.
I'm going to take my spirit level onto the plane.
If my tool shows me that the plane is totally level,
that's proof that the Earth is flat.
Let's go see what happens.
I would say you'd be better off taking a mechanical gyro onto a plane and somehow making sure that thing remains spun up the whole time. Or you could just use the artificial horizon, which is exactly that. A gyroscope that maintains its rigidity in space the entire time and never indicates the necessary drifts or the necessary precession that would be apparent and obvious if the Earth was actually a sphere. A spirit level, not so much. The so-called laws of gravity would factor that out. It would negate any sort of reading you might hope to receive from a spirit level. But I would say, you know, replace that with a gyroscope or even the artificial horizon on a plane, and you're in business, sure. There's no curvature, that's for damn sure.
Can somebody explain to me duty-free? Why perfume? Why is there so much perfume in duty-free? 4 hours on an airplane, and I'm back. My little level experiment worked wonderfully. The bubble stayed nice and center. Turns out the plane was not dipping its nose in order to make it around the Earth. This is explained by the basics of gravity and physics. This video is not a debunk.
And so what he said right there is actually right. It is explained by the basics of gravity and physics. Gravity being a hypothesis which is only necessary or applicable if you first assume that the world is a sphere in the first place. So while I disagree that the Earth is a sphere, he's right. Like, if you're humoring the ball Earth hypothesis with this sort of spirit level experiment or whatever, it's a moot point. It really is a nothing burger, which is why I really wish flat earthers would get off of that and get off of the whole plane flying upside down thing, because by the time you get upside down over here on the ball, right, it's still right side up. No matter where you are above the ball, you're always on the top. You're always level, right? So, I mean, agreed, the earth isn't a ball. It's definitely flat, but this proof is a nothing burger. So, just my 2 cents on it. No offense to people who like to use that proof, but I fucking wish you would stop, really, because it's a moot point.
Of flat earth theory that doesn't need to happen, that shouldn't need to happen. What this is my fascination with the fact that there is lots of people, let's put it this way, a non-zero number of humans who think the world is flat, and they were.
So basically what he just said is he's not going to debunk flat earth theory. Another thing he's not going to do is skeptically revisit his long-standing, unassailable belief in a spinning ball earth, which is key to this process. You have to really hold the ball earth's feet to the fire. It is much easier for a modern person to hold flat earth's feet to the fire because, well, everybody knows the earth's a spinning ball, so flat earthers are necessarily stupid and retarded, and it's just an easy win. And if you're anti-flat earth, it's an easy way to make a bunch of money on YouTube. The problem is you're going about this the wrong way. You should really be applying some of your very healthy and rational, long overdue skeptical criticism towards your unassailable belief in a spinning ball earth, not towards the concept of flat earth, which you obviously do not understand.
Work really hard to prove it. I want to understand what sorts of tools are being used to prove the world is flat. So here we go. I wonder if I can get some really dramatic, like, conspiracy theory lighting going on here. I'm seeing all the evidence. What if the Earth actually is flat? The plane wasn't dipping. The level was flat. Okay, I'm kidding. Let's get into this. I've been in the weeds learning about the flat Earth experience.
Isn't that so funny? Yeah, just take jabs at flat earthers by pretending that the evidence, which is everywhere, doesn't amount to shit, right? I'm sorry, but this dude's clearly a shill. Clearly,
people believe and why and where it all came from. And here's what I've learned. Number one, flat earthers have become a thing just in the...
Okay, so number one, he says flat earth is a new thing, which is clearly not true. All of the ancient cosmologies were geocentric cosmologies. Ancient Chinese, ancient Maya, ancient Greeks, these are all geocentric flat earthers. There was no misconception about the earth being a spinning ball. According to the official history narrative, sure, allegedly the ancient Greeks in like 200 BC or whatever were kicking the idea around a bit, but let's not forget that the first globes weren't invented until after the 1500s, right? 500 years ago or whatever, right? So the concept that this is just a new thing is ridiculous. The globe Earth is the new thing, I promise you. What a misconception.
Past couple hundred years. So by like 205 BC, you've got these really smart Greek people making experiments that are like observing a globe-shaped Earth. Over the next several centuries, eventually this would just become the widespread thing among anyone who was doing experimentation on the world. And eventually, nobody believed the Earth was flat. Even in like the medieval times, like it was a consensus that the Earth was a globe. So in short, flat Earth...
Okay, first of all, whether or not that's true, I'm not going to argue, but consensus does not mean anything. Physical reality is not swayed by human consensus. Popular belief and conventional wisdom have historically been a pitfall or a roadblock to progress. So, really, consensus be damned, in my opinion.
Earthers weren't a thing during this time. Even though literally in elementary school, I was taught that Christopher Columbus and like his voyage was somehow to prove that the Earth was round or maybe it was flat and that there was like some debate around that. That's actually a total legend, and I have no idea why I was taught that in elementary school. How did that?
You know, it's funny because I remember that as well. I remember the ships going over the horizon mast last as being something that Columbus championed, and at least I remember learning that in elementary school, which indeed now, according to the official historical narrative, is incorrect. But what I will say real quick is the discrepancy between Eratosthenes' value and Christopher Columbus's value of the hypothetically ball Earth. Remember, if Christopher Columbus knew the Earth was a ball and they knew its dimensions for thousands of years, then why the fuck did he think he landed in India when he was actually 4,000 miles away in the Bahamas on the east coast of the United States, when he thought he was in like Japan or something? Until the day he died, Christopher Columbus died thinking he was in India. That's why still to this day we call Native Americans Indians, some people do. So, you know, this whole idea that he's got that Christopher Columbus knew the Earth was a ball and knew its dimensions, then why the discrepancy between Eratosthenes' value and Christopher Columbus's value, which was like 6,000 miles discrepancy? There's something there. Just think about it. I'm not going to answer that. You know, just you, the viewer, chew on that for yourself.
I actually am genuinely curious. Like, how did that happen? The fact is, Christopher Columbus, the Catholic Church, the Spanish patrons, no one thought the Earth was flat. But then they became a thing. Any sort of flat earther movement didn't actually come around, ironically, until science was really starting to heat up. During the mid-1800s, a huge amount of scientific breakthrough was happening. The scientific method was taking off, and huge breakthroughs in biology, physics, anatomy, and mathematics were taking place. But at the time, there were also people who were becoming uncomfortable with how advanced scientific methods were getting. These guys were like, hold on a second, you have all these fancy new tools to inquire into the world and to understand reality, but these tools are getting like too sophisticated and too abstract and theoretical. They're becoming too disconnected from like what I can see and understand and touch and feel. They wanted to bring science back to what it had been for a really long time, which is that like a person goes out, uses simple tools like a telescope to look at the world and to make conclusions about how the world works. So it's the 1800s, science is like having its time, and you have these guys, usually from like the US and the UK, who want to throw out this growing body of like amazing advancements in science, and they start to do experiments. Here's what those experiments look like. So it's the summer of 1838. England, up in the county of Cambridgeshire, which literally sounds like a place in The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, because it's got the word Shire in it.
So it's the summer of 1838, and the atom had just been discovered, and the Doppler effect is like...
The atom had just been theorized, not discovered. The atomic thing is a theory. Nobody's ever seen an atom or imaged an atom. It is a theory.
Being fleshed out. And then you've got this guy. His name is Samuel Rowbotham, but he goes by the pseudonym Parallax, which is actually a pretty dope name. Like if I were a DJ, I would totally go with like Parallax. Anyway, Parallax decides, even though all this science is happening, he thinks it's time to reopen up the debate about whether or not the Earth is a globe, which was like...
No, he didn't want to reopen a debate. What he did was he measured the Earth to be flat and stationary, and wrote a book about it that I know that you do mention in this video, but you misrepresent the one thing about it that you mentioned. So that is pretty slimy. We'll get to that here in just a second.
Literally settled thousands of years earlier. But
no,
he's like,
wasn't.
No,
let's do it.
And he finds this canal system that is incredibly straight. This canal goes on for almost 10 kilometers, like 6 miles of just a straight line. This guy says, if the Earth is a globe, and people say it's 25,000 miles in circumference, then if I look at a straight line After the first mile, the curvature of the Earth would mean that the canal would now be 8 inches lower. After 2 miles, it would be 32 inches lower. After 3 miles, 72 inches lower, meaning like 6 feet, almost 2 meters, and so on. So he thinks eventually the dip from the curvature of the Earth would be so great that you could easily observe it. So he gets in the water, he puts a telescope right above the surface of the water, and then puts a boat on the canal with a 1 meter tall post on it. So what he wants to see is if the Earth is curved, if it's a globe, this post will start to disappear over the horizon. So he does it. The boat goes away, it goes the entire 6 miles of the canal, and it stays in sight the entire time. It doesn't dip over the horizon. And he's stoked. He's like, man, I just proved that the Earth is flat. And I did it with a telescope and a boat. Like, screw you, science. Like, I'm making breakthroughs right here in Cambridgeshire. And then he writes this book.
So what I'll just quickly mention is, yeah, the raw data there doesn't look good for a globe, right? If the convexity was there that they claim, then yeah, the flag on that boat should have been well below the geometric horizon line. But it wasn't. It was visible the whole time. Now, the thing is this isn't the only proof in zetetic astronomy. There's lots of them. And it's not just over 6 miles, it's over 50 miles, or even, you know, in modern times, we've got images of mountain ranges that are over 270 miles and still no curvature. You can't argue refraction in every single instance, brother. You just can't do that. The spherical Earth is not going to smartly and deviously present itself as a plane in order to trick us into thinking the Earth is a plane all the time, right? Sure, you could argue refraction some of the time, but it's a variable. There's nothing standard about it. That would be like saying standard rainbows or something like that. It's just absurd how people will exercise cognitive dissonance in order to maintain their steadfast, unassailable belief in the spinning ball Earth.
Where he fleshes out this experiment and several others that he does. But wait, this experiment's like kind of legit, right? Like it adds up. Like his numbers were all correct about the circumference and the dip of the curvature. Like why didn't it dip? Like why was the boat still in sight? There's nothing wrong with this experiment. Parallax, got that great name. Maybe he was onto something.
I must quickly point out that an experiment must entail science, right? And in order to have an experiment, you need to be trying to establish a cause and effect relationship for naturally occurring phenomenon. So ball Earth, flat Earth, there is no science or experiment that's going to prove one or the other. Because in order to do science, you first must have some naturally occurring phenomenon. And you can't have a phenomenon of ball Earth or a phenomenon of flat Earth. So you're not going to be able to establish the cause and effects relationship involved with flat Earth or sphere Earth. So I do need to get that in there real quick or whatever. But yeah, good luck trying to find science for ball Earth or flat Earth, because science deals specifically with things of physics, right?
No, this is stupid. This is like a 3rd grade science experiment in your backyard. This experiment doesn't take into account how the natural world actually works and how light behaves and refracts based on the different air densities. This is like stuff that people already figured out, and like Parallax is sitting there getting wet in a canal, like trying to observe this on his... No, this is not...
So you just saying no doesn't do anything. If you actually read the book, you'd notice that he does mention refraction in there as to why he didn't include any sort of allowances for refraction.
Prove anything. But Parallax didn't want to hear any of this. He didn't want to talk about atmospheric refraction and air density.
But he does talk about it in the book, so that's a lie. Dude's just lying at this point. Or he didn't read the book. I'm sure he didn't, right? So either he's lying or he's ignorant, but there's no other options.
And how light behaves in different media. Too complicated, too abstract. You can't touch and feel that stuff. Instead, Parallax sees science and observing reality as a much simpler task. In his book, he says, "Nature speaks to us in a peculiar language, in the language of phenomena. She answers at all times the questions which are put to her." Just like go out and like put a question to Mother Nature and she'll answer it. As scientific...
If you'd actually read the very next sentence after the thing that you highlighted, he says those questions are asked in the form of experiments. So he's not just saying go ask questions to the ether as you're mischaracterizing, like what is slime ball? No, he's talking about experiments. And the zetetic process, what he was getting at with that is science is, even at that point in time, was being mischaracterized, and the actual valor of science was being stolen by theorists, people who just make shit up and call it science because they can construct mathematics to back up their hypotheticals. But I've talked about this till I'm blue in the face. You can construct mathematics around hypotheticals which have absolutely no basis in reality. So while the math checks out, it doesn't mean shit, right?
Methods become more sophisticated. They become harder for you and me to understand. Parallax and his canal experiments are a reaction to all of this. They are a call for...
No, the dude was sick of all the pseudoscience that goes around, that comes right along with ball Earth theory. And if you actually read Zetetic Astronomy, you'd find that all of the so-called proofs that were even being paraded around during his day, like Foucault's pendulum, like the Cavendish experiment, in air quotes, ships going over the horizon mast last, and all of these sort of alleged globe Earth proofs were shown to be flimsy and circumstantial at best. Furthermore, all of the exclusive things that are supposedly only possible on a globe turned out it can work either way. So, wow, what a slime ball, really.
Or a simplification of scientific methods and a return of the senses as the primary force for understanding reality. He called his method of reductionist pseudoscience the Zetetic method. He says that on...
What zetetic means is to proceed only according to inquiry. So you don't just make up theories and use assumptions to construct mathematics and then call that an axiom, an unassailable axiom, which is what they definitely did with, you know, the whole Copernican revolution. Zetetic, or Robotham writing Zetetic, was not a response to science getting too complicated. It was a response to science becoming something that wasn't science. It was pseudoscience masquerading as science, and frankly, he called them out on all of that bullshit and did a wonderful job, even, you know, for his time in the 1800s. It's a great book, and I've actually got it as an audiobook on my channel. I'll put a card up here for you.
Honesty of thought is to look at truth in the face, not the side face, but the full front.
Full Monty.
Just like look at it, go out and observe it for yourself. He was among several scientists and mathematicians at the time who were on this train of let's use really simplified reductionist math and science to prove that the Earth is actually flat.
No, you're mischaracterizing. What he was saying is we cannot replace theory and mathematics for direct measurement and observation. And it's when you start conflating theory and mathematics with direct observation and measurement, that's not science. That is necessarily pseudoscience. Anything that's not demonstrable, not falsifiable, not observable, not repeatable, that's all pseudoscience. So when you've got theory and mathematics constructed around hypotheticals, at some point you need to go back and check those hypotheticals, check those assumptions to see whether or not they actually conform to reality. And frankly, all of the stuff that goes along with the ball Earth theory is pseudoscience. There's nothing scientific about it, especially when you get into the likes of NASA, who have been faking space since their very inception, actually.
Argument of the flat Earth flickered for a little bit in the 1800s, gained a little bit of traction, but then eventually it died out until just a few years ago.
I refuse to be another.
Yeah, and it died out because of smear campaigns and dedicated hit campaigns against the movement. And it was really only one guy that was championing this. There were others, but they started the Flat Earth Society or whatever that was later co-opted, and it didn't just fizzle out and die of natural causes. It was murdered because the powers that be need the deception of Ball Earth in order to implement the demonic beast system that we have to this very day, where people worship money, people worship themselves, and people worship science as if it's God, right?
The vegetable. Pseudoscience garbage will to me be unacceptable. Anyone with eyes to see don't have to be susceptible. Dispose of your globe in the nearest waste receptacle.
There is no curvature to this earth. There is no motion to this earth. If you just accept the globe model with no understanding of the flat and no clear evidence for the ball earth, do you see the problem there?
Flat earthers are back. And their methods are very similar to what Parallax was doing in the 1800s.
And this is data.
Well, the methods may be similar, but we have a great deal more technology than Parallax had available at the time. And even still, dude, it's flat. It just is. It's the truth. It's not spinning around. And, so far we're over halfway through this video. And up to this point, dude hasn't given one single globe Earth proof. Not one single proof that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound. No proof that we're orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. No proof for any geological curvature. No proof for geological motion. Just resting on his loins that flat earthers are stupid and science is God. Wow, what a slime ball.
It's repeatable, observable, measurable.
If you take the time to learn, you will change your mind. There's no doubt. The only reason people think they live on a spinning ball is willful ignorance.
They're still zooming into horizons, but now they have hordes of visual stuff to play around with. They now have airplanes. They now have satellite imagery to play around with. They now have the
satellite imagery to play around with. Okay, first of all, satellites are unnecessary and irrelevant. I did a video recently. I'll try to put a card right here for a recent video debunking the concept of satellites because it's just hogwash, man. Any satellite images that we've got are from high altitude weather balloons. Things like GPS use ground-based tower triangulation, not satellites. Things like Doppler radar to predict weather patterns use ground-based, tower-based radio frequencies, not satellites. The only things that potentially are using satellites, like the little generic plastic dish affixed to the side of your house, or like, say, a satellite phone, they've got a high-altitude communications balloons up there in vast arrays, acting as signal repeaters, behaving just like satellites would. But it doesn't cost quadrillions of dollars to launch up weather balloons, basically communications balloons. So what that means is NASA's been pocketing billions of dollars annually and lying to everyone. So, you can go with NASA all you want, dude, but they're full of shit, obviously.
Moon landing to dissect. And now they're taking levels onto airplanes,
yeah,
like I did.
That's pretty stupid. It is kind of stupid to do levels on airplanes.
Your plane can't go upside down. Here's the thing, globe hugger.
Like the flat earthers in the 1800s, the flat earthers today want to use their own intuition and senses to understand reality. And in the process, they reject and ignore the huge body of science that we all live with today.
So, okay, if there is this huge body of science, whatever the hell that means, that proves, curvature and axial rotation and orbital motion and all that, where is it? Why doesn't your video contain any proof for spinning ball Earth theory? Why is it all picking on flat earthers and really some of the weakest arguments and red herring mischaracterizations of arguments, just like all the other globetard videos do, that are definitely bolstered by YouTube's algorithms, while the actual flat earth content creators are buried by the same algorithms? Why is it that flat Earth is so disruptive to big corporations like Google and YouTube? Could it be because the truth, the antidote for this great deception that we've been living through our whole lives and for many generations prior to our births, could it be that that deception is central to their profitability? Could it be that people who are deceived are basically like cattle to be led around by the nose wherever the fuck Google wants them to be led? But flat earthers, people who exercise rational discernment and who use their damn brains, aren't that easily misled and used as cash cows, right? Could it be?
Physics degrees, astronomy degrees. They got their degree by regurgitating what their teacher or the books told them.
Instead of trigonometry and telescopes and canals, the flat earthers today use videos and photos circulated on the internet.
The azimuthal equidistant.
Okay, so why don't you use videos and photos circulated on the internet to prove a globe? Because you can't prove something that isn't true, right? Of course.
Projection map that the USGS actually uses is the flat Earth map.
Wait, did he just say azimuthal equidistant projection? That's like my favorite projection. Is that the flat Earth map? Don't with me in projections. I take them very seriously. In true internet fashion, this new current movement of flat earthers has become just a bunch of bumper sticker type assertions and images that are really easy to share. Just like parallaxes experiments, these methodologies completely ignore the way the natural world is observed to work by, like...
That's not true. The thing is, see, flat earthers were deceived by the same mind control program that you and everybody else was deceived by growing up. But we've snapped out of it. We've woken up. All physical evidence, all measurable data proves a flat and stationary Earth. It is really quite obvious and self-evident. The problem is people are damn brainwashed by it since we were little kids. It's very insidious and it's sad, but thank God that deception is finally at an end. You can't put the cat back in the bag on this one. They're going to have to fucking destroy the whole world if they want this to go away. And they might do it, man. They might just do a whole reset in order to, you know, start over from scratch. And you and me, if you're watching this video, or if you're even one of the 11 million that watched this guy's original video, you ain't in the club, man. I'm sorry to say. You know, if they do another reset, we're all getting fucking buried. So you got to pick a side, man. I hope you're on the side of who is right. I hope you're on the side of the truth.
Thousands of years of scientific consensus. But if you go...
Oh, really? So now consensus proves truth, huh? Where is your globe Earth evidence? Where's your evidence that your ass is spinning around 1,000 miles an hour to the east right now? Where's your evidence for curvature? Oh, you're just going to point and laugh at flat earthers and call them stupid and ignorant. And that's really all you need to do to be a successful anti-flat earther this day and age. They've made it very easy. Maybe I'll change the script. Maybe I'll do that just so that I can be monetarily successful, and then half of y'all will accept me, right?
Go to the FAQ page of the Flat Earth Society. You'll see what they're after here. They believe that...
And the Flat Earth Society is definitely a misinformation campaign. Anybody who points to them as any sort of reference for actual flat Earth information is clearly either deceived or being deceitful. But anybody who knows the first fucking thing about flat Earth knows you don't go to the Flat Earth Society for information. So why is he pointing to them again? I mean, come on. And this video is 3 years old. So that means he did it in like, what, 2020 or whatever? I mean, come on, man. At that point, I had already been doing Flat Earth videos for 5 years and pointed out for years that the Flat Earth Society was a co-opt operation, psychological operation used to funnel would-be flat earthers, you know, people who are looking into the topic, into misinformation that's, you know, created to make the whole concept seem stupid. So good one, man. Way to prove my point by pointing to the Flat Earth Society, you fucking galoop.
Evidence is, quote, relying on your own senses to discern the true nature of the world around us.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Evidence. And in that vein, That's what these people are doing.
I mean, so in the physics world today, do they not understand that convex lenses or fisheye lenses or GoPro add a distorted view?
So, what have I learned from all of this? From my understanding, the flat earther movement, whether from the 1800s or today on the internet, is actually not totally about the shape of the earth. This movement has a much broader message.
It's totally about the shape of the earth and the fact that it is demonstrably and self-evidently at rest. Never moved a single yard.
Built into it. There's a reason why 1984 is like in the canon of the flat earther movement. 1984 has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. What it does have to do with is being skeptical of big institutions that are probably...
I would say that 1984 has a lot to do with flat earth because it paints the picture of what was going on in the Cold War, between Russia and the United States, where you've got the people of the United States being misled about the Russian people who are demonized in the United States canon, and vice versa. So you've got this whole evil, unforgivable enemy overseas thing where we could be bombed out of our minds or bombed out of our world at any moment by nukes or whatever, right? And so, yeah, 1984, I think it's a book that everyone should read, Flat Earther or no, because it is a very valid and accurate commentary about the dangers of centralized power and big government.
Watching you, that are probably controlling your life, that are probably feeding you bad information to retain power.
We're not crazy, we're just sick of the lies.
Here's the thing. Most of the knowledge we have about the natural world and the universe, we've never seen. We've never seen exoplanets or the deep space telescopes that tell us so much about our universe.
Infinite space doesn't exist. Infinite space is reliant upon globe Earth. If the Earth was a globe, it would have curvature. If the Earth was a spinning and orbiting globe, there would be evidence, physical evidence of geological motion. There is none of that. The Earth is demonstrably at rest, therefore NASA is lying, infinite space doesn't exist, and deep fake deep space telescopes are merely space art. That's it.
Instead, we read about this stuff. We benefit from its findings. We pay our taxes to fund more of it. Science is like...
Okay. And what exactly has NASA produced from all of their countless hours and quadrillions of dollars in space? And you can't point to the patents that NASA comes up with on an annual basis because the inventors of those patents are not astronauts. They're just regular dudes on the ground on NASA's payroll. So, like, really, what has NASA contributed to the betterment of mankind? What has space exploration done except for provide a really convenient money laundering operation to the criminals at NASA? The Nazis of NASA, if you will.
Tall tower, and each individual researcher and institution adds a little brick to that tower, each brick resting on the one below it. No one person sees or understands all of the bricks. Instead, we have a system of debate, review, scrutiny that only allows the most accurate information to be added to the tower. And honestly, I don't think humans are well suited to adapt to this very impersonal way of understanding the world. We have evolved.
Yeah, but at some point you do need to go down and kick around the bricks at the bottom and make sure that your axioms are actually true, right? I mean, you can assume certain things for argument's sake and to construct mathematical descriptions of complex things, but at some point you really do need to go and check your premises, brother. Unfortunately, it's a very difficult thing to do because, well, you know, everybody knows the Earth's a spinning ball, so why would we bother measuring it
because there's a difference between what the creator can make and the limitations that we have down here.
We have pyramids everywhere.
Do we?
Even at India. Sorry, at China. But they are. Even at Antarctica, but a few information have been spoken about that.
We got Mina. How you doing, Mina? Nima, actually, 108. Nima 108. You should be able to unmute right now.
Nima, welcome. Open your mic.
What brings you to the server, Nima? How you doing? Nima 108. Then we yeah, that's about it.
Welcome to Nima land. Nima.
Nima. You know, for 2024 in New York, they had, the big ball in New York, they have doing the countdown and it rises or goes down, whatever, right? They have, you know what they had?
Well,
they had this, Miguel. Look, I'll show you. I'll show you, Miguel. You're gonna love it. It's a round pyramid.
What the fuck?
Wow. This is the ball for New York, New Year's 2024.
The thing is geometric.
Geodesic dome.
You know what they showed right after? The next how do you say? Wait, why? The next screen view after that one that they say Happy New Year's and the ball, the pyramid ball, whatever. Yeah. The next screen showed this. Then the next one. I was like, what the fuck? What's happening? Show me the pyramids, bro. Where are they?
Planet Fitness.
Why did they call it Why would they call it a geodesic? That sounds like Earth. It's not
That's
like
the first thing I saw in the new year was the ball pyramid, and then the two guys. That's the first thing I saw. The New Year's through the TV.
It's the
not
agenda.
in reality.
It's the agenda.
I deleted. That was for you guys. A curveball for you guys. A curved pyramid in the New Year's, and then the two guys celebrating the curveballs.
I was just about.
Go ahead, my man.
I was just about to react with a puking emoji before you deleted that.
The question is, who cares?
It's gay. It's super gay.
Matrix has a good voice to do voices of cartoons.
Uh-oh. Hey, I wasn't looking forward to it, but I was just watching the TV for the new, for the countdown, bro. And then they show me that stuff. So I just took screenshots. Didn't ask for
it. Hell no. You know they had that shit ready too. You know they had that shit ready. All right, guys, go ahead. Pan in 3, 2, 1, dude.
Bro, those guys were like 10 feet from the camera, and that's the first thing they showed. The 1 second after saying Happy New Year's, and then they got this guys like blah, blah, blah.
You can't tell me there's not an agenda going on here, bro.
You know, the Tate's brothers say they turned down $50 million because they said, okay, if you guys just go with the stuff that those guys were doing, like the G agenda.
Right.
And if you guys go with that and just agree with it, the media will, be good with you. But the Tate brothers said, no, thank you.
It's gay. It's super gay.
And after they say no, thank you, they got arrested, which is,
Exactly, bro.
But I think it goes deeper than that. There's another layer below that. I don't know what it is. Maybe above or maybe below. Who knows?
At London, they have this clock. They call it Big Bang. I think it's a Big Bang lie. They sell the ball earth to us. The Big Bang lie.
The Big Bad Boom.
Big Bang lie.
W panel.
That's the sound effect when globies tap dance around. So whenever you hear a globie tap dancing and you hear that tapping, you'll know what's happened.
Yeah, I'm always like, take them damn tap choosing off, man. Why are you tap dancing right now?
Well, that's what triggered me to get that. I'm like, we need tap sound effects, and that's probably the best one I could find. I'm still looking for a better one, but when I do.
Oh, you need one that's like, I don't know which cartoon. There used to be like a cartoon or something where this character would go like, cha cha cha, cha cha cha, cha da dee cha, like tap dances off the screen.
Yes. Which cartoons was? Yep. Thank you.
I don't even know what that's called, bro. Like Tom and Jerry or something. I don't know, but that shit.
Is Nima gonna speak? Nima, are you gonna speak? Yes, no? Because I gave you VC verified, and you can keep that if you speak to us. But if not, I'm gonna have to.
Nima.
Remove it. Give you something else. So we gotta verify. Voice verified is after we verify the voice. You need to voice for verification.
And we have Elder Bear. Who is that?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
You can unmute Elder Bear and speak to him. He's I believe he's been in the communities for some time. I've heard him before, so I'm pretty sure we can give him VC verified, and hopefully some people can speak to him if you want to. Elder Bear.
Glober Bear?
One second, bro. Bear, I'm just trying to address him because I'm giving him perms to be able to open his mic in the server. So, Elder Bear, you've been verified because I know you open your mic, so you can
7 below.
do it now, whenever you want, because you've been verified. Play.
How does someone get valued if they don't have any other Earth? They don't have any Earth tags.
Oh, my bad. I put the actually the wrong one. VC. I just went with the V. It's VC verified.
I think I've seen them before, though. I think I've seen people with valued, and they don't even have any Earth sign. Any Earth tag.
You're not that guy, pal.
Yes. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't give you any extra perms.
Yeah.
It's just that someone spoke to you, some mod spoke to you, and you guys kind of the mod likes you,
Yeah.
or something, and you're valued.
Exactly.
Now fuck
I can value your globy ways because you're a good glober, you know.
Even. Yeah.
Elder Beer, welcome.
Yeah, I mean,
I have 6 servers, Discord servers with sharing with him, so he's in the in 6 servers that I am too. So
Yeah, I've heard him speaking before, so he got the perms to open his mic whenever now, so it's all good. No big deal.
no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. No container, no pressure. Bye bye, ball.
No pressure. Yeah. That means no container, no pressure. Yeah, that's a good one.
No pressure,
think about
but
that one.
Nima 108. Nima 108. Hello. Come in. Come in. How are you? All right. Yeah. Woohoo.
Alrighty, guys, it's work o'clock for me. I will catch you later on.
All right. Have a good evening. Good evening.
that is Matrix, ladies and gentlemen.
Matrix.
Cheers.
Yeah, we hear you breathing, Elder and Nima. That's y'all breathing. I hear you breathing.
Now we also have Elda Bra. Oh, that was his name change. Okay, Elda Bra.
I put you on mute.
Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you?
If does the typing. He's talking about that video, seeing the Southern Cross from Canary Island.
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. The dead air brought to you by lack of curvature.
Earth Beer, welcome. He did open his mic.
We must be about to find that curvature. I'm sure we're going to get there. Maybe we need some Glovers to come in and help us find out where that horizon is. Where is the geometric horizon? Please to come on in and show us where we're all wrong, please.
Yeah, I haven't got any curve either.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Nice. Snacks in the back.
No, I couldn't find any flat either, though.
Stop the cap.
This dude said, I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
Are you a concave Earth?
What?
Concave Earth?
What's that?
Are you a concave Earth? No.
No, just try and live in reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
What
don't
the
live in
hell's
reality. Got it.
Then not the globe, right? Because if you're in reality, you're not on the globe.
Yeah, no, I can't see a globe anywhere.
Yeah, you see flat, duh.
See lots of up and down. I've heard it was measured flat, but I can't find anybody who knows how it was done.
Have you never been to like a lake?
Yeah. And the
Was
sea.
was that up and down?
Yeah. Yeah, the sea's up and down all the time.
What do you mean up and down?
Oh, there's sort of the waves and
Holy
the
shit.
tide and that kind of thing, it's up and down. It's not.
Okay, bro. So
Have you been to the sea then? Have you seen the sea like that?
yeah, of course I've been to the sea. Yeah, there's waves. Is that like a news flash for you? That's kind of
Oh,
crazy.
I
Let's
have
know, but
let's keep it really simple. Let's keep it simple, dude. Is his connection bad or mine?
I don't know. Is it mine?
It's his. Yeah, get closer to the satellites, please. So I can't. I'm like, this is crazy that you're like saying there's bumps. You don't actually think flat earthers. I think he's rejoining the call. So I've had to. He's freaking dumb, anti-flat, not flat earther. So retarded.
I have been in the sea farther away from the coastline, and it was no wind, and the water, it was so level and so smooth. No, no waves, no even little waves. So anyway, it depends of the day, the weather conditions.
Yeah, but there's bumps. Oh my god. For real. Just you back?
The internet or Discord. Something's going strange.
Yeah, it's been acting up for a lot of for me lately too. So
Yeah.
anyway, just to keep it really simple, bro. Think of a floor, flat floor, hardwood or cement or whatever. Then we take a rug. We've got like 3 different types of rugs. We got like a really plush, thick ass rug. We've got office rug and a lion's zebra rug or some shit like that, right? We put those down on the floor. I would say that the floor I'm offering to you that floor is dichotomous in nature. Either the surface of the floor can be curved or it is not. So can we agree that without the carpet, like just starting with our hardwood floor, that's a non-curved floor. You'd agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we put down the zebra rug over here, we put the plush rug over there, and then like a thinner rug over there, is the floor now curved?
No, it's
No,
not. It's the same as
there
it
we
was.
go. There we go. Now let's go back to the ocean.
Right.
That
Yeah.
the waves and the bumps and the swell, whatever. That's just like the lion's rug, the zebra rug. It's just bumps on top of a flat surface. There's no curvature anywhere. I would say that that's one thing you might be missing out on is this understanding that there's a dichotomy between what a surface can be doing. Either it's curved or it's not. There's no third option. Period.
So you're saying if I remove the sea, there's a flat bit under there, is there? Is that
That's
what you're
not what I
saying?
said. That's not what I said.
Well, you said
Focus.
it was the rug.
No,
You said it was the
listen.
rug.
Yeah, focus, buddy. So bumps doesn't mean curvature, right? So your only
Doesn't it?
contention when we said it was flat, you're like, but there's bumps. Okay, so
Yeah,
is
but
the
bumps
bumpy
isn't
surface.
flat either.
Hold on.
Is it? The bumps isn't flat either, is it?
Hold on. So is the floor and the carpet. That's flat too. Bumps and all, my friend. So
Yeah, that's
I
very
don't
different
think
to
you
the sea, isn't
understand.
it? Not like
I
the
don't
sea.
think
You
you
couldn't.
hold on. I don't think you understand the dichotomy. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with this dichotomous nature of surfaces?
Well, the floor isn't really analogous to the sea, is it really?
I'm asking because the surface is the sea is a surface, the floor is a surface, so they're both surfaces. And I'm offering to you that there's a dichotomy in the nature of what a surface can do. Do you agree or disagree?
The floor, you mean, or
Focus, bird brain, focus. I'm saying it again for the third time.
the
The
floor
nature
is the
of
floor
a
is
surface.
definitely flat. Yeah, I can see here. When I look at my floor, it's flat. Yeah.
But bird
And
brain,
if I take the
we've
rug
moved.
off, it's still
Hold on,
flat.
bird
Yeah, I'm
brain.
following
Hold
you.
on, bird brain. Hold on, bird brain.
Yeah. What do you
We've
mean
moved
bird brain?
past. Hold
What's
on,
wrong
hold
with
on. We've moved past the carpet example. I'm speaking in general, vague terms about a surface, any surface. If you look around you, everything sort of has a surface. Not only rugs is a surface, right? So, can you agree that there's only two options for what a surface can do? Do you agree or disagree?
I don't know. Is there only
Okay.
two options?
I've offered you two options. Is there a third?
What two options? It's either what?
Are
What were the
you
two options?
hey, this is why I call you bird brain, because we've only been talking about one topic this whole time. You forgot?
I know, but you've gone from floor to the sea. You said the sea was the rug, but when I remove the rug, there isn't a floor under it.
Remember, the
So
floor was either
apparently the
what?
waves
Hold on,
are the
bird brain.
rug,
Hold on, bird brain.
but the
The
waves. Hang
floor.
on, no, hang on. Are you sure?
Hold on, bird brain. The floor was either what
Are you
or
sure
what?
you're not a bird brain?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm sure because the floor was either what? What were the two options of what the floor was doing?
Yeah, but that's not analogous with the sea, is it? You know that. That's silly.
Hold on. What were the two options? Because you're confused. So we're trying to
You're
make sure
talking
you're
about a
staying on
rug and
track.
a floor.
Hold on.
That's what you're
Hold
talking
on.
about.
Hold on. Hold
Then you
on.
talked about a curved surface and a flat surface.
Yeah. So I've offered you those are the two options, bird brain. So
Yeah, but
what's the
wait, I
third
haven't seen
option?
either though. I
Oh
mean, I can
my
see the
god.
floor. The
Hold on,
floor is flat
Stop.
that I
Take a deep
could
breath. Take
choose
a deep
from.
breath. Hold on, take a deep breath. You just said you haven't seen either of those options. That's wrong.
All right. I just got to
Let's
imagine.
hold on 1 second, bud. You're going way too far ahead in your own confusion here. Look around you.
I didn't think I was confused till I came here and you started telling me I was confused.
Holy smokes, you are. So everything has a surface. You
Yeah.
have seen those two options.
I thought there was more than two options, in surfaces.
Great. What's
There's
the third
wrinkled
option?
surface,
What's
there's
the
concave,
hold on. What's the third
bubbly,
option? My God, you have diarrhea of the mouth.
concave.
Okay. That's oh my God. This is why these guys are retarded, folks. These guys are bricked to the max. Yep. Let's start over. Okay, Elder Bird Brain. We've got two options here. I'm presenting to you. We've got either a curved surface or interrupting. I'm going to mute you if you can't control yourself. So we've either got a curved surface or a non-curved surface. And I asked you, give me a third option. You said, well, concave. That's a curved surface, bird brain. So what is a third option?
A rippled surface.
Yeah, we already covered that with the carpet. That's still flat. Holy smokes. What else you got?
No, that's not the surface. You said that was on the surface. You said the surface was flat. The carpet wasn't the surface.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
So that's three options then.
It
So
is,
there's
by the way.
curved carpet and flat. So that's three options. So I'll go for the carpet as being the third option.
Wait. Say that again. What are the three options?
You said there was a carpet, the floor, and a curved option.
You are retarded, my friend.
I said the floor, and you said it was the carpet.
Pick any surface, dummy. Any surface. And what?
The surface of my sweatshirt. It's rippled.
Your sweatshirt.
Creased. Creased. Yeah, that's what the surface is like. Creased.
You're funny.
I've also got in my hand a vinyl record.
Mm-hmm.
And that's grooved. That's got a grooved surface.
Yeah. So
and that's four.
Wait, hold on. Is that curved or not curved? The vinyl.
Well, to be quite honest,
remember earlier.
If I was selling it to you, I'd have to be honest and say it's got a slight warp in it.
All right, well, hold on now. So there would be some curvature. So that's not the third. That's not a
Yeah,
third option.
curvature.
That's still one of the two options.
What about some bubble wrap? I've got some bubble wrap.
Okay,
That's kind of bubbly surface.
Again, how are you losing the plot? You're losing
You
the
just
thread.
asked me about what surface. You said there was only 2 surfaces, but I found 3 or 4 now.
No. What I'm saying is there's only 2 options for what a surface can be doing. It's either curved or it isn't. And you keep bringing up bumps as if that's a third option. It isn't. We already covered that. Just like the floor. You can put down bumpy things on a flat floor. It's still a flat floor. That hasn't changed the nature of the floor. And so, I don't know, your vinyl, you said, well, it's a little warped. Well, there's your curvature. And if it wasn't, it'd be flat. There's only the 2 options there. You're getting caught up on like, but there's bumps.
Always?
Yeah, but that's
There are
not
only
that's
2 options anywhere.
yeah, that's well,
Is it
what's the third option, my friend?
reality, probably?
So that's just some vague knowledge.
Yeah. What is
No, so
reality? Like the garden. My garden isn't flat.
What is it?
That's reality. My garden, that's not flat. So that's reality.
What is it then? Is it kind of curved then?
It's got some curves in it and some
Then
lumps.
it's curved. Then you're agreeing with my dichotomy here. Thank you.
Oh, so
I
there is a
appreciate
curve. Oh. Well,
the
yeah, but that's not
garden. Yeah, there's bumps in the garden, of course. Like,
but
this is wild. This is why I say go to the ocean because it doesn't have those types
yeah,
of
I
bumps.
did. That's what I said. But it was going up and down constantly in
not.
motion. Of course it is.
Not like your garden.
Well, what's not? You know, the sea is in constant motion. We know that. Everybody knows that.
But you still agreed with
waves and tides.
Okay, we already covered that the bumps part, right?
Is it contained the water then?
Are you just here to spew garbage, or?
No, I'm talking about reality. I go to the beach nearly every day, and
you're
it's going
confused
up and
about-
down. Sometimes it's
but we
sometimes I can't walk.
We already covered that.
Sometimes it's a bit lower, and I can.
Okay.
So I know it's constantly moving. I've never seen it horizontal, level, flat. I haven't seen any of that ever.
You only see
the horizontal is not horizontal.
we're not sit here and lie.
When you're talking about this,
we're not just gonna let you sit here and stand on that. You've only seen that. And I asked you for a third option. You sure as shit can't provide a third option. Either it is flat or it's curved. You already agreed it's not. Hold on, dummy. We're not just gonna have you respawn in front of the whole panel. We already covered the bumpy waves.
What do you mean?
So
You asked me to talk.
the bumps and the waves is not curvature, and it doesn't make the water not flat. Those are the only 2 options here, dummy. You need to pay attention.
No, I'm not. I see this. No, I am paying attention. When I look at the sea.
Well, no, you're not paying attention because we covered the bumps in the sea. But you're gonna keep going back to but the sea is bumpy. So is the carpet under your floor, and it's not a curved floor, is it, Elder Bear? So if you agree the Earth is not curved and it's flat, there's no other option, and that's what you see, just like everyone else. We're not gonna let you just sit here and lie to the whole panel.
You're telling me I see that? Is that what you're saying?
Unless you just, I mean, dude, are you
I told
blind?
you what I saw, but you said I don't.
But I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
You say we both live in the same world. We both see the same things. You can't sit here and pretend.
I don't know now. I thought we did, but you seem to live in.
You can't sit here and say you see a different reality, my friend.
Well, so if you stand with me on the beach, you're going to tell me that you see something different to me.
I just told you we don't see different things.
What do you see when you go to the beach, then?
I see waves just like you do.
I see the
there
horizon.
You go. So it's not flat, then.
Oh my God! The respawn.
I see the horizon. What is the horizon?
Out of your brain, dude. We already covered
the horizon's horizontal, but if you went, go to the horizon, you'd find it was like the water at the beach, going up and down as well.
Are you eating your mic? Are you eating your mic now?
Sorry.
Yeah, better. I couldn't hear you.
At a distance,
too close.
You don't see that, and it's.
So you see the horizon. You see the horizon, right?
Yeah, but that's not my kitchen floor. Yeah.
So the claim of the ball Earth, you know what is the radius? 3959 miles, right?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Neither do you. I don't know, and neither do you.
Hold on,
Neither
Somebody
do.
told you that. You just repeat it.
Now you're
Hold on.
doing a fallacy because it's known. Okay, you can do a search, a simple search, and they say 3959 miles. So you are making up shit. You know, the
What shit
information
am
is
I
still
making up? You don't believe that, do you?
the information is still there, but you are making semantics and bullshit talk. Okay, but the information is there. So according to that radius, 3959 miles, you know, let's see if there's a curvature in the reality. Okay, let's see if it's a ball or a concave.
He's not a globe earther. He just doesn't like flat Earth. It doesn't like people calling it flat Earth or whatever. That's his hang up. He doesn't understand that there's a dichotomy here.
If he even doesn't know what is that ball Earth, the radius, then he could do a search, or maybe he's not here to learn, so we are wasting our time.
Maybe he can tell us how he measures the distances.
So in this picture, you see the horizon. You see two oil rigs. Where is the horizon? Behind those two oil rigs, right?
There's no oil rigs on my beach now.
I'm talking about the horizon. You want the ABC? I can give you two ABC. It's more
ABC?
simple.
We gotta hold his hand. We gotta hold his hand because he's just bricked. Don't worry, Derpy boy. We'll hold your hand. We know you don't know what flat means.
Okay.
So.
Maybe this is more simple. ABC, because the guy is not getting. ABC. Where is the horizon?
ABC? Where are you talking about? Where's this ABC?
You are not watching the live stream voice text. I can.
You never said anything about that. There's an extra job to do.
He's also technically challenged as well, Miguel. Hold on one second. So Derpy boy, if you know how to work a phone or a computer, maybe you could go into the Discord.
He knows because I'm with him in 6 other Discord channels, so he's making bullshit talk.
Yeah. We're not just gonna let you sit here and watch you just cap in front of the whole panel. So get your shit together, Derpy boy, or get the hell out of here.
Yeah. So anyway, the horizon is there.
You're talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, baby. I'm talking
just
to
shut
you.
up a minute. Just shut up and you.
Yeah. ABC. ABC. Where is the horizon? ABC.
He doesn't. Bird brain.
Maybe
yes, we're talking to you. Who
you
else
can
would
type it.
What's
You can
happening? I don't get it.
It's cognitive dissonance. It's what happened.
Let me talk to Elder Bear.
Listen.
How are you, Elder Bear? How are you?
Just listen to me a minute. I am not allowed. There you go. This is your world, right? You're so full of yourselves. You talk over everybody.
Wait,
guys. Let me talk to him. No, Elder Bear, talk to me for a little bit. It's okay.
Where is the horizon? ABC.
Hold on, Miguel. Just relax a second.
Miguel, it's Miguel. I never spoke to Miguel before. Miguel, listen carefully now, right?
Wait.
Because I don't want them to call you brain dead or anything.
I wanted to talk to him, but he doesn't want to talk to me. So
We don't care about your feelings. I'm asking, where is the horizon? ABC. You don't have brain to answer that?
Yeah, he's bird brain. That's what I've been saying. But Gemsy, Miguel, let Gemsy try to get this back on track. Clearly, his bird brain's triggered. He ain't hurting, so he wants to come off mute and share his pain. I'm not a bird brain, though. But there's bumps on the water. Joe, go ahead, Gemsy. Everyone get your violins out, though. Or not.
So I'm gonna finish.
But wait, is Elder Bear is he claiming a globe? I don't get it because I don't know. Like, what's going on?
He's not a glober. He's a not flat earther.
He's doing semantics, water has amps and so on. But I'm talking
He's
about
like-
the horizon. The horizon is not
I
curving.
tried to talk to him to hear what he has to say about the topics, but I still don't get what's going on.
He's one of the Bev boys, Gems. But go ahead, get him.
Listen, I can't see my name in there. So I can't see if my mic is on at all, right? So I don't know if, because I'm not in the list for some reason. That's the first problem.
Let me fix that. I
Okay.
unmuted you, and I fixed the first problem by unmuting you, and then the second problem. Let me fix
Okay,
it.
then I'll talk to you about the second problem.
Let me fix the second problem. 1 second.
What is the second problem?
But I
You should be able to
cannot see. I'm legally blind.
I think it should be good now. Go. So what brings you to the server, Elder Barrier?
Oh, I just came and listened. I'm usually just muted in here because everybody just talks and I don't know. So I just came along and thought I'll just have a listen again, and then suddenly somebody said maybe they'll deem me the privilege to be able to speak. Somebody, pulled their power trip and said, "Oh, you have freedom in the world." It's a bit like the system outside of here, that silences people who
Emotional damage.
No, it's just
have an argument. This
Anyway,
emotion.
let's get back to the problem. The main problem, Miguel.
Elder,
The main problem is
Gemsy.
Elder, you know that we operate in the Discord the way it's set up to work, so it has certain mechanisms. Listen, the TOS doesn't allow for younger people of certain ages to be here. So since this is being a live stream, we have to make sure that when people open their mics, they're not underage, so we can kind of like moderate that. So since I heard you the other day in the politics server speaking, and I know for a fact, well, from your voice only, that you're not outside of the scope of the allowed age of the.
Yeah, I don't think I get muted because of age
and
problems.
then I unmuted you because of that, because I knew you were able to speak. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I gave you the perms. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been muted because of some age restriction, though.
How do we know you're not over 13? How do we know?
Okay, maybe.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't take the chance. I don't know. Maybe that is why you got muted. We haven't confirmed that you're over 8 over the Discord TOS.
Wow.
So are you not over 13?
Oh.
13 and a half.
Oh, okay. So you're allowed to be in the platform.
How would we know that's true, Elder Bear?
Yeah, well, how would we know anything?
He said it, so
how do
that's
you
it.
know anything? That is the issue, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean, there's a lot of assumptions are made here already.
Are you on Discord right now?
No, I'm a brain in a jar.
Yeah, brain dead in a jar.
Yeah, well, nobody wanted to listen. But Miguel assumed a lot of things, and so did you, Creation Ben.
Would you like to take things a little more seriously, or?
Yeah, I was, but you didn't listen.
No.
That's the problem.
Hey, talk to me, Elder. Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. Go ahead.
Who's
I'll
you?
listen to you.
Down the bottom, Snake Tongue.
Why are you such in pain? Like, who hurt you
I'm
this
not in
bad?
pain. I'm not in pain. Jesus.
You clearly are. You clearly are.
Yeah.
So
Gemsy's like the nice one. You called him a
What
snake
were you
tongue.
saying, bro?
I'm
just looking at his picture. I'm just looking at his picture, just scrolling down. I don't know what his name is. Under Heaven Earther.
Yes, sir.
Under Heaven Earther.
How are you?
There you go. It looked like a snake
here.
tongue to me. Yeah.
Yeah. You also don't see flat somehow. Your eyes are broken, bro.
Hey, don't snakes like
Oh, you're talking about
swallow
reality.
Hey, Elder Bear,
yeah.
Elder Bear,
Or the
don't
water
snakes
supply.
like swallow their food without chewing it? Don't they do that? I chew my food. And also
What's
No, because you're saying snake tongue, and
It look.
I mean, is it the
Oh,
same thing? My tongue and snake, is that the same thing?
Yeah, see.
You'd have
See,
to
this is
see,
what
you
happens
know.
when you get out
Because
trolled, Elder.
I actually have seen videos of snakes, and I've seen their tongue. I mean, there's so many different ones, but I've never in my mind
Their
crossed
tongue
the
sticking out. You
idea
know,
that my tongue was the same as one of those. I never crossed it. So how do
is
you
that a
came up
tongue
with
or is it the
how do you
background
come
on the picture?
how do you came to that
I don't know.
conclusion? That is
I'm
those
actually starting to
two
think
things.
it looks like a snake tongue.
Well, I could be wrong. It could be on the wall, a painting on the wall behind you, of course. I didn't really look deeply. It wasn't really serious. You didn't have to get into some kind of logical fallacy about your tongue. Jeez. It's just a picture.
But I mean, if you did it, why couldn't you did it,
No,
and
you
I
can if
tried
you
to
want.
came.
You can. I don't have to engage in it, though. Sorry, it's a painting. It's on the wall. I can see now. I was mistaken.
Oh,
So
it's
you
starting to look
committed
like
the
a tongue.
fallacy of saying something about snakes, and I'm like, okay,
I
what
see.
does that have to do with me? And you're like, oh, you don't have to say that. Why did you say that in the first place?
Because that's what your picture looked like to me when I first looked.
No,
It looked
that's
like a
like
snake's tongue.
that's smoke. That's smoke from a cigar.
Okay. I can't
No,
see it very
let me
well.
tell you, bro, Elderberry, that is actually, you know, a 1 penny, you know, American currency at 1 penny. Have you ever seen one?
Yeah. Yeah.
So then,
No.
with machinery is being kind of like how do you say?
Oh, yeah. In God we trust. I can just see some little words now you said that. Yeah. So
With
did
machinery
you
is
do
being
that?
custom. No, someone else did it, and I took a screenshot and I put it there just for fun. It's not
Okay.
attached to me any shape or form. I saw it, I liked it, and I put it there, and that's it.
Stupid.
I'm stupid, it seems.
I saw someone doing it actually online, and I just took a screenshot. Sorry, I mean whoever owns it, because
I like the
I
ones
actually
that
don't own it. I don't own
I
the
like the
art. I
ones that
don't.
are cut out with the buffalo on, you know, and the Indian head. You
It's
know,
actually
on those.
the guy in the 1 cent penny in the American currency, just with a customized version. That's it. That's it. That's what it is. Let me
I've
find.
seen those
Let me
ones
find
though with the Indian head or a buffalo on, and they kind of cut out around the edge, silhouetted, you know, so it's like a filigree type coin, if you like.
We
You know
do
what I
not
mean?
care.
That's okay.
Look,
You don't have
let
to
me
care.
post it here.
You don't have to care. It's all right.
I
I'm sure you're loving
I
it.
think it was the 1 penny. Yeah, it was. I think it was. I gotta find the video again. I probably saved it somewhere. It was the 1 penny. Yes. Was this one right here? If you can compare, you might find some similarities.
Is that a flat penny?
Yeah.
But there's bumps on it.
Yeah. That's right.
How could it be
I
flat if
can't
there's
see any pennies anyway.
well, if there's bumps, then it can't be flat.
Actually, round.
Wait, so it's either bumpy around or flatter around.
All of those. All of
I
the
don't really.
above and below.
It's only a coin. I don't know. We haven't got to worry about that, have we?
Wait, so
Yeah.
that's a surface? Wait, that's interesting.
It's a coin that
Yeah.
is used for its intended purpose. You want to go to the store and something
Yeah.
is value for one of those coins. You say, "Hey, sir, I would like to have that thing for this coin," and you give him the coin and give you the other stuff, and then you be happy.
Yeah, unless he's a globe and he has to have a curved coin or something,
Oh,
or a
coins.
really flat one.
It's
Of
curved at
course,
the
you
edges, isn't it?
Coins are curved, idiot.
around the edge, you mean?
Yeah. No shit. This guy's fucking retarded, dude.
Stupid.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just reality.
Yeah, where the water is also not curved.
Oh, I see. It doesn't, you know, it's curved, I think.
No, it's not. Just
Yeah,
like
but
your
it's
floor.
constantly moving, the sea, isn't it? It's constantly moving.
Just like your goalpost is moving. We don't care if it's moving or not. It doesn't need to be like a solid ice to be
Well,
curved or.
I personally wouldn't describe it as flat myself.
Well, you don't know what that means. We're trying to educate your dumbass at this point.
Oh, okay. Go on then.
There's only two options here, but we already covered this. It's either curved or it's not. And when I asked you for a third option, you started bringing up other curved examples. Clearly bricked, clearly retarded. I said, well,
No,
what's
you
a
asked
third
me
option?
about surfaces. You know, I don't.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, duh. You said, well, there's
different
concaves. That's
shape,
also
different
curved.
surface textures. Yeah.
I'm not asking you about texture. I'm asking you about surface
Yeah,
descriptions.
but he did. You know, he talked about a floor, then he talked about a rug on the floor. Then he went outside and said the sea was analogous to the rug.
Correct, because those
So
are
I
all
said, well, if I remove the sea, is there a flat bit underneath it, like the floor?
No,
And
it's a
he said
bumpy.
no.
Hold on, yeah, it's bump. Doesn't matter
He
what the
said the
bottom
waves
of
were
the
the rug.
elder. It doesn't matter what's going on at the bottom of the ocean. Does that really affect the surface?
Well, I was looking under the rug. I was trying to,
No,
imagine what is the rug on the.
Answer the question.
What represents the rug?
Answer the question, sir. Does the bottom, because you brought up, if I take away, see what happens, folks? He brings up taking away the ocean, right? And then the bottom of the ocean. I'm like, okay. Well, does the bottom of the ocean affect the
I never
surface of the
started this. These were given to me.
Jesus Christ, answer the question. Does the bottom of the ocean, the bed of the ocean, affect the surface? Yes or no?
What bed? What are we doing? Are we on the rug now, or what?
Have a good one, man. Have a good one, dog. Like, this was your example. So you have to clean the earwax out of your brain and focus. Get you on some ADHD drip medicine or whatever you need. But you brought up, well, the ocean can't be flat. What if I took away the water? Is it flat under there? Answer no, it's bumpy. But then the question is, does that bumpy bed underneath the ocean, does that affect the surface, sir? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. How?
Well, the movement of the water, as it moves up a rise or a fall on the, whatever's underneath it will affect the waves and the current, the movement of the water.
No, I'm not. Can you? I'm trying to be nice here, but we're talking about the surface, not about the movement of the water. So again, we took away the
Yeah, but
water.
it's all
Hold
one, though,
on,
isn't it?
hold on. I'm trying to clarify. So we took away the water, and there's bumps and things on the bottom. Correct? It's not about the movement. It's about the
Underneath
surface.
the water, the earth, you mean?
Okay, hold on. So yeah, this is your example. We're trying to
No,
trying to keep
listen.
you on track.
No,
So
the example that was
hold
given to me, it was two.
no, stop. This is your example. If we take away the ocean, right? I'm trying to help you understand that bottom of the seabed or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't affect the surface. Let me give you another example.
How do you know that? How do you know that it doesn't affect
Give
the
you
surface?
another, dude. The fucking verbal diary is so crazy. Like, we're trying to give you an example.
No, if you said it doesn't, then
Okay,
educate me.
I'm trying to give you an example. You won't shut up for 3 seconds.
You said I'm the stupid one here, and you're the.
God. You guys clearly see what's happening right now, right? So you can just stay on mute while I
Yeah,
give
he just sounds. He's kind of nitpicking the idea because, of course, near the land, near shorelines, the water is going to be affected, but not out in the wide open ocean. All the way at the bottom of the ocean does not affect the surface one iota. It's the wind and waves and thermal conditions on top of the surface. So the surface is what we need to get back down to. The surface of the water, the mean surface level means level, horizontal, flat. By definition, that's what it is. That's just what it is. So I hope he's not questioning what water actually is and what it does. As we know, it physically does here on this plane of existence. We know it achieves a level. We don't care about the waves up and down. You still have a mean level, which would be the difference between the highs and the lows, the peaks and the troughs. Stupid. You have a level. That's why we know it's level.
Okay, so
Not
you
only
can
visually level, it's detestably level.
Like, I think the most simple example would be like a table or like a desk, and you're looking at the surface, and on the surface there's cracks and divots and lumps and bumps. You'd still describe the surface as flat. If the table turned into water and was a liquid and maintained its form somehow, you'd still describe the surface flat. You
It's
wouldn't
flat,
describe it as
level.
curved.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
And okay, so I know you're too triggered to get through a basic example, but if you were to take a sink, fill up the sink, we throw some rocks in there, I'll put a fork in there. Question for Elder Bear: do those rocks, the fork, does that affect the surface of the water?
I would expect the water to be at rest in the sink unless something else was going on, wind
I'm
from
not
the
asking
window.
you,
Or...
dude, Brickhead. I'm not asking you about the motion of the water because we're trying to decide whether the water surface is being affected by things at the bottom. So we don't give a fuck about the swashing of the water. So again, basically, I'm asking, will there be a fork imprint on the surface if there's a fork in the bottom of the water? Yes or no?
No, there wouldn't be a fork.
CB. He'll keep taking you off into the weeds.
Yeah, well, we're not going to let that happen. So
Yeah, what if it was
He's a
a
Bev
giant?
fan, this guy. He hates QE and Nathan as well.
Hold on, let me steal. Hold on, if you will, man. Let me steel man his argument for a second. What if it was a giant fork?
Yeah.
There you go, steel man. Didn't I do that right? What
Okay,
if it was
so
a giant fork?
okay, we've got he said no. Good answer. Now let's reintroduce your movement of the water. Now does the fork have some sort of now does it affect the surface for some? It's
Yeah,
different
but it's
if
in
the
the
water
sink. It's in the sink. Yeah.
if you can follow along a simple example, yeah.
Yeah. But it's a bit like the rug, isn't it?
Now,
So
hold
now
on,
we're going to have to move that out into.
no. Again, you gotta focus, buddy. So I can hold your hand. Does the movement of the water? Let's introduce the movement of the water now, because you keep that seems to be a variable that's important to you. So we're in our sink. We've got a fork. Let's introduce the movement now. What does the fork have to do with that?
Where? In the sink.
Yeah, bird brain. Yes.
Well, what's moving the water? The fork. Are we stirring it with a fork, or what's
Okay,
moving
buddy.
the water?
Pay attention. Okay. Right. Because when I gave you the example, fork, sink, you're like, but the water moves. So the ADD brain is off the chain with this one.
I think he's trying to understand. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. If you have some shape or form on the bottom underneath the water, does it have a fork shape on top of the water because of that fork shape down below? Because
your answer was no.
That's what some globers think. That I think that's pretty strange.
Well, I know that would be a bit silly. I don't see a fork shape in the surface of the water.
Good.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
the fork line on.
And neither do you see the bottom of the ocean affecting the surface either.
That's right.
So congratulations, you played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Holy shit. And then so I wanted to expose you again. What does the movement have anything to do with it? Let's go back to the sink though. Because you said, well, the water is moving. Okay, so what? Is because it's moving, there's a fork imprint or what?
Yeah, but that's not analogous to nature, is it?
Hold on. Just because you said, but it's moving, therefore what?
Think at the beach, then.
Hold on. Because we got to go one at a time here. So you said, right? We're trying to help you understand that the bottom doesn't have any effect on the surface. You agreed with us, but then you kept trying to say, but the water moves, right? We're not going to let you go back to that later. So that we're going to cover that right here and now with the sink. What does the movement have to do with this?
Well, because that's what makes the tides and makes the sea rise and fall and makes it the current.
Whoa, bro. Again, this is gonna piss off the panel, but we're not gonna just let you move on, because I know what you're gonna do later on. You're gonna, but the oceans are moving though. Okay, well, so is the water in the sink, but I'm trying to figure out how that has any effect on how that fork does not impact the surface. Can you explain that, or do you want to retract what you said about the movement of the water?
Hang on. We had a sink full of water.
Especially,
We
hold
had a
on.
sink or
Just
another.
to
Hold on,
clarify.
Sonny, he's getting it. Sonny, he's getting it. Let him cook.
We had a sink full of water. You said there was a rock in there and a fork.
Yep.
At that point, if I, assuming right, the water's still. There's no fork shape in the surface of the water because the fork is on the bottom. Then you said the water was moving, and I don't know how it's moving, but it's moving. And if we're not using the fork to move it, and the fork is still in the bottom, I wouldn't expect to see an imprint of the fork in the moving water or whatever was moving the water.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay, great. So now, when we go back to the ocean, like, you understand how the movement of the water doesn't really, we don't care about the movement of the water. We understand that the bottom, just like in the sink, doesn't have any effect on the surface. There could be trees in the bottom of the ocean. There's not going to be tree-shaped water at the surface type of thing. So we're just saying that the surface is either curved or it isn't. Bumps and all, right? Because if it's curved, there's still bumps and waves and all that stuff. And if it's flat, which is the opposite of curve, there's still bumps and all that stuff. So I don't think you really would say our position as flat earthers means that we think the earth is smooth. But that's
No, what you say is that we know it's not flat. We
no,
know
it
it's
is.
got topography, but we call it flat because that's, a description,
We
convenient
didn't.
description.
That was
So
a slip of the tongue.
you say it's not flat.
No, we don't
You
say
say
that.
it's not flat.
We don't say that. There's no other option. It's either curved or
Well,
it
the
isn't.
sea. What is the sea then? If the sea
It's
is
either
moving up and down and
here,
it's not flat, how do you describe?
Oh, dude, I've said this so many times now. There's only two options. It's either curved or it isn't. We never said it was not flat. The buildup of earwax is just piling deep in the ears and brain at this point. It's either curved or it isn't. Dichotomy. There's no third option. That's what we said.
At the sea.
Everywhere, everything, every surface.
No, I say it in my garden.
Whoa. Every surface, because everything has a surface. The walls around you, the floor, your computer, your phone, whatever. You can't present a third option.
Are you trying to say about your garden that it's a image of it from above looking down?
He's just being ridiculous. By going into texture.
I
You're
know. Yeah, I don't quite
using
understand.
yourself. Smooth is a texture, right? Like we're not talking about texture. It's about a surface, right? Everything has a surface around you.
Like all contained liquids have consequences of the container, the edges of the shoreline. Of course, there's consequences going on at the shoreline because of the water motion. Big deal. We're not talking about that. It only does that within limits, and I think that's what CB's trying to say here. It only changes like that under really like pretty strict limits. It pretty much is being forced down by the air pressure to stay down, like waves coming up it has to be done with a constant force of energy, such as winds on water will cause it to be texture, but it's trying to stay flat the whole time, horizontal, if you will.
If you can't grasp that dichotomy, you're bricked. It's just that's the starting point. So if you can understand, like when we used to tell people all the time, right? If something isn't curved, what is it? And they'd be like, like they wouldn't even say the word, right? That's what he's doing. He's stuck in those guys' problem. And welcome logic. Logicooled. Interesting name. Have you guys spoken to Logic Cooled before? Welcome.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what up? What up?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, thanks for the welcome. I'm just listening in.
Oh, cool.
No listening allowed.
Yeah, are you level about water? What are your thoughts level about water?
I'll say level and horizontal are synonyms. Same thing, really.
Horizontal and level. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Elderberry are still struggling with the concept. I think if you ask him if horizontal is parallel to the horizon, he'll say yes.
Interesting.
Maybe we could talk about other dichotomies, Elder. Would you say that horizontal and vertical are dichotomy?
You would
Dichotomy.
say. Sorry, my man. Go ahead.
Well, horizontals exist and verticals exist.
And I didn't ask if they exist, Bird Brain. Are they dichotomous?
They're perpendicular, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
Let me ask a more simple question. How about up and down? Would you say that's a dichotomy?
What do you mean by dichotomy? They're both true? Or one is true and one isn't true?
Is that's what you thought I meant this whole time?
I'm just trying to be clear about what you're saying.
You
Up is up and down is down, if that's what you mean.
Oh my god. So you thought when I said like dichotomy, you thought I meant one is right and one is wrong?
No, I'm just checking with you.
Nah. Why would you even say that? You're asking me like you don't know.
I did just say that.
Bro, like
Right.
I'm asking you just
So
yes or no.
there's horizontal and there's vertical. Then what?
Are you okay?
Well,
I'm
then I guess
fine.
you just
I'm fine. I'm just holding on because
If you're fine, just can you answer simple yes or no questions? What's your problem?
that's a difficult problem.
What's your problem?
Because you keep telling me that what I experience isn't what I experience.
No, I didn't tell you. I just asked you, is black and white, is that a dichotomy? And you put your tap dancing shoes on and started clickety clackety around the question. It's a simple question, up and down. We're trying to help you understand what a dichotomy is. The fact that you just asked me, well, that means one is right and one's wrong, right? Retard. This is why we have to go through this. I'm gonna ask again. Yeah, go ahead, Migo.
Ken Elderbear says if he wants to measure a distance to a mountain or something, what methodology he uses to measure that?
So you're trying to get technical with this bird brain. He doesn't even know what flat means, dichotomy. I want to talk about technical stuff.
Method to measure something.
Use the curvature underground.
Yeah, apparently it's underneath the ocean.
Yeah, Bevan. Yeah.
Wait, the curvature is below the ocean?
Curvature when ocean is finishing, it need to continue, Jamesy.
There is the abyssal plains. There is this topography of the oceans, but then when you look at all this topography up and down, then kind of like a plane, and then up and down between land masses. Then above that abyssal plain, there's water, and then when you look at the top of the water, it's not taking the shape of the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. The fact that you brought that up, Elder, is like crazy. Crazy. And the movement. Yeah, but the bottom, that got debunked. Yeah, but it moves. That also got debunked.
Why bottom is not also flat? Why it's filling the all holes?
Oh my.
Why water is going and filling all holes? Oh, because of gravity. Did we learn what is horizontal?
Hell no.
Hell no!
That we can move to the angle after that. Kids, we learn what is horizontal. Tomorrow we are learning angle.
These guys don't have any argument. I've interacted with them before. They don't believe it's a globe, but they won't say it's flat. But no, I don't see flat. It's not flat. It can't be flat, but it's not curved.
There's just different degrees of curve.
Hello, Globepod here. That's the smartest thing I've ever heard. Is somebody say that it's not curved, but it's not flat.
The emotional damage coming off of this one. Woo-wee.
Emotional damage.
Which one of you flat earthers flat smacked the shit out of this dude? They always come back hurting. Was it you, Gemsy? Sonny? Somebody hurt him, man.
Said
He's
what?
insecure. I said, one of y'all must have flat smacked the shit out of this dude because he's in here hurting like a motherfucker. Trying to
Yeah,
share
what
his pain.
happened? What happened? We're trying to pick up the pieces here. Like what?
He dropped so many times the mic that it doesn't work anymore.
Watching you fall apart in front of us.
Globepod says the most important thing we can do is listen to authority because authority knows everything.
Yep.
Especially authority knows what's better for you than yourself.
That's
You know, it's
right.
funny.
Our fearless leaders, they know better than we do. That's why they get that white lab coat, because they know better about ourselves than we do. I'm switching arms now. I'm ready for my next orange juice.
I got a small clip, very short. It's this other bird brains talking about how the water is not flat. Take a listen.
The surface of the ocean isn't flat. It is ever so slightly the shape of what's below it. Yeah.
The gravitational field of the Earth isn't absolutely constant. So if there's a deep trench, there'll be ever such a slight dip down in the sea surface above it. If there's a mountain, there'll be ever such a tiny bulge.
Wow, what a bunch of bull crap that is. What the heck? Oh, no, you didn't.
Wait, what does that remind you of? Anyway, we have some new people that have joined. Mashing Monkey. We have Logic Cooled and Ripcord is here. Nima, Plum Bob, Mashing Monkey.
What's up?
How did you find us?
My friend sent me invite.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Okay. Who's your friend?
His name is John Cox.
Nice. Okay. Is he? What does he say about flat Earth?
He believes the Earth is flat as hell.
Stop the cap.
He said he's been in an airplane and he's never seen the curvature of the Earth. So he says
Okay.
it's all fake.
What's all fake?
The idea that the Earth is round.
Oh, okay. Okay. Have you been in an airplane?
No.
Okay. Okay. What else does your friend say about flat Earth?
I can actually tell him to join in. Oh, he's here. Junk, speak about
Hey,
it.
John.
Tell us why you think
Go
the Earth
off.
is flat.
No,
Go
no,
off,
I don't
King.
wanna. I don't know. Too many trolls have been like. I don't want to talk about it, man.
This is a no listening panel.
Bro, we're here
He
to
said you've been in
listen.
an airplane. You've been in an airplane
Yeah,
before, John?
I've been where? Sorry.
in
He
an
said you've been in
airplane.
an airplane before.
Yeah, and you never saw that the curvature of the Earth. Like, we discussed this topic a lot, so I think it's a good space to discuss it here, Junk.
No, there's too many people in here. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it.
That's
Wait,
fine. Junk doesn't want to talk. We talk to the other guy. That's fine. Don't push Junk anymore to talk. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
The other guy is talking. His friend, the join.
I think the Earth is round. I thought it would be like a good discussion, so I hopped
Yeah,
in.
but listen. When you say the Earth is round, though, that's just based off something you heard from someone else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and even though you heard that and you're repeating it, right? You still don't know what round actually entails because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have a round table, or a frisbee, or a coin. So you mean when you say round, you mean the Earth is a sphere because
Yeah.
someone told me. That's what you mean.
Yeah, like a ball.
Yeah, like a ball, exactly. And this ball, you learn it's what you're standing on because you saw it where in the TV, in the news, in a book. You read it on a book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, have you ever tried to verify that claim that Earth is ball because book said so? Have you ever tried to kind of like put that into an actual question form and try to maybe investigate how can you verify that for yourself? You probably hear now. Maybe that's probably you stepping into that kind of
Yeah,
mindset too.
I wanna learn more because Junk is very, very passionate about this.
Stop the cap.
So
I'm just theorizing and stuff. We're just having fun. Because we're just small little ants in the universe, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh,
we're
ants. I mean, what? No.
No, don't worry, Junk. It's all good. It's all good.
He left. He left.
He jumped out.
Yeah,
Hey,
peeped out. That's
hey, tell Junk to. Hey, Junk, don't worry, bro. It's all good. We're not ants. Let me make that clear. We're not ants, but yeah, compared to the let's say how big the world is, yeah, we are of a certain size, small, big, whatever that means. But we're not ants, Junk. Hopefully, we can agree with that. We're not. We are not ants, right, Junk? Are we?
But we have ants, Jamsey.
Yeah.
And they are even smaller
we
than
see
people.
ants.
If
We
we're
see
ants,
ants.
then what are ants?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the size of the Earth
ants
is the
are
same.
ants. Yeah, ants are ants. No, I'm not an ant. So when you say
Yeah.
we are ants,
Oh, Junk
let's make
says
that
he's
clear.
being suppressed
I
right
say
now.
we see ants, and they are small, small, small. We are like a bigger, we are bigger than ants.
Let me give Junk, since you're already open your mic, I'll give you the VC verified. Just use it. You know, keep the rules, okay, Junk?
Yeah.
So you've
Don't
been
say
unmuted. Wait 1 second. Go ahead, Junk. You can.
Oh, thank you, bro. Sorry, that
Yeah.
slipped. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, our world is so big where, some of us never leave their country, so it really doesn't matter to a lot of us. But
Yeah.
we
So
can
we
just
have.
go about on our lives, and
That's correct.
sometimes we just don't have to worry about it that much. Is how I see it. But it's always fun, to theorize, this exchange thoughts. It's how we evolve and stuff.
Yeah. At the moment, we're questioning it because it's been kind of like sold to us or presented an idea that we live in this book cartoon representation of Earth is this right here in the book. Or when you walked into the kindergarten or the grade one, whatever is equivalent to you guys, whenever you walked into the classroom and the teacher said, "Look, you see the globe right here? This is where you live," and you kind of were pushed into that belief little by little, like reinforced into like movies and propaganda
Yeah,
and
they really
global
tried
this
to
and
sell it
global.
to us.
Yeah,
I
it's
also
like
think
a sales
the
speech.
moon landing was, I think, was not real. I think
Yeah.
it's, that's my take, though.
But I don't understand this take. Like, I've heard you say it before.
It's not real.
Like,
Where's
but
the other footage of
what is the purpose of them faking that? Like, what do they gain?
Well, the
to win
purpose will
to
be a
win in the
speculation.
Cold War and stuff? It was kind of a race of evolution and stuff. Who can
Well, I
develop
mean,
the quickest between the USA and the Soviet Union and shit. Sorry for swearing. Pardon my French. But
but like you
yeah,
think about the other stuff, right, Junk? Like, look at the U.S. like making up like a way to start war in like the Middle East so they could get oil, right? There was like a
yeah.
purpose for that. But what's the purpose for faking the moon landing?
It's um it's to plant that belief in other people, and it's worked till this day that the USA is the best country in the world in their words, and that
If
it's
you
all
can convince people to believe absurdities and nonsense, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
word.
What's interesting? You're willing to defend this quote moon landing with zero evidence. So like, why
I'm
would
not
someone lie
defending.
about? Well, let me hold on. Like,
Yeah.
why would someone lie? Well, they gained a lot of people similar to yourself. Not no offense, who would potentially like argue and say, yeah. Why would they fake it? Like when you have no evidence to stand on. So Gemsy said it in like a more of a quote way, but yeah, if they can get you to what's the quote again, Gemsy? You'll commit atrocities if you believe
That,
in absurdities.
That's just
This is
one
you
little
committing
extra. That might not be the whole thing because remember we're speculating because you're asking us why will those people that you've never met in your life and you don't know who they are, where they live, what they are in reality in the personal level, why will they lie? I don't know. I know they're lying because when they say something and I check their claim about Earth, it's a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space. And okay, you said that, right? And you presented your cartoons, presented your model and your math. Let me grab this that you presented right here on the book or the piece of paper or whatever graphic on the screen on the TV. Let me go check that. Let me turn off the TV, close the book down, put it on the table or on the bookshelf, and I'm gonna walk outside into reality. I'm gonna check for those claims. And to come to find out, when I go to the realist, when we go to the realist level and we operate utilizing our senses, and then we extend that with technology and devices like optical devices, lasers, communication systems, we can extend and verify what we already know that it's not curving, the Earth is not curving, and it's not moving like on the claim. You see? You see the problem with the claim? It's been falsified. We can't find that claim on the book in the realist level. There is a problem.
I get it. I kind of get it.
Pretty much, it's just it's never gonna It's always gonna be speculation when you're questioning a motive. If you walk up into a crime scene, you don't like say, well, none of this didn't happen because I can't understand the motive of the person. It's like you look at the evidence and then something's wrong, and then you can speculate on motive all you want, but it doesn't really get you anywhere.
The motive is not going to change the facts that are in place, because whatever I do is not going to affect the fundamentals of reality. So if I if I build a globe and I say, hey, this globe right here is where you live, that's not going to change reality just because I say so. So you got to go verify that stuff that people are claiming. And what you have for a claim is what? A bunch of cartoons, a bunch of claims, belief systems, and people that governmental entities or military entities that for their benefit, they're not going to tell you all of the truth all of the time, right? You know this for a fact.
Yeah,
there's the private side and how much on record, many of these agencies are well known as liars.
I mean, yeah. Well, what do you think? What do you think NASA actually does? Do you think
Well, they have two sides. They have the public face, which is kind of like, oh, the astronauts, the cool. You know how you have the police, the doctor, you have the pilot, and then you have the astronauts. Those are the coolest guys, right? So you have the public face, and an idea is presented, and we're going to the moon because it's hard, right? Remember John F. Kennedy? He promised that we're gonna go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. So this idea that we were gonna do things for the betterment of humanity, and then we are presented with this footage in TV that some guys are, this Hollywood film that is very blurry and you cannot verify it. It was a recording of a recording. They were recording a recording of a recording on a screen and then presenting that into the TV feed, right? And some people were like describing what they saw on the TV feed, on the radio, and saying, this is what's happening. And some people to this day, believe that stuff happened because they heard it in the radio.
Isn't it a two-way street, though? Like, I understand you saying that I have no proof for my claim, but isn't it the same for you guys?
Oh, yeah. So we operate in the realist level as an axiom. So we operate, in the building, in the structure that you stand in right now, it's based on it's established a horizontal, right? When you put the first brick for that structure that you stand in, there has to be a horizontal line established to be able to put the first brick correctly. Then you put the next one and the next one. When you make it to the last brick, the whole structure is horizontal, right? So when you're gonna hang your TV, the wall has to be vertical to the horizontal. And then you establish the frame of reference, right? That frame of reference. And at the end of the day, you can hang your TV with a level horizontal, right? Right? And your neighbor, guess what? He does the same thing. He establishes horizontal next to your house. So for the last break and the TV, and then you put the table and the water on top of the table, and the water doesn't spill off sideways because it's horizontal, right? Are you following? This is pretty basic stuff.
Yes, but
yeah, and your neighbor did the same thing. His neighbor did the same thing, horizontal. Even though if it's a different elevation, right? Let's say your neighbor's neighbor is 50 feet on a hill above you. Even though he's higher than you and you're lower in the valley in your structure that you establish horizontal brick by brick, he's 50 feet up on the hill, but he's still establish horizontal, right? So the TV, it's not sideways when he put it on the wall. Following?
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and then you keep going neighbor after neighbor after neighbor, up and down in elevation, horizontal, down on elevation, up on elevation, establish horizontal. Then you go to the shore, to the water, to the seashore or the lake shore. And on that shore, you can go across the water from that shore to the other shore. Maybe, let's say it's a lake and it's 100 miles long, like one of these lakes, huge lakes in the U.S., or Titicaca in Peru. You go to the other side of the lake, of the water, and the first structure is built based on a horizontal. As the same one on the other side of the shore. You see? So we established the horizontal across the world. Is utilized for many things, not just building structures. But that is an axiomatic position that we find ourselves in, right? That's we also observe the horizon from where we get horizontal lines, and we know horizontal lines have a slope of 0, right? Machine Monkey,
Yes.
0, and curve is the change rate of slope, right? So non-zero. So in reality we observe a horizon, a horizontal line across water and across places. So it's not curving. So how can it be a ball if it's not curving anywhere?
Because a circle is made up of a bunch of straight lines.
Yeah, but you can do a circle on a flat on a non-curving
Bro, I
surface.
didn't hear that right now, right?
Yeah, ain't no way you just said that, bro.
A circle is made out of
A circle is
No.
not a sphere, Machine Monkey. A circle is not a sphere. Let's say in this horizontal frame of reference, we can draw a circle, walk around the circle, and you never walk around a sphere. You never did that.
Machine Monkey, have you come across the topic of long distance observations yet?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Okay, so that's one of the big ones. Is the globe will make a specific claim of dimensions, right? A certain radius, a certain circumference. So go out into observable reality and test if that claim matches reality. And I'll let someone else,
Wait, Machine Monkey doesn't have VC verified. Let me give you perms. I'll give you VC verified. That's your friend as well. Machine Monkey, so the claims of the globe are opposite to what we observe, experience, the way we operate, design things like structures, right? Horizontal. Also, the ground under our feet is claimed to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, Machine Monkey. But the thing is that there is no experiment or demonstration that can demonstrate that the ground under your feet is spinning, and that's a big problem for the impossible. Because if the ground under your feet was spinning, we should be able to detect it, but it's not being detected. Therefore, it's not moving. The movement is not there. Also, claiming that the ground is moving will be a nonsensical claim because we have a vestibular system. It's a liquid inside of we have the inner canal system, the vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, which is referenced in a horizontal, right? Because it's liquid, like the water that you use to establish the level, to build the structure. Your body has the same frame of reference to stay horizontal. And if you move away from the horizontal, you know that you are away from the horizontal. And if the ground under your feet starts moving, you know the ground is moving. So this makes sense. Claiming the opposite is nonsense. You see?
Okay.
And then when we observe the luminaries, another thing about the nonsense and sensical claims. When we observe when we look away from the floor, the thing below our feet, the thing in question, right? And we walk around the medium. We also observe with our vision, another of our senses, we observe the horizontal line, the horizon. And that's, it's kind of telling. But then we also observe the movement of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets. And in the globe claim, they're telling you that you observing this effect of this phenomena because the ground under your feet is spinning, right? Have you ever heard this?
Right.
So that's nonsense because your vision is telling you, indicating to you that the luminaries are moving across the sky, just like you see the sun every morning rising from the east, going across the sky at noon above your head, and then setting on the west. Have you ever seen this happening with your eyes?
Not. I don't sit actively and look at the sky.
But have you seen the sun moving across the sky?
Yes.
Yes, that makes sense. You're observing it with your eyes, one of your vision, one of your senses. So when you put all these claims of the globe, you put them together, they're nonsense. Contrary to what we sense.
So
You
then
see what I'm going?
Yeah, but do you believe that the sun is like as far away as like globe people say, or no? Like,
No. That's. But remember, there is a difference between the phenomena that we observe of the sun, the sky, the luminaries, and then what is written on the books. And have you ever did you ever drew the sun and the solar system yourself? And you draw the sun, you draw the planet, and you color them. Have you ever done that yourself? No, when you was a child, maybe. A lot of people done that.
kid,
Yep.
maybe. Yeah.
So these depictions of the phenomena that we observe in the sky, that we observe with our God-given senses, the depictions on the book, when you're looking up and you see the luminaries, the sun, we're talking about the sun, right? When you observe the sun and it's moving the cycles that it's moving, and then you look down to the ground, and then you grab the piece of paper and the pen, and you drew a sun, and then you are adding these aspects of the sun and saying, okay, the sun is this thing because someone said so, or I believe is this, and you're gonna draw it, and then okay, someone told me that after the sun comes Mercury, then Venus, then Earth. Someone told you that, right?
Yeah.
Earth is a third rock from the sun. But that's not what you observe with your senses. You didn't observe the Earth next to the sun, did you? I mean, the sun is across the sky, but you didn't observe this version that you drew on the piece of paper in the solar system. You never seen that, right? The solar system. Are you in the text channel?
No. I don't.
So there is a live stream voice text on top of this voice channel. People might be posting images in relation to what we're talking about.
Oh,
There's many people. They're probably gonna tag you. Let me tag you so you know which channel we're talking about. There's so many people in here, so don't take anything personal. Some people are gonna just say stuff and just concentrate on the information and address that. What was it, monkey? Machine monkey. I'm gonna tag you so you can find it. Hopefully, that's the channel for this VC. So you see the sun right there?
Yeah.
Or you see how people depict let's see, in this example that I'm trying to give you, the solar system. Look at the solar system. Ooh, you ever seen this in books?
Yes.
And think about it. Every time you see stuff like this, it's always depictions, cartoons, images. Someone made it. It was an invention. It wasn't discovered. It was invented, made up. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't observed with equipment. I mean, we do observe because people say the solar system, we do observe the sun and the luminaries moving in patterns like clockwork, converging and diverging from positions like gears in the sky. Like a clock. Have you ever seen a clock? Hands on the clock. You see how the clock is constructed to follow the movement of the luminaries in relation so we can tell the time of the day and night and that kind of stuff, right? So we know that. We know the luminaries are moving to a certain ratio, but the claims of the cartoon gives you this perspective outside of what we observe and give you this version of Fantasyland that nobody has verified. Because you see the Earth in that last image that I posted? That depicted Earth right there, that's not what we're standing on. You know why? Because I'm going to post to you infrared imagery. Right? Infrared image. And look, this is 700 miles of a horizontal line. Remember the horizontal line that I told you that we build the structure with? We put the first brick horizontally, right? Remember?
Yeah.
So you see this last infrared that I posted myself. And this is showing you 700 miles or 120 kilometers. And we see the horizon that we see in reality from where we get horizontal lines as a frame of reference to, operate safely in reality and do the construction. When the people are building the airplane, they gotta reference the flame. They don't take into account the globe, right? Because it's not curving. So you see, imagine the airplane going from left to right on this image, 1,000 kilometers. Or if you add the same image left to right, you get 3,000 kilometers or 2,100 miles, and you see the airplane going left to right across the sky towards the destination, horizontal, not curving on any planet that they give you in the cartoons. Yeah, there is a difference between what we actually can verify, observe, experience, maybe some equipment like opticals, infrared, like this example. We also have lasers that establish there is no curvature. There is radio waves technology that also has been tested, that has been connecting tower to tower horizontally from one point to another or multiple positions. That will not be possible if the ground was curving at the ratio that is being claimed. The ball has a specific ratio, 3,959 miles, and that ball there should be a drop over distance all across, away from you, from the observer. So, and that's nowhere to be found in reality. Nobody uses it for anything in reality, only to depict things to you. You see, like the solar system that I showed you, or the sun cartoon, or the whatever planet you think that they presented as the Earth. But that curvature is not in reality. What do you think, Monkey? What do you think?
I'm trying to understand. So, do you guys believe that the planets like orbit the Earth or no? Or like
The phenomena that we label as planets, right? The luminaries in the sky, which some of those are what we label planets. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Mercury, they're moving, they're lights that are moving in relation to the sun and the moon and the center area of the sky. So the ground below your feet is not one of those things up in the sky. You see, when you're looking down, you look into the ground, right? You are in a medium, and then you look across the medium, and then when you look up to the luminaries, or you see the luminaries moving above you, right? So the ground is not one of those things in the sky. Get it?
right.
Yeah.
So everything is moving above the ground.
That's what we observe. Just look, just look outside. You see the sky, which is the clouds, the birds, where the airplanes fly, right? That's the sky. You see the clouds moving, the high pressure, low pressure, right? But then above that, we see that other medium that we call the sun, the moon, the star, the planets, and the stars above that, beyond. And those things are not what you're standing on. Those are different things.
Okay, but like the sun, it comes from the side, right? And it goes to the other one. So it like moves from under, right?
Bruh. No, bro.
That's what we observe. We observe kind of like we see the sun setting towards the horizon, right? But what is the horizon? You're saying, well, you're kind of thinking in this framework. The sun is going beyond a point that is where the curvature of the ball doesn't allow me to see it anymore, right? That's what you kind of thinking. But the sun is actually there's a limitation there's an angle of view to what you can see, right? So you, as an observer from the ground, you have a limitation of what you can observe in the medium you're looking across, right? There is many different variables. The angle of view, so depending on your altitude, it's gonna give you like a converging to your eye line, where the sky and the ground are gonna be converging to a point where beyond that point, the vanishing point, you cannot resolve the image anymore. So it's a limitation of view. You know this, right?
Right.
Yeah. So then you pull out the camera or the binoculars and you say, "Hey, look, I can see further." Because you kind of like, yeah, and if you get higher, you kind of can't see further. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball. So the sun, you're saying the sun is disappearing. There's multiple phenomena. Let me tell you this. There's also a lot of unknowns because the sun is a wonder. It's something that we cannot go up there and check, test, and verify, right? The distance, the makeup, the size, what it's made of. We do observe it doing certain things, and your question is in relation to what we observe, which is the light across the sky converging towards the horizon and going away from your view, where you cannot see it anymore. And the light is being attenuated, because light doesn't travel forever, right? You see the attenuation of light in the medium that it's moving through, right? Have you ever heard this?
Okay, but like when it's nighttime, what happens? The sun is just moving out of your field of view.
You can't see the sun anymore. It's away from you. Like, when look up right now. Are you in a building? Is there a light above your head?
Yeah.
So there's a lot above your head. Now go to the bathroom. Tell me if you see that light right now. Tell me, is that light is illuminating you? It's not. You're not below that light anymore. So that light is moving away from you. So it's moving away from you. It's not illuminating you anymore.
Okay.
Just like you see how there's a moonlight as well that illuminates the ground. During the full moon, you can see the ground with the moonlight, right? The trees. You can see the lake, right? That's the other light. So the other light, when it goes away, you can't see it anymore, just like any other light. But also when it's a storm, when there's a storm, can you see the sun? Even it could be noon, but there's a storm in between the ground, the observer, you, and the sun above the clouds. Can you see the sun when there is a storm? No, you can't. So across the field that you're looking across, there is thousands of miles of a medium that includes humidity, particles, fog, all this stuff in the air that will, at a point, attenuate the light to a point that you can't see it anymore. And also the angle of view, because there's multiple phenomena. There's not just one thing happening. There's multiple things happening, which is not the curve that nobody has measured, is it? Because your thinking is that, the curve is causing this phenomena that I'm observing, the sun setting, but you're dismissing all the other variables because you already got the winner, right? You already got not you, but the claim is that the curvature is causing this phenomena, right? And the movement of you're falling backwards. That's what they're claiming. That you're falling backwards depending on the position of the Earth. If you're the equator, you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. And that's why you're behind the curvature of the Earth and you can't see the sun anymore. But that's just one variable that is being label the reason. But what about the other variables? Are you just people just gonna dismiss that, the ones that I told you? That's not fair, is it?
You're dropping bombs right now, Jimsy. But is he following along, mashing?
I'm trying to understand. So like what you're saying is every day the sun moves from the east over to the west and then disappears out of the field of view.
As being observed, yeah, that's what we see. That's recorded. That's
But then
we know. Go ahead.
How does it come back to the east?
Okay, I know what he's asking. I know what you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right now what you're doing is you're picturing. Remember when you were in school, your teacher had a few maps you could bring down in front of the chalkboard? I don't know, maybe you guys remember that. Rectangular map, right? You're thinking, well, how does the sun go from this side to that side? And then how does it come back? That's what you're asking, right?
Right.
You can't think of the earth like that. What you're trying to do is look at the earth from this outside perspective. You don't have that POV. That's not necessarily the layout of the earth either. No one told you the earth was rectangular. You know what I mean? So one thing you can bank on is this. Just two things, really simple. The sun is above you always. The sun moves. Done. Just like Jemsy said, that the one light in your house doesn't light up the whole house. And I know they told you the sun is billions and trillions and 55 gajillions Earth size. It's way bigger. Not really. So just like
Nonsense. That's why you call nonsense, because remember the sensical, the things that we observe, claiming that we observe the sun not being as big as the Earth, because that's what we see, but claiming the opposite of that observation, it is nonsense, because we don't perceive, we don't observe, we don't measure, we cannot put any verifiable evidence that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Whoever is claiming that, how do they know that? How? Just because they say so? No.
So it's just like the boats. Right? If me and you are standing, me, Junk, Jemsy, and Mashing Monkey, we're all standing shoulder to shoulder at the beach, and we see a boat that's moving from the shore away from us, right? Well, people will say, look, the boat's going down over the curve. Well, let's bring that back. Boats aren't designed to go down, right? They don't sink in the water, so they're not going down. They're just moving away from you. So the sun works the same way. Yeah, it looks like it's going down, just like the boat. But obviously, it's not that the sun's dipping underneath the ground or into the earth or anything like that, of course, right? So it's just like the boats. They're just moving away from you. Easy. If you're looking at the chat, there's a bunch of examples in there for you to see. I should help.
Have you ever seen like lights on a highway, like a long highway? The poles, the light poles. Have you ever drove on a highway, sir?
Yes.
So you see like how the light pole next to you, it looks like it's 30 feet up, right, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one looks like it's 29 feet up, and then the next one is look like they're going. You see them like getting lower and lower from your perspective. But they're not doing that. It's just a perspective thing. So that light is going across. Those lights are kind of like optically looking like they're converging towards the horizon, but that's an optical illusion. And that's happening on the ground, obviously. The phenomena of the sky, like I was telling you, there is certain variables, like I explained to you, the angle of view, light attenuation, the medium, that's the light attenuation. But there's also the, you know how things go when something, this is, when you have a brick on your hand, you can see it, but if you put it a mile away, you can't see that brick. So over distance, these things are gonna disappear. Just That's an optical phenomena. And there's variables also of the luminaries above that are unknown. So we don't know all of the variables of what's happening with the luminaries above, because we don't know the distance, the medium that the luminaries are in, the medium between us and the luminaries, right? We don't know all the mediums, how many layers are above or how many mediums, right? We don't know that. And the sizes. So, and the cause of the effect, because we are observing effects that are happening across the sky above us around a center of rotation, but how that mechanism works exactly, we don't really know, because we will have to go up there and check all of those mechanisms and establish a cause and effect relationship. Science it. But we can't. We can only observe from the ground.
Do you want to respond to that, Monkey?
Or from the medium.
Yeah, I won't personally respond to that. Scientists have discovered that above 11.5 kilometers, there's an electromagnetic layer that is frying satellites, basically. I wonder what that is and why it's especially in that height. So,
Well, we do got some
I guess,
youngsters here trying to
yeah,
figure
I'm
it out.
guessing. Second.
Well, we do have some youngsters here that are still trying to figure out flat Earth, so let's not confuse them.
That is an interesting topic, and it's an interesting phenomenon. Ripcord, yeah, there is. I think that you're, because we've been talking about, obviously we get the cartoon version of the satellites that I was posting earlier. They show you these cartoon things on top of a globe thing, which we know that's cartoons.
Yeah.
But then there is
I can jump in on the brick thingy. It's like.
Yeah, no, but I was going to say that there is actually certain technologies like the, satelloons that are sent very high up that can stay up there for a long time, and maybe some static that you're saying they're floating at a certain layer. Sure, yeah. But so there is certain phenomena like that, but yeah, I think that's. What else can we say about it, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Because there is a magnetic field. There is, yes. Electromagnetic field, yes, there is.
Yeah, I mean, but when we talk about
What extent?
the firmament, etc., then I wonder why even below that firmament or on that firmament, who knows? Nobody was there. Nobody can see. No one can. We can only see from the rockets who have been sent up there already.
Firmament.
Video footage like the Go Fast rocket or something like that. And
Come on, Paul. We got some newbies here. He was just asking us how the sun works and stuff like that.
yeah, okay, then forget it. So then let me
He's
jump
brand
into
new to the topic, guys. He's brand new type shit.
Into the brick thing. So by perspective, things disappear by level by 1.2 pints divided by the root square of the observer's height. So him mentioning the brick basically vanishing upon 1 mile is equivalent to the observer's height, since the camera or the observer was basically laying on the ground, right? So you basically can do this on your own table. If you have a flat table and nothing standing is on, just align your eyesight and put something that is very small and drive it around your table, and then see if it's vanishing. It's vanishing. So why
and
is
there's
that?
stuff in the way, and on the table, right? There's stuff in the way as well, because it's not that the sun is just moving across the sky. Is that from your angle of view and the position for whatever? Because the sun is definitely at a certain altitude. It's unknown, but it is at some type of whatever altitude. So there is a limitation of where, from the point that it's moving away, that we can see the sun. And then also there's stuff in the way, mountains, topography, all that kind of stuff, right? Because we see going behind mountains. We see it. We can see the mountain silhouette in front of the sun as well. So it's just.
I mean, if the sun and the moon is residing within the firmament or within the atmosphere, then it should be clear that if we could go to the same height of those both bodies, then we would them see the whole time, regardless of distance, right? So that there wouldn't be any chance that what we are saying is wrong, but we can't do that. It's like you cannot ask NASA to point the camera towards the sun or the moon and observe it 24/7, right? They would never do that because I
So,
guess they
Mashing
know that
Monkey, any
it
more
works.
questions? You got a question for Ripcord? Go ahead. Ask another question for Ripcord.
So do you believe anything is below the Earth? Are there other planets or
Bruh.
masses below the Earth?
What do you mean below the Earth, right? From
It
the
sounds like your perspective is everything is relative to the Earth, right? But
surface I'm standing on, yes.
yes. Well, is there more
Huh.
beyond?
Is there an under the universe?
Yes.
I would say no.
What's under the universe?
What is under us?
Yeah.
I will say we gotta accept our reality, right? We can tell there's layers. You can dig, you find a layer, you dig, and there is a limitation to how deep we can dig, which is about 7 point something miles. That's a claim, right? The Russians did this. They couldn't dig
Yes.
anymore. They couldn't
It's the
dig anymore,
maximum
right?
because our instruments cannot dig further. They break all the time. They have
The question is
But the
flat.
practicality, listen, the practicality of it, there's no practicality of digging and trying to find out, is there? Because think about it. Are you going to be able to survive and go down there and do what? Or maybe you can build a bunker to a certain below the ground. But what's below exactly, if there's a limitation, it's been tried allegedly, and we couldn't reach anything below. So it's an unknown. It's a wonder. It's a question. There's a lot of questions. This is one of those questions. We don't know.
Could I want to address this just slightly differently. I do appreciate there
Maybe
are
there's
some people
water frozen behind the I don't know, frozen water. I don't know. Go ahead, CB.
there are some people that have attempted to dig monkey, but I think that's not really what you're asking. I think you're picturing some sort of flat earth in space. I think that's where you're at right now.
True.
Right. So what I'm trying to help you, like my question to you was, let's think of the universe. Is there like an underneath of that?
Allegedly there's multiple, there's infinite, and it's expanding as we speak.
Okay.
What makes you certain that it's expanding, and why is it expanding?
That's the theory. There's no proof for that. It's just the Big Bang, and it's expanding at a speed of light, I think. And
But it's not like there's things hanging on the bottom of the universe, right? No one even really thinks of it like that. So, for you guys, I wanted to go back to the sun thing. Let's just keep this in mind when it comes to all this stuff. Like, the globe side has the way more crazy idea when it comes to what the sun is doing. They think it goes underneath the ground, kind of like you were asking. Are there
Yeah, I
planets?
mean, they have more imaginary spiel around this, it's infinite and you can make up all of kinds of bullshit.
I guess I can reframe the question. I guess the question can be, is there an edge of the Earth? And if you get there, what would you see?
Like that question would apply to the universe too. Is there an edge of it? And then what happens when you get there? You see?
Yeah, I mean, it's not very
For
unreasoned
us, it's an unknown. For us, it's an unknown. There's claims about it that we can read about, and some explorations. There's claims out there in the writings.
Yeah, I mean,
some
yeah,
footage,
they
but
claim that even the infinite universe is finite. It's like, okay, make up your mind. What is it now? So
there is some good real, because remember, there's real East level footage. People go on huge boats down to the edges of the earth, whatever. We've seen some footage out there of huge land masses of frozen land and tundra, and also others that are show like vegetation and all that kind of stuff. That's also available out there. But here in this room, I haven't been there. Have you? So the question, it's for me an unknown. For speculation, more lands, maybe, I don't know, beyond, I don't know. Oh, maybe there's a wall to the container because we have to be, there's a containment, right? So we don't really know, but we know,
Yeah, I
you know
mean,
something
how
we
else
know,
would
you know something we
gas
really
work, you
know, that
know?
is not, the ground that we're standing on is not curving. That claim of the ball, the spinning water ball in the vacuum of impossible balls, that
The
we know
main,
that's not real.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
answer this question. No one, it doesn't matter who you are, flat, globe, whatever, no one has skirted the boundaries of reality. Nobody. So no one has the answer to that question, my friend, unfortunately.
I mean, the only test we can do is by minimizing the room we have um, to our extent by testing liquids and gases and such, and how they stay in reasonable realm to say, okay, this can I call a lake, or this can I call um, absent of gas or something like that. You know, it's like you have to have a boundary, and this boundary is a container. So how else would then stay? Nobody has ever demonstrated water sticking to a ball. Show me one who has done that, and then I will believe the Earth is a globe.
I just
Yeah,
want to make
that's
sure.
impossible.
I just want to make sure real quick, Monkey, that we don't like this whole idea of the vacuum of outer space. You know, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Like, we don't see it like that at all. Like the stars are light years away and gas balls in a vacuum. We don't believe any of that's scientifically possible or reality. So it's a whole different thing. I just want to make sure you're clear on that. That this outer space, helio sun model is not what we're like. I just want to make sure you're not mixing the two in your head.
Right.
Yeah. This is actually really
I'm
important.
trying to get like a clear understanding of how you guys see the world. Like, is it like a flat plane of unknown length? Because
Listen, if you want to see images about that in reference, just look to ancient cosmologies, maybe Hebrew cosmologies. If you want to see imagery about that, you could find that. That stuff is available.
Yeah, well, I can actually post you a
like,
video about this.
I want to like understand, not see a visual. I'm trying to picture it in my own mind.
Yeah.
Mashing Monkey, but he said to you now 5 minutes ago, nobody know the answer to that. We can put now our imagination and play on that, but if we put our imagination, that it's not what would be correct, you know?
You know what we know, Monkey? That we're standing on the ground. We're in a medium of many gases, water, liquids, whatever. We can go across the waters, right? And then we reach more land, and then we reach more water, and then we reach more land. That's how it goes, right? Have you ever thought about that? Every time you go somewhere, you go over the land, then you reach water, then land, water, land, water. That's what we know, right? Do you know anything else besides that? Land, water. Anyways, that's what we know. And then we're in the medium, and above us, we observe the luminaries, the heavens above, and that's what we observe of that. We know that.
Well, I want to answer his question. He says, "What should I picture when I close my eyes?" Don't do that. You probably don't do that now, where you have some sort of visual in your head of what all of reality looks like. Remember, it's not just a globe. It's in this huge place that you don't know what it looks like, and you probably don't close your eyes and wonder what that all looks like. How would you do that anyway? You have to open your eyes and go observe what Gen Z was talking about. Reality. You have to go outside. You don't need to close your eyes and imagine what it all looks like. You can't. You're
Mashing
never.
Monkey, can I say, Sibyl? It could look like because you can see in YouTube because it looks like a ring. Antarctica, it's like a frozen things around, But that's because you can see that on internet. Who knows if is that true? Why is not triangle? Why is not like Jamie said? It could be like a millions, like water and land, water and land. It could be everything, but nobody knows. That means why I should now to imagine what could be, But you can have that pictures. You can find it on internet. You do how that people at least imagining that it's like you have in the center somehow north star and all around it's south and somehow you have Antarctica and it's like an ice wall. But that's the fiction of of somebody or who knows that nobody knows that.
You and I, Monkey, are very much in the same boat. We don't know what all of our reality looks like or what shape that is. We've not been to the boundaries or the edges. There's a lot of unknowns. A
But
lot.
what we know that Earth, like in heliocentric model, should to curve in reality. That means because it's sphere, that is not happening. That's why people calling all this stuff flat Earth, because there is no curvature in reality. And all of that stuff, also motion and vacuum of the space also.
Now think about it from maybe the beliefs that you might be holding at the moment. Think about it. The claims of that belief. Think about it. Do you really know that? Is it true? Do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth, Matching Monkey? The curvature that is claimed. The ball. Anyone that you know. Do you know the name of the person and the method that was used to establish? So look, we have measured the curvature of the Earth, and here it is.
Jimsy, that's 5 questions.
He knows. He hears me. He's a mashing monkey. He can mash with me. Go ahead.
Ash. No, I don't. But I'll tell you what I do know. I know that there are like all those countries, right? And I know that like there's some truth to the map we have because we fly around and stuff like that. But if we don't know the edge of the map, or we can't imagine where the plane of existence ends, then how come the map isn't ever expanding?
Objection. You keep saying the map.
Here's the
Which map?
problem.
Hold on. You keep saying the map. Which map?
The one that we're given.
Which
one? There's
they all have
many
names.
maps.
What's
The
the name of
global
the
map.
map? What's the name of the map, please?
Map of the world.
That's what it's called?
So you're talking about the globe world, how everything is depicted.
Hold on, boy. I wanna. Is there one map of the world? Just one.
One that is most people look at.
Okay, which one is that?
I can't post it.
I'm gonna give you image perp so you can post.
Wait, yeah, give him image, man. He's cool.
Yeah,
Magic Monkey, he's a cool guy. Give him everything. He's cool.
All right, post the map, the one.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, question for you. What are all these?
I have a question also.
Yeah, and I have an answer for you.
I have a question about Greenland and Africa. In your map, Greenland and Africa are the same. In reality, Africa it's at least 5 times bigger than Greenland.
No, 14 times bigger than Greenland.
14. Okay.
14, like more than 10 times than Greenland.
Okay. That's my mistake. Okay.
Okay, but let's focus. There's not just one map. There's many, many, many maps.
And South America is way bigger than Greenland too.
Yeah.
Bruh.
So the real problem that should be demonstrated is why has nobody ever seen a plane fly from the south, let's say from Argentina towards the south, and then pop out on the top here in Greenland again? Nobody has ever done this, and it would not ever happen regardless.
Listen, sir, machine. No one uses this map to do anything in reality. Only to to color it and put the names. It's like a politic map. It's for politics. It's not something that you use in the realist level. You don't use this for any. What do you use this for? Besides putting the names of the nations and having a colorful perspective of a
So, I
drawing
mean, this
on a piece of
map
paper.
has not even the real sizes of continents. It's like idiotic.
Think about it, bro. It's pretty simple. Machine Monkey doesn't make any sense, right? Think about real is level, things that we can do in reality, and this map you don't use it for anything. It's just nothing at all.
Okay.
I'll just
so
cap it with this. There is no one map of the world. Just
right.
let's make sure that's clear.
Okay. So
There's shitloads of maps and they're all
The
different
map
shapes.
is not the
varieties.
ground, remember? You don't travel on the map. You don't travel on the map. You go across the ground, across the realist level. That's where you go across.
Google Map is okay map.
There's no
It's
one map.
Yes,
Google Map
correct.
is good map.
Come on, guys.
No,
This is
it's
way
really
too
good map.
chaotic
It's
right now.
calling you. It's telling you distances. It's practical. It's good. The
Yeah.
problem is it's only flat Earth map. It's not globe Earth map because in
Yeah, that's
reality
gonna be.
you don't have any curve. That means everything is correct. Distances, everything is okay. Google Map it's presenting almost.
Well, it's
I
still
don't know
in,
for
Google Map is okay if you're gonna go drive some places, but it's not a complete thing. It's not the whole thing.
on the sea it's a
It's
little
not.
bit
No, it's
Okay.
all
Come on,
across the
man.
world is missing. Go ahead. Go ahead, CB.
So we cool with the whole there's no one map.
okay, but so is Google Map valid or not then? Like
There's many maps, bro. And they have different purposes, they
Yeah,
serve different
the Google Map shows you another scale of maps, but it's not even the complete one either, because it's not that doesn't represent the whole of the world.
Yeah.
not whole. Yeah.
Okay.
but this still doesn't really answer my question.
Okay.
So
What?
if there's no real map, then how are you able to?
Oh, we didn't say there's no real map. I said there's many maps and they serve different purposes.
No,
So
Machine Monkey. Forgive me, CB. Machine Monkey. There are
no,
maps that
what's
are used.
happening today, bro? There's something in the water today.
Listen, maps are, if you're gonna use an app in a practical sense, in the realist level, the place that we're talking to you about is a map of a region that you're at, and you have these huge pieces of paper that will have landmarks, streets, geographical references, and you can utilize this map to travel across the region that you find yourself trying to navigate across, right? That's a real map that you can use in a realist level. These maps are huge. They're books, pages upon pages, and you open them and they're huge. Think about it. But this map that you presented, that you don't utilize for anything, that's not the terrain. That's not the realist level. Maps are references to move across some places if you want to do it practically, but that's not the terrain. That's not what reality is. Map is a projection, a reference for trying to move across a terrain or a region. And if you want it to be specific, you need a lot of references to be able to move across some terrains. Can't
You need
just
to
use.
move. Every month you need to move because maybe some hill it was it's not there anymore, or water it's not anymore there, or whatever. One
Right.
river dried or whatever.
Let's everybody
And there's
focus.
no curvature.
But for example, you can use the Google map and you go to Santa Barbara Beach and you find out Santa Barbara Beach. It's here. Look on the Google map, and then you find out oil rig. There is in the sea in the distance. There is an oil rig, and then you find out that oil rig is 10 miles. and then you say, okay, this map is correct. There is oil rigs. Here is Santa Barbara. Here's the beach. And now you find out how much curvature you have to that oil rigs. And then you find out if it's Earth spherical or not.
I already showed him about the curvature. He knows there's no curvature. I showed him the infrared. 700 miles of a horizontal line. He knows there's no curvature.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but mashing, you down for paintball?
Wait, are you outside right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Later, guys.
Guys,
Oh, you can DM him, bro.
Take care. Have a good one. They're leaving. They're gonna play paintball.
Yeah, bullshit.
They're going on a date. Let them be. Don't be blocking.
Low pod here. The problem with you flurfs is you ain't got no map.
I'll show you a map.
That was like
Okay,
a chick on a booty date maneuver. Oh, text me in a half an hour and tell me there's an emergency, so I have to leave.
Okay, next couple. Let's make next couple.
Indio.
Fuck.
Well, you don't want
Good.
to. You gotta have that riz, man. You gotta have some riz. Okay, you can't just nerd out on your first date like that. And of course, she wants to get picked up, man. Shit.
He asking, "Are you outside?" Yeah, I'm here, bro. Let's go. It's a good friend right there.
I don't think he was really listening, to be honest.
Oh, man, you gotta be short and sweet with those types. You know, they're not. They weren't really listening.
Yeah, you were making it too
So
complicated. You need to make it way more like interactive, like
yeah.
short question, get an answer, question, answer, question, answer. Has to go back and forth like that. Otherwise, if you like, monologue, their eyes roll in their head and they just can't keep up. Like the terminology, they're not even familiar with it.
Good, sure.
Yeah, man. Short and sweet, especially with those types of guys. Young. He was asking about a space disc. Like
India, when he opened his mic, I showed him short and sweet. I showed him the infrared of 700 miles, short and sweet. There you go, bro. No curve, easy. The biggest level I've seen in infrared, right there, bro. Look, water level. Sweet, short.
Yeah. I understand that, but like kids like that, they don't trust themselves to evaluate the evidence because they're not a scientist, right? They're already in just because he started asking about why would they lie, that means he's outsourced his intellect to other people.
Mm-hmm.
You can show him all the evidence you want. He's not going to use his head. He's going to ask somebody else to tell him what it means.
I was pushing it down his throat and down his ears.
Maybe he'll come back.
Eyes. I knew he was living on a date in some type of manner, and he did. So I had to,
Yeah, dude, you were dropping bombs, man. But like,
he wasn't even listening. Like
you might have been blowing up a corpse. Like,
if you speak about curvature, he will not get the point. He will not, but if you get to the motivation of the lie, then he will maybe get the point. If you know why would they lie and why they are lying, then maybe he will say, now I get it. Now I know why they're lying. That's why there is no curvature.
yeah, it's crazy how they think sometimes. I think it's laziness fundamentally, but
You know what? His friend spoke to him about it. He said, right? That's a claim on the table, and they both joined. So
yeah, and his friend bitched out. I heard
I
that.
didn't believe that junk person either. I did not believe that he was a real flat earther.
I actually wanted to check who joined first and what maybe because I don't know. People have done this before. We had people that do that. Hey, I invited my friend, blah blah blah. And I mean, why not? It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, I mean, being around here, your skills for snuffing out LARPers goes up pretty high. Been
Oh yeah, I'm a LARPer expert. I'm credited.
It's amazing how the meaning of that term is being used in the sense of just someone pretending, rather than just in a live action role play of some game.
A globetrot never lopes. We are really real. We do not LARP.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh,
Life is like a box of globetrots. You'll never know what you'll get next.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's the topic?
What's up? The sky and the heavens above that. So
not what it was when you came in the other night.
What's up, brother?
No, it said not what it was when you came in the other night. Remember?
Oh yeah, probably.
That was pretty. If you walked into that, it was pretty shocking. Yeah, Platypus was playing games.
Listen, I looked for the curve. I couldn't find it. I looked everywhere. I looked all through my desk drawers. I looked at everybody. I said, wow, there's no proof of curve. And they looked at me and said, this is the greatest president ever. You know that it's not a globe. You're so awesome. It was a dream, but it was the best dream. No one's ever had a dream quite like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm gonna come.
So, Space Force. What's going on with that, Trump?
Yeah, let's bring some.
So many people have had so many dreams, right? But when they looked at me, they said, wow, no one's ever had a dream quite like you did. I said, yeah.
What was that, Gems? You got it?
I was gonna say if we can bring some people from the other rooms into the VC, maybe some Globers that wanna mic up or something. There's no one at the moment. Remove some people from cognitive dissonance.
Listen, folks, we're in a Chinese communist martial law right now, which are interdimensional demons that did come through a portal that Elon Musk opened up when he gave me back access to Twitter. X2 and X3 is 60% off right now at InfoSword.com.
Can you clear your throat or something? What's going on?
Oh, that was Alex Jones who just called into the show.
Oh.
Stupid.
Shout out to InfoWars, Alex Jones.
Hey, do you have clips of him on your soundboard?
I don't actually.
Oh, this guy's a little lowly Florida boy that tried to make it one time and he couldn't, folks, but he had the heart to do it, folks. And if you right now call in, you will get 30% off on Alpha Male, folks. I'm telling you, it takes your testosterone to the next level, folks.
I'm calling right now. I'm picking up my phone and calling right now.
It's too bad he's not dropping flat Earth stuff. They must have got to him because he wears like NASA shirts and stuff like that. He'll go on Joe Rogan.
Dude, they definitely got to him. You didn't hear the story about how like once David Weiss and all them were up in there, like maybe like a day later, they were like, if anybody talks about flat Earth, you're immediately fired. And yeah, like not Greg Reese, but no, I think it is Greg Reese. Greg Reese like still drops like flat Earth stuff. I think Owen Schroyer's a flat earther, but like, yeah, you're not allowed to be a flat earther there, bro. He might be cognizant into the. He thinks he can go to Mars with Elon, dude. He's like, I don't know if you guys have watched it, but he's like super hard on Elon's D, bro. It's like you might want to lay off the D a little bit there, but that's just my own opinion. What do I know? Just a guy. A little hard on the D, though.
Yeah, pause.
Sure, everybody's probably seen that.
So what I want to know is when you're talking about the alpha male, or however you said it earlier, is what kind of beta boy is it that has to say that he's alpha?
There's 3 different types of L-arginine and testosterone stuff. It's going to get you lifted, folks. It's going to get the blood flowing, and your woman is going to love you. It is 40% off with a promo code. They're all trying to kill us, folks. Go ahead.
Is that really the name of the product?
Beta! That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw him on Rogan with the NASA shirt on, like, yeah, they got him.
Yeah, that's why he's like, yeah, you know, space is real, and there's aliens coming from interdimensional pathways, and yeah, you know, if you take the DMT, they're all taking the DMT, folks. But if you take it, you will also be able to talk to the clockwork elves, and they're all working. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's really shot out, dude. You know what I mean? It tells you that he's definitely in on it, bro.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I'm just a layman, dude, and I'm like, I could murk him in a bay, dude.
Get murked.
Get murked, son. Let's go. Ah, cock.
All right. Wow. What a day. We got a pretty decent panel here, guys. So let's keep this thing rolling.
So CB, the question is when are we going to get the Moonreacher 2000 fired up again and talk to the guys up on the International Fake Station?
Well, that is a good question. That is a good question. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, we need to go over to your server and pick out one of those topics and have a good old evening.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, maybe we can do that. I don't know. We'll see. We caught a lot of flack for doing that, by the way. A lot of shit.
Hey, it's good for them.
Yeah,
Hey,
it was.
you had a lot of good conversations that night.
Mm-hmm. We have Neil who's joined the panel. Neil, welcome to the show.
Yo.
Yo. What's good? What's good, man? How'd you find us?
Yo.
No pressure, no pressure. We're live on YouTube and Rumble, by the way.
Yeah, from Nathan Oakley's channel. Clear.
Shout out to Nathan Oakley. Okay, cool. You rock with Nathan, or you one of the ops?
Yeah, no, I mess.
Cool, cool.
To have all his P's and Q's in check, so he puts people to the fire. So. Yep.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Nathan. Definitely rocked with the Oakley camp quite some time. So yeah, we still do. He does a show from here every now and again. So I'm glad to have you, man. Glad you found us.
Your creation bear. Are you part of that Owen Benjamin thing?
Yeah, I definitely was hanging with the Bears and Owen for a while. Honestly, pretty much since he got kicked off of YouTube, I've been hanging with the Flat Earthers over here. So yeah.
Cool to check.
Yes, sir.
New person I've been on.
You might have to turn your noise suppression off, or maybe just turn your gate down a little bit. It's cutting off your the end of your words, but yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you understand Flat Earth pretty well? Are you still learning? What's your current status?
Yeah, no, I've been QE and Nathan's channel for like 3 years now. So from pretty well understanding. Pretty good understanding. I'm not as good as explaining it, like I'm not battle tested. Like people are asking me questions, probably like flunks and stuff, but I know the gist of it.
Might be asking, are you on your phone or microphone or something?
Yeah,
Could you go closer to your mic?
Yo.
We can hear you. It just the gate is just a little bit, I think, too high. So if you're on your phone, we can help you with that, or just let us know, or just come closer to your mic. But okay.
I'll just listen in to what you guys have to say. Where Nathan was to talk about this today, so I'm kind of interested in other channels. So they discuss this topic, and on Nathan's channel, it never goes into fairy the what ifs, like ether, what if this, what if that. It's always like concise, be science. But then I go to these other channels talking about ether and Tartaria, all this other stuff. I'm like, whoa, this is different. That's why I came here. Just yeah, go on.
So you're not into like other stuff, or what's up?
I am. Yeah, I'm fully. I know about Tartaria, whatever. Ether. Like, it could be out there. I don't. It's not.
Anything could be anything, bro. That's how you gotta go into it, bro. And you won't be all sketched out.
That's why I like Nathan's channel, because they like get it down to science. This has to be proved. A plus B equals C. It has to be like proven throughout the science method. I don't like getting out of that realm. I know it's kind of interesting to go in the realm of what ifs. There's a lot of what, and I know a lot of them. Research. That's why I kind of like sticks to the.
I personally find it hard to listen to you. You are very quiet. Are you on your PC right now?
Yeah, I'm on my PC. I got the mic right up.
Okay, would you do me a favor and go into settings?
Yeah.
voice and video.
Okay.
Then scroll down to advanced.
Okay.
And turn off echo cancellation, and under that, noise suppression of none.
Turn off echo cancel. Off. And
Actually, I was gonna say, no, you don't. Not that. Put that back on because it's gonna echo. You need to change the. You need to change the input mode to. You have it on voice activity, and then that green and yellow bar, right?
Oh, I need to move it.
You need to bring that down a little bit.
Okay, there we go. Perfect.
All right, that should be good now. Yeah, that was kind of hard to hear. All right, cool. Well, so what? Have you like never been in an airplane or what?
No, I've been in airplanes and stuff. Like I know like the geometric horizon is BS, and like all the
But do you think pilots are lying or?
No, I just think they're ignorant. They couldn't think that how is this Earth flat? But like all you have to do is like just think about it. You're not dipping your nose down of the airplane every certain miles you go to. So,
Yeah.
it's kind of it's just like it's kind of obvious. Like if you're in that wall, like you're just like against the wall. Once you've gone through the wall, everything's open. But a lot of people have a wall, right, and they can't see through it. It's like, oh, I don't know, the fluoride vision, right? So
yeah.
So you've been in an airplane, but you didn't see the curve. But like, do you not believe in gravity?
yeah, I don't believe in gravity.
Okay.
I believe in densities.
Okay. So why do boats disappear?
Just our vision. We can't see that far.
But if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you be able to see like China?
Well, you would need a like our camera to see that far, right? Like, however, like for instance, when we see the boat, we're on the beach, we see the boat going over. Oh, the boat's gone, the curve, blah blah blah. Like obviously, we all know this. We get a camera, P9000, whatever. We just zoom into it, and then the boat reappears, right? So it's just our vision, right? We can't see that far.
Okay. Okay.
Here's another one though. Why do we see certain mountains that are thousands of kilometers away? Say you're on like a mountain, you're looking over the ocean, and then you see another one way further away. That's like, I don't know, like 700 kilometers away, right? But we shouldn't be able to see that because of the curvature of the Earth. So why can we see that?
Refraction.
That's the big one I hear, refraction. But like, you can't just say refraction for everything, right? If we can see stuff, you can't just bring up refraction and then just that's it, curve right there.
Yeah, I mean, when you try to dodge a certain topic, you just say refraction. Oh, dodged.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got to be standard refraction because the Earth is a globe. That's what it has to be.
Refracted.
Okay. So what is the do you know what the radius is?
This should be burned into my head. It is. Dude, I know that's what it feels like right now. I want to say 8.1 miles. No, 8 point something miles. It's something. Fuck. Is it 6, 7? It's 6. It's between 6 and 8. Am I right there?
The radius of the Earth, man.
Oh, the Earth. Oh, the radius of the Earth. I thought you meant the like what curvature it curves at. The radius is like Good question. Like in the 30,000 kilometers? 20 to 30,000?
Wrong. It's way too high.
3959, 3,959 miles.
Stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 3959, 3959. Yeah, that one definitely should be burned in. Well, I was gonna troll earlier and I was like, "Ooh, you haven't seen curvature from an airplane?" There's a few ways to smack that down. But one of them is by just knowing the radius. Because when they say they saw a curve from a plane, that means they definitely don't know what the radius is. Those two claims don't match. So the Earth is too big to see the curve. I'm sure you've heard that before. So
Right,
even in a freaking plane. So you definitely got to know that radius for sure.
Yeah.
All
See,
right,
I'm
cool.
not battle tested, but I do listen every day.
All right. How many scientific methods are there?
One. Yes. Perfect. Okay, I got that.
Very good, very good. What about like how many gravities are there?
There's none. They're just different densities, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough question to ask.
There's 2.
Okay, yeah. What if we said there's 2? What would the 2 be?
I think it's a trick question.
Newtonian and Einsteinian.
There's no such thing as gravity.
Yeah, yeah. Have you heard of Newton or Einstein?
Oh, Newton and Einstein. Yeah. Those theories aren't. They're just theories. They're not proven.
Okay. What are the? Do you know what the 2 quote theories are?
No, I do not.
Okay. Have you heard of mass attracting mass?
Okay. See, this is where I didn't pay attention in school.
Cool. Hey, listen, you don't have to be. You don't have to. Well, I'm sure you've heard that before. Mass attracts mass, or whatever. People say that all the time. That would be Newton's version of gravity. And then maybe you've heard of Einstein's or the bending and warping of space-time. Have you heard that before?
Right. Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
That's like,
So
yeah, mumbo
those
jumbo.
will be the 2 versions. And the reason why it's good to know this is because you'll get those goofballs who come in here and say, "So you just don't believe in mass attracting mass?" It's like, dude, you need to get the Einstein expansion pack. Like, there's new DLC, like, and it just shows they haven't learned about the superseded Newtonian's gravity being superseded by Einstein's. So, but yeah, they're gonna try to come in here and try to make you feel bad for not quote believing in mass attracting mass, when not even the mainstream doesn't even go with that. So it's good for you to know those differences there.
That's good. Okay.
All right, cool. Let's see. I have another question for you. Who has the burden of proof or the positive claim? Is it flat Earth or globe Earth?
Globers, because it's their globe that they're trying to prove, right?
Yep, I would agree. Okay, next question. Have you heard about the black swan?
Yes, I have the oil
Okay.
rig thing of bobbers.
Follow-up question. Is the black swan about the horizon or something else?
It is about the geometric horizon. Yeah.
There you go. Almost, man. Yeah, you got it.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it's about the horizon. It's about the horizon. Why? Well, because people will come in here and distract you from the whole point. Oh yeah, but look at the rig or whatever, right? But we're there for the horizon. Okay. I don't really have that many other questions. Does anybody else have a question for Homeboy?
Is the effect of gravity a container? Gas pressure.
Well, if we didn't have any gas gas pressure. I mean, what is the thing? Well, first, gravity is just null and void. You can't really bring up gravity, but like, well, what's the fucking thing? Like, we would be like sucked into space if there was like no gas pressure or something like that.
No container. You mean?
No, yeah. If there was no container, yeah, we would be just like sucked into space according to their logic, but they don't see it like that.
That was an interesting question, Flatman. Do you want to explain the question?
Are the eating chips and chickpeas, and I was hoping you were gonna come in and save me.
Bruh.
That's okay.
And with that, we'll have a quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
All right.
See,
Make sure you guys order yourself some Spaceys. Go ahead.
Yeah, Spaceys. Awesome. I'm still trying to learn the like the what is it called? The angles. When you navigate with a star, celestial navigation. That's what I'm like on right now.
Sonny!
Learned a lot.
Sonny, get him.
Yeah. So what do you know about it so far?
That you need a flat baseline in order to do trig with stars. I think.
Yeah, you're basically, the whole purpose is for you to find your position on that x-axis, if you will, the horizontal axis, using that horizon as your 0 point to set 0 for your sextant.
Right.
And then you measure an elevation angle, and from the nautical almanacs, you find out how far away you are, basically, from the GP of that star. You do that 3 times, and you can triangulate those functions where the circles intersect, figuratively and actual. When you plot it on your chart, you basically will be drawing those 3 circles and updating your location reference to in between those, and then you would be double checking that, so forth, so on. But yeah, you got the point right. The angles need to be from a flat horizontal baseline.
Perfect. So that
Yep.
goes to my question, where how would you how do you do trig on a curve?
Exactly. So the question, it's kind of a malformed question, but the question really should go like this: how can you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? Because that's what they literally can't do practically. You can't do it.
Yeah. There's
So
another that one just came up to me like last year, so that was kind of new to me. I was like, oh shoot, that's
yeah, I would think of it about more along the lines of how the elevation angle is achieved and so forth, and it breaks it down and makes it much more simple to understand.
awesome. Thank you for doing that.
The only caveat is in there is that you do adjust for your height above the water. Let's say if you're at sea, of course, and there's different ways of doing this. Most people know where the cockpit is. If you're on a small boat, you'll have a diagram of your boat, and you just memorize that. You just know at my feet standing in this part of the cockpit, I'm this far above the water line, and then my eye height is this much further. So you do simple calculations like that, and you have certain corrections and things like that. But basically, it's pretty much flat out, just using the elevation angle.
Awesome. Thanks for clearing that up.
Mm-hmm. So further on into that little part of the conversation, when the Globers want to come in and try to say there's every 69 miles there's a degree or whatever they want to say.
Yeah,
That yeah, they want to say that yeah. So
whatever, yeah.
what we stick them to on that now is that how did they get the latitudes in the first place? And can you guess how?
Google Maps.
With elevation angles. No, I'm talking about before they had any of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, true.
So
True.
so
Yeah.
just using the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon, and then they just go further out and they checked it and they kept doing that until they got the latitude lines. So all the Globers are doing is taking that information that we already know and they're transposing those degrees onto a sphere.
Yeah, that's what I understand. It's like it's so.
And actually they work. It works both ways because those GPs underneath the stars still hasn't changed. But if you're navigating and you're assuming a curved surface, can you see how the curved surface would be off location?
Yeah. It's
versus a straight line, like we use the horizon line in our line of sight. So that's kind of where that conversation goes these days. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen lots of them. They go nowhere. They just hit a wall and then just repeat, rinse and repeat, or which like we'll say a bunch of things and we'll just spit it exactly what you did. You'll spit the thing out and then they'll be like, well, what about this? Like just like they'll either switch the topic right away or they'll repeat themselves over and over like we didn't say anything. So I've been listening and like watching long enough to like know all the spiels and blah blah blah. So it's just cool to see other people. I've heard it a million times. Yeah, I came to the server. I was like, oh, there's a bunch more people that are on the same page, which is cool. Because I've been to a couple other flat Earth servers and it was kind of all over the place. Like kind of like junior, like 2015 like topics.
Yeah, more fundamental stuff, the really super basics, or the things that have been overruled because of certain other things, or just us trying to like get rid of the presuppositions in our speech. But yeah, we're on the politics server also. We're one of the more popular channels, or sometimes the most popular channel on their server as well. But we like to hear this is like the home. This is like the home, our home setting, like around the campfire talks. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. It feels like that. And you're on Rumble and YouTube. I'll look you up right now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Which one's better, Rumble or?
Let's get ready to rumble!
I gotcha. They're both good. Shout out to Rumble and YouTube.
Yep, links are in the chat. If you need to find it, make sure you guys follow the Rumble. We're on our way to 800 followers. So shout out to you, Rumble Ninjas.
There we go. Cool stuff.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, shit. You didn't even get to face the wrath of my baller mode. He's sleeping today. But one of these days we'll put the fire to you. Did pretty good, though. You did pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I should practice more. I usually am one of the people if my mic's muted and I just listen to everything. I should be in there if I can participate. Getting put to the fire a little bit. War tested. I work for myself now. I used to work in a warehouse. Well, a lot of people. And when I told them that I was a flat earther, like every day was war for me. That was like, yeah, it was a fun one. But I think I got out of 110, 120 people, I got like 3 people to come to the flat side. So that was an accomplishment. felt pretty good about myself.
That's not bad. It's a pretty good close rate. Not gonna lie.
Did you tell them we have cookies?
1%. I got them, or 0.8.
Yeah, but I bet the cookies will go over big. You'll get more followers or whatever with the cookies.
Oh, I think I probably laced them or something. You think it's flat? You probably laced those cookies.
Glober roofie cookie. Just kidding.
If I get roofied, I just better see 2 big spheres in front of me. That's all I know.
I like this guy. I swore I had a sound clip of Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, "Put that cookie down now," but I can't find it.
Good. Awesome. Well, I just came in here to see what's up, and I didn't know I'd be the main topic of the hour, but that's kind of cool. So I appreciate it, boys. Ladies
Yes,
and gentlemen.
sir. Hey, man, come by anytime, of course.
More often.
You guys want to strap him up with the FE roll or what?
Sure, I'll give him a vote.
Any objections? Panel, Necro, 77, Gemsy, Rayleigh, anybody?
He's got
He's converted people. That's a plus.
Give him the roll, but he's got to remember the radius for next time.
3, 9. Fuck. 2, 5.
59.
Nope.
3959.
3959.
6371.
Fuck. 3959. Damn.
You got it.
It's actually 6371.
3959 is I thought that was a good way to memorize it. 3959.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, man. Well, someone strapped you up with the FE roll, so you are now in the club, my friend. Official.
Boom. I like to shout out Creasy there. I like to shout out YouTube. I like to shout out Rumble. Shout out Nathan Oakley, Huey. And thanks for having me, boys.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. That was it Neil? That was Neil, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Neil, thanks, boys. Appreciate it. All right, you guys have a good one.
Alrighty, yes, sir.
Come back anytime, anytime.
We also have Snow Cheese. Have we spoke before? Welcome to the panel.
What's up, man? How's it going?
It is going. You've been here for a couple years now. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, what brings you in? What brings you in today?
No, I was just checking out the sun, and I was thinking, what if there was a way to measure the if you could like have a time lapse of the sun going around the sky, if you could measure that arc and graph it and compare it to a globe, like what we would expect with a flat Earth, like depending on where you're standing, whether that's close to the equator, like Mexico, or far away, like Canada. And you have 2 measurement points, one for Mexico, one for Canada, on the equator, with a flat Earth theory, and then you can compare that to the measurements of the same locations with what you'd expect to see with a globe Earth. And I'm thinking if we can somehow measure those and then compare them, that, I don't know, I'm thinking that might be something we can get into.
And then why?
I don't know, just to like the guy was saying earlier, convert more people over to the theory. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't want to be rude. It's not a theory, but
well,
I
right,
don't mean it
right.
that way. I don't mean it
Right.
that way.
No. Right.
Okay, but
I mean,
also
like,
I know
just to like kind of prove our point here.
but I don't think we have to do a side-by-side comparison with their sloppy stories. Well, here's how that works for them, and here's how it works for us. A lot of them are looking for replacement stories. We don't have to replace trash with trash.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, I get where you're coming from. We should show them how it works. Why not? Sometimes
Yeah.
we just don't know how shit works, bro.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've just seen these videos where these guys are like doing kind of like similar experiments, but it's like, dude, we could like do something else like that. I mean, there's a lot of people here. We could do that. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know.
I don't think that's
there's a lot of
specific.
math involved in that one, and I don't know.
I don't think that specific example that you mentioned would really prove anything either way, though.
You don't think the measured arc of the sun going in the sky would be different?
Well, I mean, talking about like the sun and like the location of, I don't know. It just seems, I don't see how that would really work, but
I'm thinking if you were in, yeah,
what is the sun? Like off rip.
right.
So
Oh,
we shouldn't really build on top of an unknown. That's what globies do. They work
That's
backwards.
facts, yeah.
But we don't need to. I don't know what the sun is, so I'm not about to sit here and say, "Well, it's doing this and it should be like that." I don't know what it is, or where it is,
Yeah.
or why it is, or how it is. So
Yeah.
I don't really concern myself with the sun or the moon or the stars that much. But I know that's interesting to some of you guys. So why did you call it a theory? I'd like to know.
I mean, I've just been watching too many videos online recently, and they're all just titled that. That's kind of what I've just been going on.
Okay, what would the theory be, or what's the theory?
Well, I mean, I would think actually it's rather not a theory, but rather because I don't really know what a theory could be of what we live in. I just know that, I mean, with my own two eyes, that we do live on a flat Earth. So I'm thinking, like, if you were to have a theory, you could present a hypothesis saying this is what I think it is. I can't do that. I have no say on what I think we live on is true. So I'm just saying this is like, I don't have a theory saying I can say something that's true. Hypothesis. I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? But so I'd say it's actually not really a theory. It's more of a, I don't know, post on the globe theory. I mean, the globe theory is an actual theory. So.
All right. Well, it seems like we came to the root of the problem there. You realize like why it's not a theory and all that. So that's good. All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I can't say for 100% sure what we're doing here, and I can't present an idea that brings up where we are at. So I have no idea what the fuck's going on here. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't know, differences in what could be true and what is actually true, and what people say. Like, if somebody brings up a thought, or they say something is 100% true, I like to test it and see, oh, are you sure, man? Like, can I do that? Like, so, yeah, it's not really a hypothesis we're basing on. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys know? Could you guys lay up a thought plan and hypothesis of what you think this world is actually made of?
No, it's outside the purview. It's outside the purview of science because it's merely a geometric question, and science doesn't deal with what is kind of questions, only how and why, things like the cause and effect.
Yeah, like, yeah.
So like, what is the Earth doesn't fall into that category of questioning like science does. Like there would have to be a phenomenon that we see in the natural world, and then we would try to. The effect would be the forget now. The effect would be the dependent, and are independent, and you're trying to change or interact with the independent control variable to see if it causes a change in the effect. So the effect is actually what first thing you're looking at. That's your dependent variable.
Yeah.
I got mixed up there for a second, but yeah. So
you done anything like that? You got any examples?
no, you know what? It's as simple as, you know what? You can actually do science in a garden. Some parts of biology, but like observations are not. They're not the observations themselves are just observations. Or you could do testing with observations. So the things like doing long distance observations or even the black swan observations, those types of things are just testing based upon distance. If the drop that the Earth is supposed to have is there or not. And it's a specific amount. So we should see this drop no matter what at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would give us the distance to the geometric horizon on a supposed ball of that size. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, and have you been doing that? Has someone on YouTube been doing
I've done it myself. I've done my own observations. Yes, I live
Nice.
near water, so I can look. I know how far distances are. I can pick out landmarks on the map, and then I just took the distances and I took how far they were supposed to be dropping away or dropping below my line of sight. It was
You
easy.
measured that?
Yeah, because 5 miles is 16 feet. So with magnification, you can zoom into a shoreline 5 miles away over water, and you should never see the waves breaking on that shoreline because they should be 16 feet below your line of sight.
Right.
So that's the type of observations I've done. Yeah. And they're only observations. Those are not experiments.
Yeah, just looking, right. So do you have you written up like a map of what this world we live in is like? Does this
It's look, maps. We don't go with maps here because there are no accurate maps.
Yeah.
So we don't want to like the globe is a straw man. The globe is one big straw man. We don't want to present another straw man to
just pull it out of thin air.
replace the first straw man with another map. That's how we got into this mess.
Right.
I've seen an episode of Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, unless you want to become Dora, we don't got a map.
The map. Well, I mean, maps. They're technically use specific. So a map is made for a particular purpose, right? And it's good for that purpose. So a topographical map, it's good for that purpose. You're not going to sail a boat with it, right? And like a nautical chart, that's good for like navigating some harbor, but it's not going to really get you to Australia from New York City.
Yeah, everyone's got their own personal map. Yeah.
So the way long distance travel actually works is celestial navigation, right? So we navigate by the stars. Like you can't use a map and go from like New York to Australia. You'll die. You're just dead. So everybody always like, "What's our world map?" Like, yeah, there is no world map.
You need a bunch of different maps. You need a bunch of charts, you know? So let's say excluding land travel, just say traveling over water. You need exclusive maps for the area if you're near shore, from when you go on shore, near shore, coastal navigation, or if you're going completely out at sea and you're aiming for some distant island that is a tiny portion of your visual acuity range.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way for us to like find those. So that's the most accurate way we've found. And we spoke briefly earlier about celestial navigation. I don't know if you heard that part.
Yeah, I wrote a map on the ocean with you. Take a left at that wave. Like, no, don't
how
work
do you
that
do
way.
that?
No, that's not going to work. And I like what you said earlier. It's that celestial navigation. I mean, I was going to kind of try to tie that back in with what I said earlier, is if you could map that in the sky, right? Like if I've not done this, but if somebody knows how to celestial navigate, there's got to be some arcs that the stars do, or pathways that you can predict, right? And can you not do that with the sun? I don't know. I'm thinking there might be some kind of, charts you can write down with that, right?
Well, yeah, they pretty much know those things. They know what you're talking about is the path of the sun and the moon over the surface of Earth. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's basically all you would be doing, is getting a little bit more accurate as far as the path. That's not going to give you any information on the surface itself.
Oh, okay. Why? Okay. Guess I'm a little confused on that.
So looking at the lights in the sky are not an indication of the floor you stand on.
Right.
Simply said.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay.
So like you were saying, it's not that we can't find out certain things or we can't discern what we see in the sky, that phenomenon that we see into giving us an indication of certain things, but the situation here on the ground is not one of those things you're going to be able to figure out.
Right. And correlate the two together, right? It's kind of like the gentleman was saying earlier.
Yeah,
it's a map for yourself, right? It's going to be different.
Well, it's kind of what the globies do, and that gets them into trouble. They're like, well, things up there do this, therefore things down here do that. And I don't.
Yeah, you can't put those two and two, huh? Without.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really anything to compare anyway. I always tell people there's no resemblance. Those things up there to the Earth. So what's the point of making the comparison anyway? Like, even if the sun does do X, Y, or Z, so what? Like, let's say we were on a globe. Like measurably, the ground's a globe. Yeah, but the sun does this. Yeah, well, it's still a globe, though. You know what I mean? So, I think that's where most people would come from. And like I said earlier, what is the sun?
Yeah, right.
Then where is it?
Yeah.
So then it would be traveling where? So I mean, I don't know, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just wild. I would love to get into that, though. Celestial navigation or whatever it was. That'd be cool.
You can look at, there's online courses. I'm looking over an online course right now myself. So I can just tone up my, like sharpen it up a little bit. Like
I know nothing about that.
I actually navigated myself when I was in my 20s, but that's a long time ago for me. So I just have to do a lot of reading and maybe doing some charting and stuff myself. Maybe eventually get a sextant of my own, and take some sun sightings, take some moon sightings, some moon shots and different star shots, and do it close to the water, do it as close to the water as possible so I can use the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to write that down on my list. Get that job done. That's what I'm going to do next. Well, great conversation with you guys. And everyone listening, I'm going to go ahead and go get some dinner. You guys keep the conversation rolling.
Sounds good. You have a good day, and thanks for coming by.
Thank you. You as well. Have a good one.
That is snow cheese, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Okay, another one in the books. Good job, guys.
Did you update his roles?
To what? To what?
Because I think he just had the VC verified role.
Snow cheese. Oh.
What is he? Is he a globe earther, or do you think he's a flat earther? I don't think he's a flat earther.
I think he is a flat earther, but we didn't question him like we did Neil quite as much.
I don't know if I would give him the role just yet.
Not yet. Yeah,
unless there's a bunch of objections to that.
I'm sure he'll come back. Yeah, I think he needs a little more time.
Yeah, we'll grill him next time he's here.
We'll give him some time. It's case by case, so everybody's got a personality, and timing isn't always right on our side of it either. And we just enjoy having a conversation. Like that was a pretty good conversation, I thought.
Yeah. It's been a pretty good day so far.
Yeah.
Moon is looking bright as hell tonight.
Clear sky.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Nothing but clouds in my sky.
L sky.
Yeah, we're clear sky right now. We're clear sky, but it's been cloudy as all get out, man. It's been really cloudy lately, but it looks better tonight. Looks clear. It's not like this. It's nights like this. I wish I lived right on the beach. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be sick.
I got my.
That's the high rent district.
I got my P1000 like a week ago, and my stand. I bought a stand. I should get it tomorrow, and I'm just waiting for the next clear day to go. I'm gonna try to get the sun to set right behind San Clemente Island. Just wait for a clear day and drive down to San Diego.
That's where I live, San Diego.
Yeah,
Lit.
that's where the sun should be setting right behind San Clemente Island.
Yeah, that's a rare shot, but you can get it sometimes. I've heard.
But it's supposed to be cloudy as hell for the next week.
Yeah.
I have a hard time getting the sun to actually set. It might go out of your view though, if you're lucky.
Motherfuckers need to stop spraying the skies so I can get a good picture.
Yeah, dude, that shit's annoying.
Well, you get that island off to the west, right? And he's talking about getting the silhouette of the island, I think, in front of the sunset. And from San Diego, I think that's a good gee whiz to San Clemente. It's like 75 miles or something.
Yeah, the kind of ranges from like 61 to like 80-ish miles.
Yeah, so
depending on where you are.
Yeah. And then Catalina's further, and I've heard even Catalina being seen rare times at North County San Diego beaches.
But yeah, I can't wait to actually go see it for myself. That'd be a trip if it's like I go out everywhere and I can't find, and the horizon matches the globe claim, and
oh, dude.
Like, what the fuck?
At least we're doing something. Seems like most people, and obviously if you're a flat earther, you're not just like some regular Joe, but it does seem like most people don't do shit. They don't even consider this stuff, They just, at least we're doing something, observations and tests and things like that. At least, even if you did go out there and you didn't get the result you were looking for or whatever, at least you did something, I don't think our people on the other side of the fence are doing anywhere near this much stuff. So,
Yep. Yeah, from their perspective, outer space is observable reality. It's already been figured out.
right. Just look up. The standards are annoying though, because they would never accept that from you. If you're like, well, yeah, just look up container, like they're pissed. But for some reason, for them, it's okay just to like point up at the sky and be like, "Yep, see, my claims are right." Okie dokie.
Look at the bathtub. The water's flat. And it's discussion.
Right. Yeah, but that's different.
We're going to need a bigger bathtub.
Yeah, we need a planet tub.
I was thinking
people.
if I was a glober, I wouldn't try to claim like I wouldn't claim like gravity is a science. I wouldn't claim anything is a science. I would always just appeal to outer space as being reality. Because then I would just be, you know, like, oh, I'm not saying it's a scientific fact, but it has to be reality because we've gone to outer space. So you could always just it would be, at least it might be the only way to like be honest about the stance of the lack of evidence for the globe, but just be annoying about it.
That's usually the nature of my baller mode. It's just annoying. You know, it doesn't address claims. It weasels away from their points. You know, relies heavily on fallacy. So yeah, just
That's
being
why
a baller is to be annoying.
That's why you can just hand wave dismiss everything and anything because I'm appealing to this idea that outer space is a fact. Doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter how ridiculous what, you know, the things that they say. Light bends around a sphere.
Or if they just came out and were honest and just said it's only a tradition, then we have all the lore and everything, just like Santa Claus.
Yeah, except Santa Claus is more believable.
Yeah, and more lore with Santa Claus, I guarantee you.
Yep, facts.
Because at least the kids get presents every Christmas. Globe has never brought me presents, bastard.
I know, kids get kids get presents on Christmas. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it'd be funny if we did one of those Santa trackers, except we used the flat Earth map to show where he is.
And it'd be
Start
more accurate.
deprogramming the kids.
And it turns out to be more accurate than.
I think Santa Claus found a gravity well, and he just kind of rides that space time around, you know. But that's why he can fly. No force.
That's how he makes it to all the kids on time. Now I get it.
Yeah, he's bending space time.
It's holiday cheer that actually causes the space time, not the mass.
Like folding a piece of paper and then just crossing over to the other side. I get it. Okay.
I just got some background noise, guys, so keep this thing going. We do have General Jones that joined the panel as well. General Jones.
Calling General Jones. Calling General Jones. Are you behind enemy lines?
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. We are still live. I just got a few minutes of some background noise. I can jump back on in a more focused way. Just give me a few minutes. Okay. So we just get a short clip, guys, since nobody's talking.
This is the thing about the whole flat Earth, round Earth thing. Like, why people care if people believe in the Earth the way the Bible describes it? Why do people get so mad about that?
Does the Bible describe it as flat?
Yeah,
it does.
With the dome, the firmament, and everything.
Oh, that's news to me.
That's new. You never read the Bible?
No.
That's the problem.
That is a problem. That's why I go to hell.
So why do people get mad at people if they just describe the Earth the way the oldest history book describes it?
Yeah. So does this mean you think it's flat?
Yep.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Whoa.
I just don't talk about it because it's like something like Einstein said, saying to a dumb motherfucker, ignorant motherfucker sound dumb. So I was like,
I get it, dude. I love it.
Nate Diaz might pull up with Jake Shields. We'll see what happens with that. I met him in Vegas. He was really cool. Very fucking nice. I was shocked. Bro, all these UFC guys watch Fresh and Fit. I was like, what the hell? Like, I was like so humbled. Like when him, Rampage, Jake, all that, show support. Like we were with UFC fighters the whole time we're in Vegas. We were with Jake, Sneeko, Rampage, and Nate. We were with them. And Chuck Liddell was with us for quite a bit too. Shout out to Chuck Liddell. He was just fucking partying, going crazy. I spoke with him as well. I'm gonna try to get him on. It's just a matter of coordinating, guys. But yeah, man, we're really trying to step it up and get you guys some good guests. Really working hard behind the scenes to make things happen. I anticipate that we're gonna go over to LA and do Rampage.
Boom. So yeah, that Rampage Jackson, bro, right there. I'm a flat earther. To Brendan Schaub. Man, it's like these fighters do, bro. Like they are like they're legit. I don't know what it is, but him, Bryce Mitchell, Lorenzo Hunt, whole bunch of fighters get it, bro. They're based. So shout out to Rampage, not afraid to tell the truth. I mentioned Lorenzo Hunt. Let me grab a clip of him too. I've got a really short one. So he you guys, you've seen fights before. If you win, typically they'll give you a microphone. You can plug your family and all that stuff. And he decided to plug the flat Earth.
Well, octagons are flat.
Yep. That shit was hilarious, man. So shout out to anybody that's willing to tell the truth. It's not easy, especially when you got sponsors and loved ones and stuff like that. So it just puts a target right on your back. And shout out to those guys that don't give a full. Really quick, here's the clip. I'll throw it on and we can switch up the subject.
Cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like it was a wild.
Yeah,
like
the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his
The
words.
world is definitely not flat.
Luke, I heard some disturbing audio this week.
Luke, dude, freaking Luke Thomas. He's such a freaking loser. But yeah, Lorenzo Hunt
He was
there.
triggered, man.
He was, dude. He gets triggered very easily by anyone that goes against mainstream. Like during the cough stuff, he was like, no, you must, like he's very weird about stuff like that. So he did get triggered by the flat Earth comment. It's definitely not flat. Like, shut up, Luke.
Yeah, I don't care about anything else he said, but it's definitely not flat. I'll ignore all the other shit. That never happened.
What worries me is the punches that he got before he said that. For his victory, the punches that he got kind of made him describe God as the color of a crayon, black.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking something similar, Jamesy. I'm like, he definitely was getting punched in the head because he was like, 2 things. Wait, 3 things.
He was like, I don't know, mixing some stuff up.
But all I mean, I don't know what color. I don't know if I would say that, but I do appreciate him plugging flat Earth like that. So shout out to him. It's Lorenzo Hunt. He fights bare knuckle.
Well, God is obviously transparent, so. Oh, have you heard of that guy? He fights. I don't know if he's British or American. He's a white dude. He fights in that. What is it called? The life white or some shit like that. It's not bare knuckle, but they wrap their hands. It's almost like Thai kickboxing, but it's not in Thailand. It's like in the next country.
Oh, I think I've seen where they wrap each other's hands, right?
Yeah, but yeah. And you can't there is no like knockouts and shit, dude. Like if you get knocked down and knocked out, you can get up and keep fighting or some crazy shit like that. I think it's Malaysia or hold on, let me see.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, yeah, Light's Way or some shit like that's in Myanmar. So the champion is a white dude, man, and they love him over there, dude. Like it ain't like Thailand. Like in Thailand, they if you're a white dude fighting, they get pissed off at you. But
That's
over there.
hilarious.
I think he's a flat earther too, but it's just
That's based. I've not heard of this person before. I'm gonna drop a link.
Yeah, I dropped a link to that combat. Let me find the guy.
Let's wait. Yeah, the other big fighter. Well, I mean, Mike Tyson. I mean, he's talked about it before. So shout out to Mike.
Yeah, David Goodduke. He's Canadian. He's not American.
Oh, okay. Sick.
Yeah, by the way, when is the next fight between Mike Tyson and Logan Paul?
I think it's Jake Paul.
Dude,
Oh,
they're wearing
Jake
super.
Paul, yeah.
Bro. I heard they're wearing super heavy gloves and headgear.
And headgear.
And headgear.
Nah, they ain't doing headgear, bro. There's no
Yeah,
way.
I mean, come on. This guy is 70 years old, and I mean, he needs it, you know.
He's not. What?
They're not wearing headgear, dude. There's no way. No one's watching that.
I mean, I don't know what the rules are, whether they agreed or not, but I hope so that Mike Tyson wins, like just to prove older generations.
It's probably a
who,
honeypot.
who've been, to be experienced more than the younger generation. But if he loses, I call it it's staged, just for the money,
Yeah, of course. I feel like it's a honeypot already, but yeah, we'll see if it even happens. But this is the clip of Mike talking about flat Earth.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only but people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not gonna go
Say
for
it
that.
again.
You're not gonna tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. What do you say? What do you say?
Over 1,118 miles per hour.
The wind?
Yeah.
So that would tear us apart.
Yeah.
Was that Tyson speaking?
Yeah, that was Tyson.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Applause for him, bro.
Yeah,
I love him. Yeah, let's go.
Yo, so check it out, CB. You'll get a kick out of this. This Dave Leduc guy, he's the world champion. He got married in Thailand, Thailand wedding, even though he's a white dude, and his wife is what the hell's her name? Arahoba. She's Moldovan. She isn't frickin' from Myanmar either. 30 million people watch their wedding on TV. That's how famous that dude is.
Wow. It's insane.
What the hell?
Yeah, bro. Like some of these small countries, they're a little crazy, man.
than any news station combined together, and even our alternative station, the alternative newsletters.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't watched it. I haven't heard of it. It's like to my shame. It's like shame on to me, basically.
Oh, he's banned from Thailand too because he was talking shit about the Muay Thai champions.
No.
Yeah.
Who was he talking about?
The guy's name is. He said something like Muay Thai is a watered down version of Burmese boxing. Now the fighting, this left way fighting, it's bare fist, dude. It's listen. You should look it up and watch some videos. It's pretty savage, dude. It's worse than like bare knuckle fighting in the West because there's like no knockouts. They just like keep getting up and getting up and getting up.
Are you talking about the one where they wrap their freaking fist with hemp and then?
Yes.
It's kind of like the movie Kickboxer, except they don't dip their freaking things in crushed glass.
Crushed glass, yeah.
Yeah, because there's no glass there. So
I mean, that is insane. This is some Black Street rule, dipping your glass in honey and then in glass, and this is wacko.
I got a buddy that fought the, gosh, I think it was the Malaysian champion, bare knuckles, and they played all these games with him beforehand. Like they wouldn't let him use ice. They wouldn't let him they had this kid running out of his the place where he was getting ready to fight, making all this noise. The guy was 80 pounds heavier than him. He signed up for the fight anyway. He ended up getting his freaking head knocked sideways hard as shit. Came home puking for freaking a couple weeks. Had to get his freaking neck fixed after a month of just laying in pain. But this dude, he fought a bunch of fights over there. But he doesn't fight anymore. He found Jesus. He's done fighting. Dude had those You ever met anybody who's gotten those crazy golden scrolls like put inside their back from like Tibet? Like it's like a big thing with people who like the fighters. It's like these little golden freaking things they get like put under the skin. It's the weirdest shit, man.
Wait, what? In
Yeah.
Thailand?
I'm not sure if it's Tibet or Thailand or he speaks fluent Thai, and like he's trained with a bunch of famous people, but yeah, he's pretty badass, man. But he got those scrolls removed once he found Jesus and shit. Like he got rid of like all the I don't know anything not he's got all these tattoos. He didn't get theirs removed, but I'm gonna look up these golden scrolls they have put up on it. I'll post it.
Much obliged. Yo, CB.
Yeah, literally just put my headphones in as you said that. That was weird. What's up?
Yeah, have you heard about the red heifers?
Yeah. Briefly.
Did you know
shortly.
that they found in Texas red heifers that were perfect?
Yeah,
but
I
they
did hear
couldn't.
about that.
But they can't be sacrificed by Jewish law or custom because they were 2 years old. So we are now approaching the time where there should be where they could be sacrificed. So it's about time where the temple is about to be rebuilt. It's like they're all preparing for it. It's
This is some interesting stuff.
yeah, and also scary. It's like all this what is going on right now with the centralization of money and digitalization and stuff. It's I mean, yeah, it's all lining up. I mean, we have to get our shit together, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My mic's still open. Let me just get my computer out. I'll switch out mics.
Yeah, no biggies.
Like that. I got a better mic. Who all was here? Indio still here? Cool. Oh, he's definitely. We still have a lot of people on the panel. That's good. Shout out to you guys for sticking with us.
Yep.
We have Shekel. Just call